of intro. Yeah.
Balls to the walls, boys.
Would have been completely self-serving too.
Hey guys, welcome back to Nights in the Anime Table, episode 103. We are back after a last Sunday day off because we all needed one.
It's all printed
After
for
the-
last week's
I-
playoff game against the no.
Yes, we needed that too because we were like, you know what, we're just gonna take a break and try everything we can to make this work. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you have not skipped an episode. It is still episode 103. It's just we're starting it now today rather than last Sunday. So you are not missing an episode. It's still the same.
I'm sending out the link as much as I can for us.
Yes. Nothing was missed. We preempted ourselves. So, yeah.
That is one of the worst ticks is the chest hit because when I'm sick, that makes me cough.
Mm.
I freaking hate it. So
yes, but also we hope it's just when did this start happening?
Hmm?
When did this chest tick start happening?
Oh, I've done that a while. It's just usually only during the hard fits. And lately it's been a little more happening when I've been sick.
Yeah, having the cold doesn't help things.
I've been having a lot more weird ticks while I've been sick.
I need to go check on food. Carry on.
But it has been a crazy week and everything we've been doing. My co-host is back after what was it? 4 weeks arrest now. 4 weeks arrest.
I think I was off 3 weeks. I was
And then we
feeling
took
with
that
a
one
lot.
day, and then we took last Sunday off. So
No, I was counting that. I think I was gone for 3 weeks total. But yeah, things have been going on. I've not done much of anything on my channel either, which kind of sucks, honestly. But it's been a crappy exhibit. And that'll kind of explain to you why I've been gone. I didn't really have a voice last week. I literally for 3 weeks have been trying to set up and do a stream with Ben Outlaw Knight to help him get his followers back up, and it's just I could offend so many people. I'd rather have COVID. When I get COVID, I may be sick as hell, but it's over in 10 days. When I get flus and colds, I always get residual issues with my lungs and throat for months. I'd rather have COVID. And like, I know that sounds terrible. Please, nobody take that as me diminishing what it's like when you go through COVID. For me, it doesn't hurt as much as the others.
Well, we're all naturally built different. We're all naturally different in our own ways.
I was getting some crap from a gnome because I told him I'd rather have COVID. Ooh, by the way, I'm picking him up Friday for our time together.
Yay!
And just remember, I have plans. I bought a gnome hat.
You're gonna make him wear that, aren't you? I forgot to tell you. Joker says thank you, by the way, for the.
Yeah. And Fatal's package is supposed to arrive Tuesday.
Oh, goody.
It was a little delayed sending it because I was sick as a dog. Me and Steve have been making a whole bunch of chocolate and cinnamon and spiced and sweet nuts that we can share with Netcat and Lydian, and then when we do our weekend here. So we're gonna have a whole bunch of treats in the vehicle and stuff. So it's gonna be fun. And I get to go see Drew again. I want to cry. There's somebody I want to see so bad. that's finally coming to the U.S., and I cannot go to the dates available because I will be in another area. Luke Kidgell's coming over here from Australia.
Hey.
And I can't go see him, and he's literally the one that went viral doing routines with people with Tourette's and has Tourette's people in almost every show of his now. And I can't go. Fuck off. I can't go see him. I want to go see him so bad. Actually, to me, what would be kind of a dream show that I doubt would ever happen?
What?
Get Luke, Drew, and Carr to do a show together.
Yikes.
Oh.
That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Have him open it up for Jimmy Carr because he'd be the headliner.
Yeah, come here. Oh, hi.
And there, finally the third one shows up. Yeah.
Hi.
The principal aggressor in all these injuries.
Oh, shit, like what you said.
Feeling accused there?
No, usually she's not the one that starts the fights.
Yeah, she finishes them.
The one on baby girl's hip is definitely Panther trying to hump her. But that's cats.
Like that one comedian, though. It's like, your job. Another child cries. Did he start it or did he finish it?
Oh, no, I love that. I had to play that.
Yeah.
Well, then the problem is not my kid in the school. The problem is the other kid's a pussy. Click.
Yeah, that's my
dad.
And you would know that. Finish him.
No, I love because that was Brad Williams. We were watching Dwarf Humor. Because he focuses on being a dwarf a lot in his jokes.
And yes, he uses the word dwarf, so he could, so we're clear.
No, the thing is, it is literally dwarfism is the medical condition. It is actually the correct word.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, again, medically, if you go over the history of the words, midget and dwarf are not the same thing. Midget had to do with just purely being short of a certain level without the dwarfism conditions also there. So basically, you were just extremely small.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dwarfism is a series of medical conditions, and it is brutal.
Yeah. Make it simple. Billy Barty was a midget. Peter Dinklage is a dwarf.
Billy Barty had a mild dwarfism, but he did not have most of the medical issues.
Mainly a midget, yeah.
Technically, my mom's best friend qualified as a midget. She was extremely short, but had no dwarfism conditions whatsoever.
I had a midget,
Yeah, I had a friend. I went to girls' club and stuff with. I knew back in school age who everything else grew to normal proportions and everything looked normal, except for she had a really big butt and chest, but she was only 4'6".
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's generally if the arms and legs are stunted, but the body is mostly proportional, then it's dwarfism.
Yeah. And you can see it some in bone structure and stuff, and there's multiple types of dwarfism, and they do not have all the same symptoms. Yeah. So yes,
it's a fairly broad category.
I made it.
Yeah. Hi, David. Good to see you. Good to see you. Crazy Friday night we had. That was crazy.
Yeah, suffice it to say, I think the politics will be toned down this time around. So we had
that's
a lot of fun past 2 weeks, but
is you guys look, if I'm gonna have you guys running the streams while I'm not here, you got to obey the basic rules of my channel, or I gotta not have my channel there, because there's certain things that aren't on there for very specific reasons. Which is why I'll just co-stream it when I'm here, and if things get to a place where we're talking those things, I'll just remove my channel.
Well, I'm hoping that over the next couple of weeks, well, unfortunately, it's going to be. I'm hoping the next couple of weeks will be far enough to basically burn it all out. Get that the angry mobs will be finally. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done.
Yeah.
And it's been distracted from by people who basically think debating is smear think smear tactics is irrelevant,
Well, and that's become so epidemic on both sides, and it was intentionally done that way. We have been pushed by progressive left and right for almost 200 years to divide us, so it would be hard for us to find common ground.
Yeah.
Not only that, I
So
was
the
gonna
pendulum has
say,
got a
to
big
push
backswing.
people like us out of politics in the first place, because you know what happens. I
Mhm.
mean, I think Eagle Rider knows better than anybody other than myself
Yeah.
that if you're redhead and somebody insults you, the whole room will laugh, even left or right, will
Mhm.
exclude you. You know that I'm sorry, but the biggest prejudice in the world is against redhead people.
I wouldn't say the biggest for one reason. I will say it's
I'm
one of
just
the worst.
talking about politics and both sides.
Yeah.
We'll go after the redhead.
I'm talking about that too, because there is no side that actually treats natives like we're actual people. We are either some sort of tree hugging caricature or some hippie bitch we would never be, or we're some sort of savage that's just trying to scalp and SA everyone.
Part of the floor.
And neither
fauna.
side treats us like we're fucking human.
Yeah, well, that's why I say you know
Yeah.
better than I, even
Yeah.
though, yeah. That's
So
why I
that's
say
what
you
I-
know
Yeah,
better
the
than I.
prejudice
I
on
think they're
gingers
pretty
is more
close to
broad.
each
It's more-
other.
The prejudice on gingers covers all parties. It's very, very
Yeah.
bilateral.
Yeah. I think the
Yeah.
bigotries,
Bipartisan.
honestly, the native and the ginger are the ones that are dealing with the most right now.
Yeah.
And even over in Australia, the native aboriginals deal with a lot more of that kind of bigotry than most.
You
of
know
them.
where they get it? You know, Aboriginals won't admit this, but most of the shit comes from their own side.
Well, and see that is partly the case there. And bigotry against your own is not an uncommon thing. People who think that that's rare
Yeah,
tend
because
to
the
forget that,
lawyers
that a
can't make
certain
money.
person a
Yeah.
certain person was part Jewish. They tend to forget that. So forgetting that, bigotry to your own kind is extremely common, and I see it with Native community too. The problem is that
Oh, I see it with Jewish communities too.
it's bred into a lot of them too. That's part of
Yeah.
where all these re-educations and where these stuff.
Yeah.
That's what the school system was trying to do with me when I was in the private school. Was they were trying to breed me to hate my own race, hate my ethnicity, hate my culture, to view it as subhuman and savage. And
Well,
so
I hate
that
to say it,
also
but I
plays
think
a
that's
part.
all-
Another version of conversion therapy, pray the
Yeah,
red
but
away.
you gotta remember,
Therefore,
you
Go
gotta
ahead,
remember
David.
in the 1900s,
Mhm.
private schooling was either private or state funded, right? Federalization of education, the homogenization of education destroyed so many cultures across Europe.
Yeah.
So the liberals thought they'd won. And
Well,
that they
get
could
them when they're
see-
young, and yeah.
Yeah. See, Eagle, it's not specifically aimed at natives. It was done to us first. in the
Okay,
West.
but
Every culture's been under somebody's heel,
It's a
okay?
different
Yeah.
way it was done. The
Okay,
educational.
I haven't experienced it.
yeah.
I'm just saying their
Yeah.
aim. Is
I'm not saying they didn't do the other. I would never
Yeah.
say that. What I'm saying is with the schools that they aimed specifically at natives, it was literally homogenized little concentration camps to breed you out. And this wasn't just the European school system. It was so much worse. It was torture camps. It was horrific, violent, sexual,
like
everything.
I said, I haven't experienced
Yeah.
it, so I don't know. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, but
The
it's
aim-
part of the same thing. The aim is
Yeah.
to get rid of your culture so you'll obey
The
them.
aim
And
is
it's-
stated in the Rockefeller Foundation
Yeah.
that they created the public school system to erase all culture. To erase,
Yeah.
because their
Hi,
obsession,
Grace is right.
the liberals'
Hi,
obsession
Greg.
is
Yeah.
to erase all differences
Daniel.
because they think they're going to erase war.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why I say this isn't unique to natives, but
Yeah.
these school systems really viscerally and violently going after the cultures and trying to breed us out of it has been more
Yeah.
recently still being fought by natives than it has by other groups. Most of these private
Yeah.
and boarding schools for natives did not go defunct in the US and Canada till after 2010.
Yeah.
Yeah, I supported schools for the Aboriginals, but what did
Yeah.
I get in return? I just get attacked by both sides. I'm either the left will attack me saying that I'm using the natives as tokens for political purposes. The irony, right?
Yeah.
And then you get the right saying that you're dividing them and creating isolation bubbles.
And they'll both say, stay in your lane, you big ginger twat.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, this
So,
is the
you know-
thing is I'm so sick and tired of this mindset. Like only one group can understand things. Every group has something that was specifically done more to them than other groups, or specifically done in a different way to them than other groups. But every group has been gone after, persecuted, and treated with bigotry at some point in history. Just like there is not a racial group out there that has not had some tribe in it trying to persecute and harm others.
I want reparations from the Romans. I want reparations from the fucking Romans. They owe me.
Talk about the Romans. You know, before the Romans came, the Scots, the British, and the Irish were killing each other. You know, the Bokosha, a woman, united all the tribes. The whole Merlin myth was to erase a woman from history, by the way. And they succeeded almost. They almost succeeded.
That's the ironic thing with it is, yes, were there horrific savage tribes that were doing all the horror shit that Druids and others in Europe did and parts of Africa have done. Every racial group has some really dark fucking tribes in their history. Every racial group.
Boudica had a better strategy, man.
You know what? Let me finish my fucking point, Bob.
Yeah, let her. I already interrupted.
The point of it is, yes, we've all had those persecution groups, and not every tribe did those things. Some just got persecuted till they were wiped out, and some, even though they were very violent, they had really strict honor codes, and there was things that if they caught the people in their tribe doing, you were exiled, you were executed. You did not do that shit. So, not every single tribe was a slaver. Not every single tribe was this, but that does not mean that every single tribe didn't commit evil acts.
No, I was going to say there's only one group that I know of, right? And they achieved, I think the Mayans, if I'm correct, achieved 500 years of peace. The only other group to achieve any length of peace was the Japanese.
It's complicated because the Mayans were really not that peaceful of a tribe to their own people.
I'm talking about that.
Compared to the Aztecs,
though.
I'm saying for the period they were
peace.
That's what I'm saying. Is it's complicated because it's defined as a length of peace, but it was also a very violent culture within it. It was not as bad as Aztec.
I got it. The thing is, the only way both Japan and Mayans, the only way they achieved peace was violent oppression. With Japan, it was the samurai. You broke any rule, you got brutally punished.
Well, and that's the reason why the Lakota are so still gone after and we're still slandered and lied about so much historically, is because we kind of were the we'll bust the heads and make you behave shit. We were a strict, hardcore honor code. You did not do certain things to women and children. You did not do certain things to other tribes. You did not sneak up and kill a sleeping enemy. You were a cowardice and you were a weakling if you did it. We were strict honor code, but we love to fucking fight. We love it. We still love it. We love it. We're violent. I ain't gonna lie. We violent bitches. Or now I'm watching this native skit the other day, and one of the guys in it is talking about native res humor and stuff, and he looks over and goes, "Yo, bro, remember, always look both ways before you cross an auntie." That's native culture. You don't mess with the native ants. They're violent bitches. I'm a native ant. What do you want?
But a weird part, is you may not get any period in history for more than most cultures have pretty much experienced a violent history constantly. Right? And the most violent, most people won't believe this because it's rarely taught in schools. The most violent culture is China.
Oh no, China is where they base words like imperial and empire off of. China is the colonial power historically. They're the ones that have the longest term colonial growth. They are,
but they've failed. They've had so many wars and revolutions, their empires keep crumbling before they expand beyond their neighbors.
My point is,
they've occupied everybody around them.
Yeah, if you want to talk about culture, they always talk about colonialism in Europe. It's like that was for a few hundred years, fucking years. I'm not married. No, let me finish. Do not let No, that's not the point. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
I'm not measuring it by success or failure because colonialism is actually an evil act. You're wiping out others to force them to be you.
Yeah.
But the point is, historically, the group that did it for thousands and thousands of years would conquer and war and conquer and war and conquer and war, lose ground and then refight for them. The worst colonial groups historically were Chinese and Mongolian.
Yeah. The Chinese conquered the Mongolians. The Mongolians conquered the Chinese. The Mongolians but the Chinese has the most wars in history. They have the longest wars in history, and they have the longest period of no peace, 1,600 years from which ended officially in 1959. Although there was fighting in Mongolia and parts of China until the late 70s.
Yeah, but remember, they're trying to claim China's a peaceful place now. They're still occupying multiple countries that don't want them there.
Yeah, they're still occupying Tibet, parts of Mongolia. But officially, do you know how big China really is? Do you know the official size of China?
I studied it. I don't remember the exact numbers. It's
1/10 of the current country. The real China is only 1/10.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that they pretty much wiped out half their ethnic groups.
Mm-hmm.
They're wiping out ethnicity. They're worse than any white colonizer when it comes to ethnic cleansing.
Considering how many tribes in my culture were wiped out within 100 or so years, I wouldn't say worse. I'd say longer term they're worse. But what was happening here was
in the short term, we don't know how many people they wiped out in the first 1,000 years because their history is very short. You know, it just basically lists a bunch of wars. It doesn't really get into detail until about 100 years ago. So we don't know for certain. But we can say in detailed record in a short term, yes, the American natives suffered more than, say, the Tibetans
but it's not as long term of an occupation, even though there are still occupation issues still going on. There are still oppressive laws where we're restricted on things based on race and stuff, but it's not the same level as some of this stuff happening in other parts of the world. However, the trafficking and stuff, we still have a long ways to go as a world. We can make progress, but we've got a long ways to come as a world and a society. And that's in every group. Look at the persecution of Celts and Irish and Norwegians and redheads. That's existed thousands of years. It hasn't fucking stopped. Look at the stuff being done to smaller tribes that are in Asian countries. Look at what was done to natives and is still happening to natives through the reservation system. Look at both self-inflicted and external issues.
You know what's the worst thing?
We still have so far to go in this world.
Yeah. Look at the ethnic cleansing in some countries in Asia who don't want to be mentioned, but they but America relocated some of those tribes in America, and guess what happened to those tribes after relocation? They lost their cultural identity through American schooling. They don't even use their own language, and a lot of them don't even know that where they came from because their culture's been erased in 3 generations. So they might as well left them there because they did the same thing, It's still ethnic cleansing.
Look, I mean, this is the reason why when people get into, first of all, yes, I am really, really fucking sick of people saying that Mexicans belonged here or that this was Mexico or Mexico is the rich. They're Spaniards. Are they mixed with some natives? Yes, but they are not fucking native here. They came in
I love
literally 150 years before the whites did. That's the
I love
difference.
people like Semilla Gomez. Is Semilla Gomez confirmed as 100% Spaniard? I believe one of the celebrities recently spoke out about her Mexican heritage. And got called out by her own family saying, "No, we're descendants of Don something." One of the people who founded California, one of the Dons.
But
one
the
of
thing
the
is just the Tejano.
The whole claim of when the West was Mexico's. No, that's like saying, okay, this person breaks into a home and is attacking the owners, and as the owners are fighting them off, somebody else breaks in from the backside an hour later invader and tax the owners from the other side. Now the owners are tied up there, and the two sides are warring over whose land and whose house this is. That's Mexico and Europe. Okay? They don't belong here. They're both fucking invaders.
Yet, here's the thing. People go, all these people who rebelled, like Pakistan and Africa and the Middle East, all these people who rebelled against colonialism now come to the West and say, this is our country now. You know, like they're saying, oh, but we got to make up for historical injustices. No, you're continuing them.
By removing all the white folk from London.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, how are they? One sec. How are they fixing historical mistakes by coming to a country where we're already struggling for the natives to have their place here and invading it and being another group trying to take from the natives?
Because they think they're doing God's work. This is the justification of every imperialist.
It's just another version of Manifest Destiny.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, exactly. But if you go back throughout history and you go back to some of the earliest conquests, they were all in the name of some god, whether it was Jupiter or
they were in the name of saying that some god or some culture was evil, and so you need to wipe it out because religion is evil. You cannot disclaim the anti-religious atheist movements that have been violent in history either, because they have existed. It's always about we're trying to force everyone to join a religion or force everyone to lose their religion.
Actually, Rome did have that atheist period of what trying to wipe out religions. Yeah.
Multiple places historically have. And actually, if you look over the last 30 years in the Middle East, the most persecuted groups are Christian and Jew. And the most global martyrs for their religion in the last 30 years have been Christian.
Yeah. You look at China. China used to be the largest Christian nation in the world. And Xi has decimated the population.
Yeah, the First Amendment has this to say about religion. You cannot force people to join your religion. The government will not establish a religion, but you also have a right to be a part of the system, to redress your grievances, and to be in the system as somebody with a religion.
Yet the atheists always keep screaming about people with religious convictions in government, you know?
As long as they're not trying to force you to join their religion, they have as much right to be there and to be a part of the system as anybody else.
Yeah, this is the problem in America. They think the rights... Now, I'm not saying that it's confined to one side, because we know cancel culture started with both sides.
Yeah.
It wasn't one side and then the other copied. It was pretty much a uni-party thing from the beginning.
Absolutely.
So
one of the biggest targets is shunning people from you are shunned, you are banished.
But you've got to remember, cancel culture started with the Puritans in America. It was baked into the founding of America. Cancel culture has always been there.
This is the weird thing with the issue, because first of all, they blame the Mayflower for that. The people that were on the Mayflower itself are not the ones who started fighting with the natives. They're not the ones who started trying to enforce their religion.
No, it wasn't.
On the natives.
It was the second and third wave.
Yes, it was the boats after. It was Jonestown. It was all of them. It was not the Mayflower itself or those people.
They weren't than the other. They knew better.
That said, I would love to actually spend the time to do the documentation and join the Daughters of the Mayflower just so they have a native girl in their midst, because they're racist little bitches. Anyway, side note. Anyway.
And Eagle, we now know from a Portuguese historian that the Mayflower was guided to the port by a Native American.
Yeah.
14 years, had spent 14 years on a Portuguese ship and spoke Portuguese and English.
The government
He was allegedly one of the navigators on the Mayflower expedition, and he was a Native American.
Let me respond to the comment from Vanessa there. The government is not supposed to establish any religion nor hinder the free expression thereof, which is the part that people lose. And that's the thing is, you can't establish your religion over other people. But just because your convictions come from your faith does not mean you do not have a right to petition to try to make them a part of your beliefs in the government. That's where we have to really fine line this, because you can't persecute. And the thing with the whole issue I was going back to with the Mayflower is the natives and the Pilgrims got along fine, but those Puritans that followed, the ones who weren't coming because they were being persecuted, but were coming because they wanted power, they wanted control, they wanted their own government.
Grabbers. Yeah, they were land grabbers sent by the crown.
No way.
Man.
Look who's
Hey,
here.
my mom.
Shreds again.
Hello, Fatal.
Hey!
Wow, it's even better than I imagined. Congrats, Fatal. Look at
Hey,
Okay.
Fatal.
All right.
Fatal says his system's not letting him talk.
Okay.
It says you're muted, so check if your mic's disconnected somewhere or something.
Okay. For the sake of those who did not learn civics at all, which is not surprising considering the school system, the text of the First Amendment goes as follows: Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the
Okay,
people
that's
to
fair.
peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
In other words, if we have religion, we still have just as much right to be in the system, to be fighting for laws that we believe in, and to be involved in the system as anybody who doesn't have religion. Nobody should be shut out of being a part of the system based purely on their beliefs, whether they're pro or anti-religion.
Correct. Can I address Vanessa now? She
Go
has
ahead.
brought up something interesting about the Pilgrims and the Puritans. The Puritan Church was it was persecuted by the crown, but through what they call agent provocateurs. Okay, they would hire lawyers. They would basically go after them for back taxes because the Puritans were money laundering. Right, they'd put all their money into the church so they wouldn't have to pay tax.
Some were. That they have no evidence of being involved with the first group with the Mayflower, but they do know it was happening with a lot of the others.
No,
So,
but the ones who
some
left
were.
on the Mayflower were a persecuted group. They were being
Yes,
harassed by government agents.
do you know why, by the way? Because King James had the Bible rewritten to his language. He removed certain verses, he removed certain parts of it, and tried to add different words to basically make
And
the
the
faith
Puritans
build up his religion. The Puritans refused to use his Bible. They wanted their Geneva Bible. And that's why they left, because they were literally being forced to have church services in attics and cellars to hide in shame because their Bible was illegal.
They were being forced to do. They had anti-Catholic laws. They had laws against all other religions as well. But the Puritans themselves were specifically targeted by government agents. They were harassed and attacked in the streets, and nobody would be arrested. There were some who did legitimately use the church as a money laundering scheme. But the thing is, they fled England before that for Spain. They fled already.
Here's the
same bunch that wound up chopping up King Charles's head.
One sec. Here's the thing with the whole issue with the whole Geneva Bible and that. The thing is that this literally was about being a persecuted group that was being forced to change their religion to match the government. And ironically, it was England's anti-Catholic laws that they were using as a way to persecute it. But the Geneva Bible is Protestant Bible that is anti-Catholic. So they were being literally attacked by both sides and told that their religion is verboten on both sides.
Yeah, you got to remember the Puritan movement wasn't actually one movement. It became one movement because of the persecution. There were actually a lot of Jews in the original Puritan movement. There were a lot of Jews as well, and there were also some Catholics. At one stage, there were more Catholics in America than any other religion, but there was no majority of religion, which is why they were so easily able to get the First Amendment made, which would be harder today because there are so many people who hate Catholics in America and hate Jews and hate. Can
I add a little context on the Catholic issue in the U.S.? Because the Catholic issue in the U.S. isn't even just about the corruption with the sex offenders and that stuff. It's gone on long before that. And the Catholic was the church that was behind most of the persecution of trying to force everyone to join their church. They were behind the hunting Muslims and points. They were behind hunting Mormons. They were the ones running most of the boarding schools trying to force religion on natives and stuff. They were literally running inquisitions against every other religion they could find in the U.S.
Now, some of the stuff about John Kennedy was the fact that he was Catholic. So I was like, this goes back, and again, going back to Al Smith.
I say
I don't
this.
want to pay for this.
When I say this, I'm not saying I hate Catholics or stuff. I understand their history. I am from a family that's full of Native Catholics and Irish Catholics. They drink a lot and breed like fucking rabbits. Okay, I'm used to Catholics.
Here's the thing, and you can a lot of the Catholics will tell you they had no idea this stuff was going on, and if people did, they would have been the first to speak up.
Well, you
the
got to
problem
remember
is we're now
with the
finding
Catholic
out.
Church, with the Catholic Church, they weren't allowed to read the holy books. That was part of the whole movement against the church, was because literally only the priests were allowed to see the Bible.
Yeah, there was a lot of wrongs that people tried to correct over the years, and a lot of it comes down to there's a fundamental flaw in humanity. If you're raised a certain way, even if you want to change, you don't really change. You know what I mean? There was a lot of resistance to change simply because it's the way I was brought up. And I get it that there's a sort of comfort in nostalgia, but I think everybody should learn to critically think, and you'll actually understand grievances better when you critically think and actually say, you know what, I wouldn't want this done to me.
I was raised in a very religious family that taught me to question everything, taught me to go against the grain and study every faith before I decide what I believe, taught me to think it through and find everything you believe one way or the other through logic and study and research. That's what my family taught me. Very religious family, but they did not want drones. I have a very Catholic family, almost all of whom, except for a few outliers, support the fact that I'm anti-Catholic. They understand and respect it. They understand why I don't want to be a part of their Catholic services. They have no complaint against it. And in fact, they went after and stood up to the priest that was being rude to us during family events. Because it's not okay. We're still there. We're still family. That's how I was raised. You respect each other's differences. You don't have to agree to have respect. And you shouldn't blindly follow something just because mommy and daddy say so.
Or anybody, you know. I recently saw some anti-Trump posts, and the guy was explaining, saying, look, I like Trump, but I don't like what he did here, and here. I don't like how he handled it. And the thing is, if you look at the attacks from both sides, you start to see such a similarity in the virulent. It's sort of like the
extremists on any side. The extremists on any side of any debate always fall back on personal attack, hatred, bigotry, and closed-mindedness. If you're an extremist, you are a closed-minded piece of shit who will never understand other people.
Because historically, we all still have that child in us, and children lash out. You know, that immaturity. I mean, it's just basically such a put off that there's no that. I'm just saying about Facebook in particular, because social media particularly Facebook, is becoming such a cesspool of extremists. I got fact-checked the other day for something I posted. I actually forget what it was. I think it was the airline crash. I said Trump was not responsible. It happened in Canada, and somebody called the picture AI, and I got fact-checked saying that it was partly false, which is.
I will answer Vanessa's questions.
You go ahead.
An extremist has nothing to do with how old you are, how young you are, what race, which political side, anything like that. Extremists are those who are so hardline in whatever that they've adopted as their personal beliefs or their personal identity that they are unwilling to believe there's a common ground, that they are unwilling to accept anyone who's center. They are unwilling to see anybody as human who doesn't agree with them. Extremists are those who fall on their own lifestyle as the only lifestyle.
Can I add to that? They also believe that there's no flaw in their side.
Yep. No matter what happens, it's okay when their side does it and evil when the other side does it.
And you're not allowed to mock their side at all. You do, you're a blasphemy or a heretic.
And let's go back. Let's go back 1 sec here, because that was one of the ones that pissed me off and stuff with the right, was with the whole Kafifi thing and them going, no, you can't make fun of that. It's like, it's a fucking typo. Lighten up and make a fucking joke.
But still, cafefe is a real word. It's just not
It was,
very
but that's
common.
not what he was saying because it doesn't
No,
match what he was saying. It was a fucking
No, it didn't.
typo.
He did. There was a time. I think he deliberately does it, things like that, so that people,
Sometimes he's a troll.
I'm not
He's a
going
troll,
down
yeah.
that road.
Mhm.
This is the thing was that these people were so determined. It has to be a 4D chess, and they could not accept that he could typo. It's like if you look at his posts and tweets, he typos all the fucking time. That's not an attack at anything. It's a normal thing many of us do. It's just reality. Lighten up and make jokes about it. You know.
The other times I've had to follow someone with fucking autocorrect.
I get attacked all the time saying, "Oh, you're a writer. You should have perfect English."
Exactly.
Yeah.
There are people who are so hardline in whatever belief structure that they adapt that they cannot accept anybody who isn't like them, that they cannot accept other people like them. There is hardcore, sexual liberation people, hardcore LG whatever stuff activists who everyone has to be like them sexually and everyone has to love them for what they're doing. And then there's Westboro. They're both fucking garbage. Extremists are subhuman, not because they can't have a differing point of view with us. I like people who disagree with me. Extremists are subhuman because they will not allow you to disagree with them.
Amen to that.
Yeah, well, sorry,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm going to mute on purpose.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So that's where I stand on things. Is I want common ground. No matter how much I disagree with people or argue with them, I want common ground. People who know me know I go to left, right, center, religious, anti-religion, atheistic, whatever groups, and I will watch them and I'll listen to them and I'll involve in what they're doing and I'll hear it and I'll study it because I want every viewpoint. I want to understand, even if I won't share it. That's maturity. Which is why, even though I can't stand the left or the right, I can get along with Bob as he's touting his right stuff. I can get along with people on the left. I can get along with all that, Sorry, I wasn't seeing. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm absolutely good with you there on that, Fatal. See, that's the thing. I will not tolerate those who, if you're not like me, you have to be silenced. I want people to argue with me. I want to hear your differing viewpoints. I want to see your differing cultures. I want to debate it. I want to argue it. I want to celebrate that we're not the same, because if we're all the same, we'd be fucking boring.
Would be the board.
Freaky!
Hey, Freaky.
Hey, Freaky. All right,
Yo,
guys.
Freaky!
Yeah, you are doing bad. I'm gonna
Yeah,
have
I was just gonna before I got a call, I was just gonna say I suffer from a disorder. Okay, there are words that no matter what I do will always come out misspelled at random. And I can see it when I see it on the page. It looks normal. Okay, I literally do not see the error.
Yeah, well, that's actually a psychological thing. Even without that condition, you cannot proofread your own stuff well because your eyes will see what you meant to write and it comes out.
No, but what I mean is,
this is why if you're doing professional writing and stuff, you're supposed to have a separate editor. We don't see our own mistakes as well, so it's okay to laugh at them. We're all gonna make them.
Yeah, but the thing is, right now, I don't regret the decision. I'm sticking by the books I wrote. People aren't supporting me. That's fine. People who keep telling me what a great book I wrote, and yet I know they haven't read my book. So I think there's just such a I think the worst fanatic is the pathetic people pleaser. I call it the PPP, the pathetic people pleaser.
Mhm.
You know, the people who always got something nice to say to your face, but behind your back.
Mhm.
Fake. I wouldn't even call that people pleasing. People pleasing comes from a point where you don't want to upset anyone. You don't want to. It often ties into this like
It's kind of a
psychological
codependency,
thing.
that thing. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
with people pleasing, it often ties into this psychological thing where you want everyone to be happy. It's
Mhm.
not
Yeah.
malicious. What you're talking about is straight up two-faced bullshit psycho drama queens.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
right?
And fuck them bitches anally with a red hot rusty poker. Anyway,
Yeah.
fuck off. Fuck off.
Ah. There you go. That's
Um,
it.
So I tried to edit my stuff
Mhm.
between my tics, between my vision issues, between my brain jumping everywhere.
Mhm.
I'm lucky if my stuff's legible. So I love when we can laugh typos and errors. This is why when people
Mhm.
get upset, well, their guy said it, so it wasn't an error. It had to be explained. And I've seen both sides do that. It's like, just fucking laugh at it. You
Mhm.
won't die. Nobody will die. Just fucking
Mhm.
laugh, grow a pair, and have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
You're not even
Again, it
putting the
comes
wrong
back to the
coordinates for a launch.
Puritans
So, okay.
People's obsession with perfection. That if anybody's less than perfect, they're less than human. And that's how I'm being treated by a lot of people because I make mistakes. So they assume my books are bad. They attack me.
Mhm.
And it's getting and on the other side, you know, every day I get a scammer trying to sell me a marketing service.
Mhm. Not that bad.
Fuck their fifis. I mean,
Mhm.
Yeah, fuck their fifis.
Mhm.
Charlatans.
or as my husband told people, "Oh, I don't give a crap about your fifis,"
Mhm.
which was my husband making a joke out of it. My
Mhm.
husband hates both sides of the political aisle, but he also will sit there and explain to people why this thing that this person did is fine and you're attacking him falsely on it and stuff, even if it's somebody he detests.
Mhm.
And so I have all respect for him, but he calls it, when he deals with the political extremists, he says they're all up in their kafifis, their political feelings.
Mhm.
I know it's not correct. I know he's being sarcastic because
Yeah.
of the typo. I still find it fucking hilarious.
Mhm.
My husband's the guy who likes to troll flat earther groups as the avionic engineer.
I really don't get those people. I don't.
They just want to be. They just want to be contrary to something. No, the peoples are true. No, you're
I
idiot.
have a theory, and other people have expressed this. I do too, but
Mhm.
I had a theory for a long time, and I've heard other people say it. So it's not exactly out of the realm of possibility that most people merely insult or smear or slander or get involved in a conversation for the drama simply because they're bored.
Well,
Or because they just like being mean contrarians, like when I would go to
mhm.
No, I think
feminist-
that's a habit that comes later, but at first it probably just comes out of sheer boredom because
I was speaking in my own experience here. That's what I was trying to explain.
Mhm.
Mine was never a thing of boredom. I find it immensely hilarious to make people who are being cringy cry. But I'm a bitch. I acknowledge this.
Mhm.
This is why I would go to feminist groups and post pictures of bitches going, "You wouldn't be so miserable if you learned to make one of these and suck a dick."
The thing is, when it comes to like having like different opinions to like other people, right? I mean, the thing is, I mean, there's being a contrarian, and then there's having your own way of thinking about things. Like you're seeing it from like a different point of view. Like, I mean, I've made like videos in the past where where like loads of people have said like, oh, I don't like this character, I don't like this series, blah blah blah. But I've actually like gave my reason as to why I like a series. I'm trying to defend a character, so because I've seen it from a different point of view instead of like saying that instead of like being a contrarian. It's not like about like I'm on the opposite side and they're the majority. I mean there is a difference between like being a contrarian and being like looking at things a different way.
Oh God damn it!
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but
I
we
acknowledge
are
when
talking
I'm
about
contrarian.
contrarians who deliberately create drama, and you could tell because they just don't refuse to basically acknowledge you as a person. They just immediately launch into the
I'm
smears.
sorry. When I did it, it was for personal entertainment alone. I didn't care if they were butthurt.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know it's terrible. I know some of the shit I've done is wrong. I know.
Look, I think a lot of people, like, you hear protesters today protesting about stuff, and like, yeah, you got the right to protest, and yes, you know, but they're not actually protesting. It's more like bullying, you know, because
Okay.
you got a handful of people who think that their opinion means that they can shout it until everybody gives in to them. You know what I mean?
There's something beyond just shouting, and I will use this example as sanitized,
setting
so it
fires.
can't be tracked to the person as there was a certain political group who wanted to protest certain events happening in a certain region of the world. Fine. Get that. That's okay. Do your protest. I'll laugh at you because I think you're wrong, but do your protest.
Yeah.
They did not protest. They went to the sidewalks around where my husband works, and they were recording the license plates and faces of people going in and sending them to terrorist groups.
Far out.
Saying it's our free speech to do so because we're recording you in public and we're on public ground.
That's murder by proxy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
what, yeah.
That is, you're not protesting, and that's not free speech. You're trying to get people killed.
Yeah, that's murder by proxy, yes. There was actually a case here in Australia that actually went through. They sent somebody to jail for 12 years for inciting terrorism. It's actually a law in America too.
But it's hard to prove. And it is very hard to prove a lot of the time.
If you send a communique to a terrorist with even just a photo, it has been tested in court.
It is, as long as you can prove that they did it, which is hard to do with a lot of information.
If you can't prove they did it, that's true.
But this has been such a thing that there's literally been entire times where my husband would not allow me to come get him from work because he didn't want me seen by these people. I mean, this has been a real event that's happened multiple times. Nobody there is working with anything involved in what they're protesting. Literally, this is civilian work at the building this was happening at. They were doing this purely because they were working with a company they didn't like.
That's the problem. You know, you've got the people who hate Israel, you've got the people who hate Palestine, but the thing is, neither side is our friend. So why do these protest groups care? Because again, it comes down to their naive beliefs.
There's reasons I'm not naming those countries. There's reasons I'm not naming those countries. I don't name them on my channel. Just so you know, because there's really specific reasons on that one. But we have to stop with this notion that just because it's protest means it's okay. And look, if you're standing on the sidewalk holding signs up yelling at cars driving by, you have no fucking right to complain if they yell fuck you at you.
Yeah. This is the problem. They think they're perfect, they think they're right, and they think they think that we're addicted to oil and capitalism and, all these other excuses they keep making and patting themselves on to comfort themselves. Okay, they have a lot of self-comfort in their speech. You look at feminism, the patriarchy. There is no patriarchy. If you go back 100 years, everybody was oppressed except for the 1%.
Okay, let me get this clear here a sec, because there is a misnomer on that. There were a lot of laws, even into the 90s, that really were oppressive to women.
I'm talking about if you go back other stuff. Before these laws were made.
Well, that's iffy because it hits and miss. It's different countries at different times, but women historically have been very oppressed overall.
Yeah, true. Okay. Historically. Right now, you're the most privileged group in the West.
No. Let me fucking finish my point.
Okay.
Sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Sorry. I was mid-sentence.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, what I was getting at is, so there was a legitimate reason. The feminist movement is not the suffragettes. They've never been the suffragettes. That is a lie that's been told historically. The feminist movement started in France in the early 1800s. It is not connected to the suffragette movement. And it is not just about equality. That does not, okay, women have some privileges, not as many as it seems. And again, the hardcore feminists are no different than these manosphere guys who are defending the whole idea of treating women like chattel and sexual abuse and stuff like that. They're the same shitbird. They deserve each other. But I am sorry.
Well, they're both
I didn't mean
abusers.
to yell. I just got very frustrated a second. I'm still pretty
Sorry.
sick.
Oh,
They
I'm
are
sorry.
both abusers.
Mhm.
They're both abusive cultures. They're both self-deception. They engage in self-deception first. They're both fanatics who can't be told when they're wrong, can't be pointed out that how privileged they are. And they also can't be pointed out that they are ignoring or often siding with countries that oppress them. And do oppress
That's
them.
the part I cannot understand is all these so-called feminist women defending Korea, defending the Middle East and stuff. It's like, do you realize half the shit that's happening to women, even in South Korea? Start looking at some of the cases that have happened there, including the girls who were literally tormented by the police for reporting their SAers into suicide in 2010.
Yeah, I mean, there was even this one case where these three girls was SA'd by these 44 kids that was still in school. It's a real case. Look it up. And the thing is, none of them got punished. None of them got punished until recently.
Yeah.
Because
A
there's been
feminist
people.
group in Liverpool, I think it was Liverpool, a feminist group in Liverpool defended a certain type of gang because of their ethnicity, saying they were targeted because of their ethnicity, not because they committed the crimes. They were defending known sexual assaulters, people who were wanted for sexual assault. They were hiding them from the police.
That's very clear. That's understandable. I did not finish college. I did not get along well in college. I got good grades. I did not get along well. But the thing is that's what I've seen so much. How many of these feminist groups are defending the open border and the Mexican gangs that are behind the trafficking of Native women and behind the missing, murdered Indigenous women and the mass abuse of us and all this? How many feminist girls keep defending the people who are coming after us?
One, because, okay, there are three reasons. I was in college. I was actually a member of the International Socialist Organization. I knew some of the people at the top, including one guy who was the son of a British lord who was also the head of the British Labour Union, for Christ's sake. Okay. One, they believe that they're making a perfect society. Two, that in order to make a perfect society, you have to destroy the current society. Three, they don't care about collateral damage because they're all subhuman. Okay. Anybody less than politically perfect is a subhuman to them. They do not care. Okay. All they care about is the accumulation of power and the absolute control of the population.
And that is,
they really think 1984 is a handbook to utopia.
1984, you mean? But yeah, that's the thing. The Utopia's got its issues anyways as a book. It is a very, very demented book in a lot of ways, actually. But that's a whole.
I bet you none of them have read it because
the word means no place. Okay, it doesn't exist.
Yes, it means nowhere in ancient Greek.
But
and
what I was starting to say there is this is absolutely a huge issue we have with so much stuff is that the people who claim to care are those same ones who are basically sacrificing the people in these groups so they can get their power. And the thing is, it keeps happening. And yes, it is both sides. It's because whichever side's in power wants more power. And it's a cycle of kissing each other's asses and trying to gain power. And it's toxic. It's so toxic. I'm sorry, Fire, and hi. So that's like, it's like, I hate the extremist feminists. The average woman who calls herself a feminist is not. She believes the lies have been taught about it. And most of the average women who call themselves feminists are egalitarian. They just want the equality on both sides. But the people you see who are out talking about being feminists, that's not the average woman who calls herself feminist. Those are extremists. That's like trying to talk to the Tate Bros and asking for them to not be sexist to women. Fuck it, forget it. Both sides of that section are trash. You know? Hey, Mike Tao.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Big Tao.
Oh, the usual political back and forth here.
But I don't understand the mentality of, well, because you have to acknowledge the feminist movement came out of a grove for power because there was all these abusive laws against women. And some of these laws did not get erased until the 90s and after 2000. So this is still a growing issue in some ways. A lot of women who
here's the thing
are
that a
fighting
lot
this
of people
stuff
don't know.
have experienced that stuff. One moment, and I promise I'll hear you.
Yeah,
okay?
go ahead.
A lot of the women that are pushing this stuff and growing this stuff, they did go through that abusive culture. They did go through when it was legal to essay your wife and stuff like that. And so they have a very biased and jaded opinion of this that's very dark. But you can't just acknowledge that without acknowledging the extreme anti-male feminism is also why the Tate Bros and the fake alphas and stuff like that have grown in power, because
we call them
extremists breed extremists. Extremists on one side breed extremists on another. And all it's going to do is be reactionary to reactionary, and both sides hating each other and wanting to cause harm to each other.
Now, in the feminist movement, there is absolutely a civil war going on right now. oh, yeah, I just saw that.
Yes. Those types of people like what those types of people like who Shane is talking about, they do not represent the red pill or MGTOW correctly.
They get elevated by the media.
They do get
purpose to
smear
us.
But those numbers, those groups, those extremists are growing quickly in numbers, just like the feminists.
Because they get media elevation every day.
They do. Yes.
And because they're elevated by the media. By the way, the same for the extremist feminists. They get all this flame in the media. They get publicity. So they're breeding more extremists in young girls. Same with the Tate Bros and the fake MGTOW guys. They are breeding this fake alpha culture that really just wants legalized SA and slavery of women.
Yes. People like Andrew Tate. You've got to remember, what religion is Andrew Tate? What does Andrew Tate advocate for?
I'm not entirely sure he fully believes his religion anyways, because his religion...
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about his specific beliefs and his specific religion, not the whole religion. I'm talking about
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying I don't think he actually truly believes it, because he switches what religion he claims based on which country he's in and who he's trying to get power over.
But I think that I'm talking about his specific beliefs, and his religion comes through every time in his speeches from country to country, and you'll see he is a hardcore. I forget the actual name of it, but there is a religious group from the really ancient times that was about male superiority and the subjugation of women. And it's actually, I believe, an ancient Roman religion, not an ancient Middle Eastern religion.
Yeah. So that's what it says. I don't know if he has a true religion or if he's just so extremely sexist and searching for it.
I think from time to time he slips, and that he does not actually know any one religion. Like you said, he changes his position from country to country.
He worships himself more than
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I have so many guys in my inner circle who are the traditional red pill MGTOW. We're just sick and tired of men having no voice in the legal system. We are sick and tired of male victims having no voice and no shelters to help them. Yep. We're sick and tired of women being allowed to be abusive to husbands, but not the reverse. And I support that. Look, there are privileges both sexes have that the other one doesn't, legally and morally in society.
Socially, yeah.
But you can't acknowledge how one side has it good without acknowledging how the other side does too. Vice versa, you can't acknowledge how one side's persecuted and but the other side's just making it up if they say they are. It's like, that's not how it works.
Here's one thing a lot of people don't know about the feminist movement. They weren't started by poor, underprivileged women. They were started by rich women.
Aristocrats in France.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
And here's the thing. They got a law change. They said women were being financially oppressed, and they got a law change. Now, the law was called the Spendthrift Law. Anybody heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
Called what now?
Go on.
The Spendthrift Law.
I want to say I have.
Okay. It's like, it's similar to modern bankruptcy now, except the difference was if you went bankrupt, you weren't declared bankrupt, you're declared a spendthrift. That means you had no self-control over your spending, and it was taken away from you. And that's when the Public Trust Office was first created. And it was created in France. Okay? The Public Trust would collect your wages and then pay your rent and deliver your food, right? That's what they did. It was a welfare system. But the feminists got that changed But the problem is, it enabled the banks to come in and the aristocrats to take your property off you. The bankruptcy laws were changed by feminists so they could take people's properties.
There were issues with the spendthrift where people would be controlled and micromanaged in life and abused when they never did anything wrong just because they were poor. And that is an issue. It does happen. But the bankruptcy system we have now is not better. And the carer system we have now where people can declare people unfit who are absolutely perfectly fine adults because they were on machines or sick as a little kid. And they can basically make them legal servants to them for life under this supposed carer system. This is what I'm fighting with my godson right now. They're trying to claim that him being on machines for 6 years as a baby and toddler is proof that he can't take care of himself now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
No, because you got to remember, the government is a system, and the system within the government and systems within the government are kingdoms. Okay, it's like Save the Children movement. They might have started a good place, but now they're a freaking fanatic who basically want to protect all children and take them all into this new big one community and protect the children from those nasty, abusive adults. Because parents don't know how to raise kids. They're unfit. They have to be raised by a community of specialist
the abusive system,
educators.
Taking kids from their parents all the time and stuff is such a fucking bullshit system. Hey, Eddie.
But they do it because they got to justify their job. If they don't do it, they don't have a job.
How else do we fix this? Because we can't just say, okay, you can't take kids from parents' homes, because that's what we had in the old days where parents could do anything to their kids, sexually abuse other stuff, and there was no legal recourse. We have to find a middle ground.
Solution. That is, everything is done in an open court where there is two neutral arbitrators.
That's what I'm getting at. We have to fix the system because we have to be able to take people out of abusive homes, but we have to also stop taking people out of homes that are not fucking abusive. We have to stop micromanaging parents and families. We got to stop controlling people and let fucking people do what they need to do to raise their kids.
Yeah. You got to remember, they will declare anything abusive, and the vast majority of the public just sit on the sidelines and do nothing. That's how fanatics win, is because the vast majority don't stand up for themselves.
Which is why when I'm out doing stuff in the inner city and I'm helping with disabled kids and stuff, both sides that claim to care about kids, left and right, attack us for helping the kids.
Yeah.
Because we're rocking the boat. We're changing what they support.
Yeah. Conservatorships. Yeah. Conservatorships was created by feminists. They created this whole thing.
And don't get me wrong, there are valid places where conservatorships are needed, where people literally do not have the mental and physical capability to take care of themselves.
But again, it's got to be done in an open court. And it can be challenged by it and challengeable.
And it needs to be much harder to do because there are so many people who are absolutely capable of taking care of themselves who are having their autonomy taken away.
Look at Canada. Family members have been put to death simply because they're inconvenient.
Yeah. Well, also, let's look at the whole system with the old folks' homes, nursing homes, stuff like that. And how many of these nurses are taking conservatorships signed over by the family's children and going, okay, well, now I get to collect your money. I get to vote for you. I get to do everything that you do because you're inept.
Yeah. And the families get their nice little convenient discount. A lot of families are selling their old folks to old folks' homes in Canada and then they have them put to death.
It's not just Canada. It's not just Canada.
No, I'm just saying.
One of the big things in Florida when Steph was in rehabs, and they kept trying to get her to sign over her disability checks to them.
Yep.
To hell with me,
Yeah.
I'm literally sleeping in the car in a parking lot down there. And then
Vanessa, what he's referring to is the big push for everything being a reason for doctor-assisted self-deletions.
Yeah.
They are pushing that if you're old, if you're young, if you're disabled, if you have autism that's severe, if you have all these things, then you should die to protect the system. And they actually have lawsuits against them right now because they have actually done these to disabled children.
People a burden to the state.
Well,
as a reason to kill them.
Joking, like the systems. In the U.S., my arm hurts. Here, it'll be $5,000. In the UK, my arm hurts. That'll be 6 months' wait. In the Canada, my arm hurts. Have you considered dying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so that's the thing. And look, not all nursing homes are evil. There are some that genuinely are run by people who just want to help people who do not have the capability to survive on their own, whose family members do not have the training to take care of them. There are good nursing homes. The one across the street from me is not one of them.
Yeah. I was going to say, the problem is they purposely allow these evil nursing homes to exist so they have some power over people, right? People on disability, they say, you play ball and you'll get to a nice nursing home. If you make waves or don't obey us and don't follow every rules and don't put your in some places it used to be so bad with the control of people's lives. You can't have a pet, you can't have this, you can't have that. And they put them in these little boxes
let me put it to you
with
this
no
way.
air conditioning.
Anybody who knows Golden Girls should get this. There is actually a nursing home in the inner city here named Shady Pines.
Wow. But what I mean is, there are bad nursing homes basically allowed by the government simply because the system is just so corrupt.
Damn it.
They don't have a standard.
So yes, there is literally a ghetto nursing home named Shady Pines in this city.
Do you know why they can
All
do
right,
that?
well,
David,
there's made a reference to Shady Pines.
do you know why they can do that?
Because
I'm about to throw these
don't
fucking
care.
headphones through a fucking wall.
Because
The
the
unions-
government does not value people on the same metric to which we value each other and ourselves.
Oh, it's not even
That's true, but most people don't value the elderly. Most
I was
Americans
gonna
are
say-
ageist. I'm sorry.
Elder
true.
abuse is such a rampant issue, and
How about
the amount of people I
yeah.
have seen driving in fancy fucking cars ditch their elderly relatives here and never come back until they're hauled out in an ambulance. How many of them I want to fucking beat over the head with a baseball bat in Minecraft, YouTube?
Yeah, in Minecraft. We're all playing Minecraft, right? Everybody agrees we're all playing Minecraft.
Because I see it all the time. They come here with these big, fancy, souped-up, expensive cars. They ditch their elderly relatives here, and they never come back until the person's hauled out.
Actually, a lot of them really sell them to the nursing home so they can get their cut of the inheritance, so they can take the property, forgetting that the nursing home takes the 90% cut.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And look, I have known some nursing homes that their nurses, their staff, they love their patients. They have no money because they're putting every cent they get back in trying to take care of these patients. I've known ones like that. My mom worked in nursing homes when she was younger, and she was literally just trying to help keep these people happy, healthy, and alive. So I'm not going to sit here and say they're all evil. I refuse to do that. But the amount of elder abuse and the amount of bad nursing homes is epidemic.
Yeah, the problem is we're looking at an industry that is just deliberately a mess because the political system is deliberately a mess, and the political system is deliberately a mess to keep people from coming up with solutions and then sticking to those solutions. We had solutions to debt crisis, right? We used to have mandatory debt limits. We used to have, yes, they were used against women poorly, but throwing out the baby with the bathwater does not fix the problem, okay? Changing the bankruptcy laws to favor the banks so they can go in and take people's property did not fix the problem. It just exacerbated the credit problem where banks deliberately loan.
To be fair, and I say this as somebody who, remember, calls myself the recovering feminist, the women who were petitioning saying this is destroying us, this is killing us, we can't get out on our own when the system goes bad or when we lose our relatives, did not say to give the power to the banks. This is what the government did as a response to them. So it's, complicated.
But the feminist movement, like a lot of movements, is full of blind followers. They just
it absolutely is.
Yeah.
But my point is, a lot of these women who were used for this change, they had legitimate beef where they were being completely screwed and they were taken advantage of in their moment of weakness.
Yeah. But you got to remember, it wasn't just the government, okay? Remember that the unions one of the biggest investors in America. Okay, the vast majority of money in BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street comes from union pension funds. Okay.
Yeah, and the unions historically have been run by the mob. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry, did I say that?
They were created by Marxists. Okay, they are avid, power hungry. Don't give a damn about the people. More power to me. Look at Keir Starmer. Look at all of them. They absolutely have such disdain for the common man, particularly if they're old, because you're a burden to the state. You're in the way of our healthcare program. It's like, what?
Nobody likes Keir Starmer. Absolutely nobody.
This, by the way, is part of why I'm so adamant on I don't want a full government healthcare system, because I'm sorry. It's not a question of is it going to treat the people well now? What's it going to do down the line as power changes and money changes hands or money value changes? When is it going to start rationing? And the difference between private and government when they ration is in private, you have other options. In government, you don't.
The whole thing, okay, here's the thing that I look at, right? And it does seem to work on some level, but it needs fixing. If you have government for the bottom 20% funded by a broader tax, it works. But it has to have competition. Without competition, it becomes corrupt. You look at Google. I'm sorry. Without competition, Google became corrupt. Without competition, a certain company, which we won't mention, YouTube, became corrupt.
Well, here's the other issue with that whole situation, too, is I've looked at this over and over. Look at what happened with Charlie Gard. There were hospitals around the world, governments and private, going, we will take this kid in. We will take care of him. We will save him. We'll give him the life-changing medicine that you say you can't afford to do at this hospital. The hospital literally physically kept the parents from taking him and starved him to death in the hospital. That was in England a couple decades ago.
Yeah, not the NHS shiny moment. Yeah.
Now, he's right. Now, here's the conundrum you run into here. What if you got a system in place that figured that out already and buys up all the competition, no matter how many, competitors you have in a certain field, which is what the government's done.
That's why single payer is an even worse idea.
That's why single payer is the worst system ever, because even if it's good today, it'll eventually become corrupt tomorrow.
Yeah.
There was a
It'll
book
eventually
written.
run out of money.
Here.
Because you'll have people coming in for nail clippers. You'll have people just keep voting themselves more wages and more privileges. I'm sorry. You look at the English system. One of the things that broke healthcare in England was the constant pay rises by nurses, twice the rate of inflation.
Here's a couple issues with that. And I'm going to go into a book that was written that got people claimed was an attack on Obama and Obamacare. It had nothing to do with him. It was written before he was even in office. But there's a book that was written called Duty to Die, which was about when governments decide they can no longer afford to keep the people alive and they control all healthcare.
Oh, Lamb, we were so proud in that moment.
It's a very good book, actually, and it's very deep and very insightful. Now, we go into this, and yes, there is that issue with buying up companies and jacking the prices. There's also the issue of almost every single government healthcare system in this world has price fixations that are so low they do not even get the money back that they spend on making the meds in those countries. So what they do to compensate for that is they jack the prices on us in the U.S.
Yes. Yeah. Another thing.
We're subsidizing the rest of the world's healthcare right now.
Yes. Yeah, I was also going to say healthcare would be a lot cheaper if it wasn't for the fact you have all these college kids walking out of college and demanding six-figure wages.
Yeah.
And it's not just in healthcare, but the healthcare is the biggest one where you have the most people on six-figure wages. You have people walking at starting wages of $76,000. What's the average wage? When the average wage is what, 30, 20? A lot of people are on 20, but, it's between 20 and 35.
Yeah, Brett Cooper had a real good video about Gen Z and how they're just going through college and the lockdowns are happening and everything's online. It's like they have no social skills. They don't know how to. They'll be texting people sitting 2 feet away.
Millennials are the richest generation. They have the highest average income. They have the highest average wealth. They have and yes, they have 3% of millennials compared to 1% of every other generation
Mhm.
are extremely wealthy.
Mhm.
The millennials are the richest generation, and they're also the most whiny and.
No, they're not the most whiny. Not even
No,
close.
no, no.
No, the youngest millennials and then Gen Z and Alpha. That's the
Yeah.
whiny
Oh,
bunch.
yeah.
The older half of the millennial generation were raised like Gen X, and we don't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah, true.
Okay, but I'm just saying the millennials. Maybe it's just the perception that because we are now getting the last millennials are coming out of college.
I mean, they're really
No,
not even hard to-
actually, really, the last millennials, most of them have been out of college a few years at this point. The millennials were supposed to end at the year 2000.
Well,
so it's
no,
like we're not the little kids anymore. But everyone's still acting like
but the thing is, they're saying that Wall Street Journal said that there are still millennials in about a small number of millennials are still in college, but it's for the first time it's decreasing.
Yeah. Well,
because a lot of millennials have multiple degrees and they stay in colleges. They stay in college the longest.
A lot of degrees take 8 to 12 years, so there's always going to be some people that are in there longer.
It's the first time millennials in college are going down.
One sec, before I forget what I was trying to say.
No,
millennial generation is mostly not the high-tech coddled generation. Most of the people say are millennials are actually Gen Z, and most of the people who are being called alphas in school are actually Gen Z. They're like trying to shift the whole generation over. And the thing is, Gen Alpha has only been around a few years. You're talking the earliest grades are the only ones that are in the school systems.
Yeah.
When they start bitching about Gen Alpha's cooked in the school system, and they start talking about kids that are in 4th to 8th to 12th grade, that's Gen Z. That's not Alpha. And just like most of these people that people are bashing on as these really entitled kids right now are right at that barrier line from millennial to Gen Z and Gen Z. And so, yes, there is an entitlement group in millennial generation. I have bitched about them for decades. Yeah. But most of us in the millennial generation were pre-high technology. We were 80s, early 90s, and we were out walking around in the woods with Gen X.
I thought up until 85 was X.
Well, actually, 85 isn't.
No, okay.
Gen X was the short generation that they put between baby boomers and millennials, and it was 65 to 80.
I think it's the
I'm July 64. I count myself more Gen X than Boomer.
I think it's the first millennials that are more mature than the later millennials.
But
I mean, some people say, well, the millennials are just as bad. Well, the thing is, I mean, there's a difference between like the younger and the older. I mean, the older are much more mature than the later ones, you know.
I also think that there's a lot of blame on the media for pushing the fact that millennials had to make it by 30, otherwise they'd never make it. You know what I mean? If you weren't rich by 30, you're never going to be rich, you know?
Millennials have been the scapegoats in the media for like almost 25 years now.
No,
and they're still the scapegoats.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm talking about the pressure.
So society, the media, the news, they make everything about millennials. When there's issues with the millennial generation. It's not worse than the one coming up below us. It's not. There's issues with it, but there's also what they call the lost generation, which is the last 5 years of Gen X and the first 5 years of the millennial generation, 76 through 85.
Which they often call Gen Y.
Which isn't Gen Y. Gen Y is the millennials, actually. That is, but the lost generation, we don't fit in either generation. We were raised mostly in the Gen X culture, but we were emerging technology in the new generation coming in. And the people that fall in that little bubble don't tend to fit with Gen X or millennials at all. We tend to be our own generation.
Yeah.
I mean, my upbringing, I have more in common with the kids in the 50s. You know, I mean, cable is something people have when you're way out in the boonies and can't get a signal.
So I didn't have shit for anything.
Vanessa,
my grandparents had cable because they're Oklahoma Panhandle.
Well, you know it's really weird, and I is how cable suppressed technology and how generations of people got so used to cable that they didn't even consider anything else, you know. And that it became a generational thing, you know. Oh, our house always had cable, you know. It's like every generation has had that, and I think the millennials is. I do think a lot of them did start with the tech boom, basically saying that it was going to, you know, a lot of them got rich off the tech boom. Wages were ridiculous with the tech boom. You saw what happened in the 80s and 90s with California, particularly, where wages went from 19,000 to 190,000 in 10 years in jobs that basically are still just basically what you would call process workers, right? You're not making high technology. Yes, the company makes high technology, but your job, whether you're in a tech company or anywhere else, is a lever puller, right?
Well, I'd say it depends on the type of tech.
Yeah. But just
because my husband's an avionic engineer. He designs the technology for planes.
No, I'm talking about
I'm
talking about the process workers at the level going from $19,000 to $190,000, even though they have no technical skills or whatever. And then a few years later, the company gets put out of business because the robot factory in China does it for 10 cents. You know, they can't compete. But the big tech boom did destroy a lot of jobs, and millennials were the first victims of those job cuts because they were also the first victims of the wage spike. Yes, it's great to get a wage rise, but then you get a price rise.
Yes, taxes increase. Yes, everything around it increases.
And should we discuss the real estate prices in California?
Making more money too, because when you're making more money, when shit happens to you, when your life falls apart, when you go into debt because of medical hell and stuff, nobody will help you, and no system will help you because you're considered too much income. So it doesn't matter if you're losing like $200,000 a year in medical bills and damage done to you and all this shit. No one will help you.
Exactly. I mean, I'll tell you in a second. The insurance companies don't care if you're like like that. I mean, if you've got like only like 6 months to live, and you say, okay, if you give us like all this money, we'll extend your life to 3 months. But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the insurance companies are a freaking sham. Yeah. Anyways, yes, please.
They are.
They are. But you got to remember. The government is in the business of revenue, not in the business of serving the people.
I'd still rather have my private insurance any day over going back into IHS.
Yeah. Look, I don't think we'll ever come up with a perfect system, but I do think that the best system so far that anybody's come up with is a flat single tax, a cap on spending, and saying, yes, you've got to say that if somebody's got 6 months to live, I'm sorry, the best we can do is painkillers. You know, I really think
no.
No,
there are treatments of a lot of. I have been given life caps where they said you've got 6 months to live multiple times, and treatments got me out of it and kept me alive. No, you cannot just say, oh, you've got so many months to live, you're dead. My dad was told that he had less than 2 years when I was 2 years old.
At what point, though, are you going to spend million? At what point? You know, some people, maybe there is a cure, but I'm just saying there's got to be some point where there has to be some sort of sensible system we can come up with that says at some point we're not going to spend millions of dollars on one patient and give him 9 heart transplants and be damned where those hearts come from or who didn't get their heart because there's an imbalance, so many imbalances in the system that are causing problems that are driving up the cost.
There is a difference between somebody their body rejects organ transplants, it doesn't work and stuff like that, versus going, well, your health sucks, so we're just not going to pay for you die. And that's unfortunately what these government health cares usually do is don't want to pay for you die.
Yeah, the Obama death panels, which they still refuse to acknowledge exist.
Well, the guy on Johnny Joy Brown, Jones on Fox News said having to deal with the VA is a prime example. When you go to the VA, you're not getting good care. You're not getting bad. You're getting government care.
Oh, it's bad care. I'm going to argue that.
It's what the government doles out. You know?
Yeah, the problem is, and you guys are hitting all around it.
But a lot of it is a lot of paperwork so that you will go away.
Yeah, that's
The problem is you've got a system set up in this country where it's pay to play.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah,
unfortunately,
Yeah.
in order for it to work, you can't have everybody in on the dime. I mean, you can only can have a select few, and that it.
Yeah,
I agree. It does need to change.
It's like you think it's expensive now. Wait till it's free. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because nothing's free.
And everyone their fucking uncles are jumping on you.
You have specialists who charge $200,000-$300,000 for their specializations, just to tell you that there's no treatment for you. You know what I mean? You know, you're gonna put.
I have absolutely seen rationed care both in VAs and IHS, where they will tell you they're not paying for your medical. I have literally had doctors who diagnosed my medical conditions get in my face while I'm in medical duress, telling me I'm faking because the funds were missing. So it absolutely is an issue. It's not common, and it's not commonly talked about, and it's hard to prove when it happens. But it absolutely does happen. I also grew up in IHS system where we had people in the reservations in the middle of the desert who would hike 100 miles through the desert to get to a VA hospital because they were better. That should tell you something right there.
Sorry.
So yes, there's absolutely issues, and the VAs need improvement severely. IHS needs improvement severely. IHS is better than it was when I was a child, but it still needs improvement severely.
Without opening a can of worms, simple question, yes or no. Is there too much regulation on, say, food and maybe, and stuff? Maybe there is, but I also think that there's not enough regulations in the healthcare industry. There's not enough enforcement of regulations or standards in the healthcare industry. And now we're seeing that there's also not enough enforcement of regulations or standards in the airline industry.
I don't think it's I don't think it's too much and not enough. I think it's like just all in the wrong place.
Yeah, I was going to say there's regulations we really need to increase in when it comes to food and medicine production and stuff like that. Including, let's stop adding 5 tons of things we know kill the pancreas to diabetic medicine. How about
other regulations? Get the hell out of there.
That's
what we're hoping Bobby Kennedy to start doing because he's.
Why do we
one
need
sec, guys. But do you guys know what the Just Label It movement is?
No.
Vaguely.
Just Label It movement is a movement that says we are tired of the government picking which foods and which medicines and which processes are legal or not. What we want is let people decide what they're willing to do to their bodies, but everything should be very detailed labels. You can't have hidden ingredients. You can't have hidden chemical processes. Tell people what it is and let them fucking decide for themselves.
Yeah.
That's
my belief structure.
Yeah. Hold on. Before I go, just another simple question, right? Now, why do we need a 900-page, pretty much mandatory, like water and stuff like that, when we had perfectly good systems? We have too much regulation, I agree, in some areas and not enough in others, but it also comes down to the lack of enforcement. How do you get the people to hold the government accountable when the people are so divided that they think their side is perfect?
You don't. You can't.
And see, this is the thing is when I criticize these, I come from the point of I grew up in IHS and government healthcare. I grew up in a very big Native family with a lot of military family, helping them deal with the VAs. I grew up in a family where my grandfather, my grandmother, several other people worked for the VAs for long periods. I grew up in a system where my mom worked with the VAs for a while, where my family is full of military on both sides. And I've seen both the good and bad of it, and I do think it needs fixed. I don't think it's automatically an evil process, but God, some of the shit they put people through is the most ridiculous bullshit that should never happen. Why the fuck did my brother's friend that he served with have to wait almost a year on wait lists to get a prosthetic leg because they would not give him it unless they x-rayed his non-existent leg that got blown off?
Paperwork.
This is ridiculous.
I know.
No, again, it comes down to budgets.
And that's typical VA. Yeah, right there.
And yes, he stormed in and slammed the stump on the edge of the table and said, "X-rays this bitch," and flipped them off.
Yeah.
He was
Here's
pissed.
here's the thing. It does come down to budgets, and these people, when they're looking at budgets, the first thing they look at is their pay rise. I'm sorry. But most people in healthcare are not there for care. I do not honestly see. I see plenty of decent doctors, but I also see the doctors who just walk around and they're with their gold watches and they're driving their fancy BMWs and they're living in
And we
six
also have to
mansions.
fix. We also have to fix this broken education system because it should not cost almost $500,000 for somebody to get a medical license in schooling now, and it does. And those are things we have to fix because that's part of that cost too. But again,
and the insurance.
we need to fix the system. We need to fix the system, but that doesn't mean it's automatically all evil. But why? Growing up in IHS, I have so many horror stories. The reason IHS is law and part of treaties is because there is severe genetic medical damage done to many of the people in the tribes because of medical experimentation on them in the old days. There are generational conditions and medical damages that were caused by this.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was going to say there's also the let's say the chemical downwind because a lot of factories were put on the particularly in Philadelphia were put into poorer areas. And a lot of not saying that were particularly targeted, but a lot of poor people were particularly targeted to basically do the cleanup jobs on these factories without any protective equipment.
So this is why I'm not saying that I think private insurance is amazing or government insurance is always evil. I'm saying I don't want the government to ultimately be able to say, we can't afford you, we're going to let you die. At least when it's in private insurances and not a single payer system, at least have the private option. There are charities that will help people.
The thing is, and I remember during the Clinton era, they were looking at the healthcare costs, and they all agreed the health insurance was going up because the claims were going up in value, and the insurance payouts were going up not just by the hundreds of thousands, but by the millions. Start with the greedy payouts where you pay $10 million to somebody who's not going to even earn $1 million in their lifetime, let's be frank. $10 million to quote unquote punish the company, but it's really just feeding the greedy lawyers. Look at the lawyers, and
let's look at the one who got falsely accused of that's what she was after and became a joke for so long. The woman that sued McDonald's, she sued him for a faulty cup and liquid that was so hot it gave her third-degree burns when the cup failed. She didn't sue for all that money. She just wanted her fucking medical bills. But because the jury went, we want to make an example of them, she became a catchphrase. She became a punchline. She was humiliated at jobs. She was chased out of places. She was treated like shit for something she didn't even do.
No, and again, I said, look at the lawyers. It's not the claimants who are often, but there are now high-profile cases where they are asking for tens of millions of dollars. Now,
the thing that kills that one, even her lawyers didn't ask for that. This was the jury wanted to screw you to McDonald's. That was it.
Yeah, like I said, we got to start with the greedy juries.
Yes,
I don't get why they're greedy. It is greed, but I don't get why. You know what I mean? Where you get the jury who's just so want to hurt these big corporations and get back at them. It's like, bro, show me on this doll where they hurt you.
Because it's a business model. In a business, you have to make profits.
Well,
and the more profits you make.
Part of that too. Sorry, go ahead.
Now, I do understand.
Let him finish
when I did economics. Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, it's a business model. I mean, these lawyers, these judges, they stay afloat if they're making profits. And the problem is you've got people that have become greedy. And they want more of it. And they figured out more loopholes and more ways. They study it all day long. I mean, they know what to look for and what not to.
There's one other issue with this whole situation, too, which is really an epidemic issue situation, which is the fact that because of so many of these businesses have such big coffers, they will just sue the crap out of the people trying to fight against them when they're wrong until they go bankrupt and can't fight them anymore. And so a lot of these juries will try to punitively go after these businesses that they've seen do this to other people. And so the person being given the money isn't the person who deserves it. They're trying to spite them. And I'm not agreeing with it. I'm saying they're trying to spite them because they've watched them destroy this other family. It's like, well, that doesn't help that other family. It doesn't do shit for them.
and the thing is, nor does it help society if you pay out somebody $10 million because the company just turns around and says, it's baked into our high prices. And it helps destroy the competition because insurance is now so high, small businesses can't afford to stay open.
Vanessa, nonprofits, when they're run correctly and they're run actually as nonprofits, are very beautiful things where people are helping each other. They are also very easily corrupted because of the way that the 503C and 503B and those are written in the laws. I have worked with many. I've done a lot of outreach and charity work for years, and some of them are really good, and they really aren't taking profits. They're taking bare minimum pay for people working for it if they get paid, and they're out there to help people. But there are others who are using loopholes to pad things and get giant paychecks from people running it, and they're not really doing things. Autism speaks. Anyway, Red Cross. And they're scumbags, and they're taking most of it for themselves.
150. Yeah. What they say? The Red Cross 6% goes to the charity side. 6%.
Because at the end of the day, no matter how you want to say it, I mean, they can call themselves nonprofit, but there is a business to it to a certain degree.
Okay,
and they're not going to do that for free.
What a nonprofit has to do, you know the difference between gross and net profit, right? That difference is the actual profit, right?
Right.
That actual profit has to be either reinvested in the company or given to another charity. Okay, they can't keep it.
If you're a true charity, you are doing it for free just because you want to help others. But those are few and far between. And the people that are truly generous versus the people who are using the goodwill of others to profit are few and far between. When the MDA started, when the MDA was being run heavily by all the people involved with Jerry Lee Lewis, it was a true nonprofit. They were doing all kinds of good to help people with neuromuscular and neurological conditions. They were an amazing group. They have not been that since they screwed him out of it and cut him out of the telethon years ago. They are absolutely for profit. They are not helping most people with these conditions, and they're not funding much research anymore. They are not the group that they were when my dad was on the telethon with him when I was a child. They're not the same group.
Which is why I say if I'm going to do charity work, I donate to those people directly. I don't go through any of these organizations, and that's just for my peace of mind.
Yeah.
Yes, Vanessa, I do. And I have a lot of issues with the Red Cross and what they've become and the way they manipulate people to get government money. They block other charities from helping events so that they can get all the public attention. They do all kinds of other shit. They actually tried to block charity help when we had our flood here in 2008 from any group that wasn't them. They actually tried to take laws our businesses. They are horrible. The Red Cross
get laws passed to exclude they have people arrested in North Carolina for cleaning up because they weren't, quote unquote, registered with the Red Cross.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a lot of issues with what the Red Cross has become. That does not mean that I have a problem with the people that have worked with them in every level. That does not mean I have a problem with some of the charity work and stuff.
It's not the people, it's the high-ups. The top. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the high-ups and the way that they run things. It's the fact that they literally encourage a lot of their people going out there and working to try to block other charity groups from helping the same people they're helping.
They actually all this shit. I have seen this personally where Red Cross actually trained people to park their cars to block roads.
I've seen it personally when we had both the flood in 2008 and the derecho show in 2020. I've seen it personally here in this city.
They have organizers who get truck deliveries to come through, and then they get the people to come later and parallel park in a zigzag up and down the roads to block the roads.
And Vanessa, I know that, and I actually have a problem with that. The contacting military should always be done through the military, not the Red Cross. And this is a lot of my military family opposes, and they've been protesting it for decades.
Yeah. The Red Cross actually has been caught paying sheriffs to block roads after they come through. They got caught. Yeah, They had a big corruption scandal, and it all blew away in North Carolina because the Biden administration, with a wave of a pen, just sent in FEMA, and FEMA's partner is the Red Cross.
Oh, and by the way, that same thing, send in FEMA and let the Red Cross do it, was done by Trump during the derecho show in 2020 here.
No, I'm not saying that the Trump,
no,
yeah,
I know.
said.
I'm not saying either side's innocent of it or guilty. It's like they've been so in bed with the
I'm
government
just saying
so long.
what happened in North
It's
Carolina
just habit.
was what
The government just goes straight to Red Cross is our partner. They partner with FEMA. FEMA and the Red Cross are everything. And so whoever's in power, they send it to FEMA and the Red Cross.
Yeah.
Well,
FEMA's about to be out of a job soon. They mucked things up so badly.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I've got work to do.
I know. We all got very heated here. We've got to learn to control it. But
yes.
look,
no, it was
apologize.
that was actually a good conversation.
It was a good conversation.
Yeah,
Now,
hey, wow.
Before I go, I have a Kickstarter. I have 0 backers, and I don't think I think I got 28 days left.
Bless them, honestly, for that.
Yeah.
And
I think, a lot of things are working against me.
Have a great day with that, as really, David. And like I said,
Yeah,
I believe in charity. I truly believe in charity. I also believe a lot of what people claim as charity now is just fronts for money laundering.
Oh, absolutely. When I was doing economics, it was basically spelled out to us without spelling out to us how easy it is to rip off the system if you could just start a charity.
And it sucks because there's so many of us who really want to help people, and it's hard to do.
But it's a gravy train for government money and kickbacks. And I'm sorry, this is why I don't like certain companies, because I know what shady business deals they're involved in and the corruption they're involved in. And yet you try to explain to people that Microsoft isn't a private company; it's a government. Same with Amazon; it's a government enterprise. You know, the majority of their revenue is government. You know, Microsoft, the majority of their revenue was government. You know, they got billions of dollars gifted to them. You know, it's so upsetting that when people just say, hey, you know, it's providing jobs, when no, those jobs cost everybody more money, you know,
and they suck, honestly. But this is the thing I try to get into people. We are not a capitalist system. We are a crony capitalist, pseudo-socialist
system. Crony
capitalism. That's a good way to put it.
We always miss you, Wildman.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, because we do, whether people want to admit it or not, we do actually have a few socialist things going on in our culture. Yeah.
Oh, we've got quite a few of them.
It's not just look. The problem isn't whether or not socialism stole a lot of things from the right. You've got to agree with that, right? That socialism doesn't actually have a real system in mind. They just pick from wherever they can to whatever gets them in power and gets popularity.
Yeah.
But the idea of social capitalism, you look around, you want your workplace democratized, they'll just vote for themselves more money like they did in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. You know, or in the Soviet Union where they'll say, oh, we worked hard enough today, we're quitting at 3:00, you know? So you have a hospital that's empty because everybody went home. Now the patients got fed because everybody took the day off.
Nap time in most European countries where they don't give a shit. People aren't getting help. People aren't getting help. Anything. There's no stores. There's no restaurants. Everything for a nap time in the afternoon in a lot of European countries.
Yeah, and the thing is, you also get public servants who take the entire government shuts down for 6 weeks in some countries. There are no services, literally none.
I mean,
oh no, I have to comment on this one. Iowa made record the last couple of years because we have the most out of care bridges of any state, with almost 7,000 not meeting standard for inspection.
Yeah, we do too.
Iowa has the worst number. We were rated the worst in the nation for the last 3 years.
Where are you from?
I'm in Cedar Rapids right now.
Yeah, it's like something I've noticed from stuff that's going on here. It's this has been a corrupt city going back to the Chicago, the Plains.
But Price is right. No, actually,
people will put up with a certain amount.
Chicago of the Plains. This is where all the mobsters went to have their out-of-state meetings from Chicago.
Well,
Alabama's got some
Spear way back in the day took a lot of notes from the Chicago bosses, and he ran Denver like that.
Here's an
people will put up a certain amount of obvious corruption so long as shit's getting done.
There's a large.
We got a lot of stuff down here. We know they were getting kickbacks, but if they're seeing kickbacks, shit ain't getting done. That's when people are getting pissed.
large portion of Cedar Rapids here is still run by a lot of the old mob families. We had a restaurant here for a long time that was a Lighthouse restaurant, which made no sense because this was a coastal company. And it was opened during the old speakeasy stuff with dealing with the government. And it was used as an out-of-state meeting place for all the Chicago mobs. They proudly displayed and framed in their building the places in the walls that were full of bullet holes from old shootouts with the mob families.
Oh, shit.
This building was starting to be investigated for tax fraud and buying government officials in the area. And then all of a sudden, a couple days after this investigation was announced, burned to the ground. This was in 24. All this happened.
Yeah. Now we got a place out here on 38th and called Gaetano's, run by the Smaldone family. The Smaldones they run guns for the mob, and the front it still has the bulletproof door. When someone tried to actually ram the place,
I just found it really interesting because I saw the building before they actually took the trucks to it and flattened it right after the fire, which is not suspect at all.
Yeah.
And the fire marks looked like they were set from outside. Yeah.
But like Gaetano's like, they celebrate the fact that this place was run by the mob. Okay?
That's just Cedar Rapids here. Cedar Rapids here was literally known for decades as Little Chicago. The city was built on the Chicago mobs, literally.
I don't doubt we had some down here in Birmingham. Probably. I know we had what was called the Dixie Mafia.
Yeah.
We've got a city called Birmingham.
This is
the Dixie Mafia was
what
around.
Have you witnessed? What have you seen? Oh God, I've seen a lot of shit. Oh, many things, from reservations to military to all this Job Corps stuff to mobs and city corruption and
anybody here remember
missions and helping with disabled children and other stuff and dealing with charity work and rebuilding and all that. I've done it all. I'm a crazy bitch.
Anybody here remember Buford Pusser?
Oh yeah.
Yep, Dixie Mafia on the Tennessee
real
border.
guy.
Yeah,
the real guy.
Yeah, there was a big mafia presence down here in the South back in the day.
Well, so
this is the
as
thing,
far
is
as Britain goes,
going,
like the reason why the mafia stayed out of Britain for so long because the craze was that scary.
Do people think that the mobs have gone away, or do they think they've rebranded and these families are just running some legit businesses so that they're not shut down?
Yeah.
No,
because you do realize there's restaurants all over the country that are owned and run by the Capones.
They were mobs. They were.
No, they never died out.
No.
Business models just changed.
How many states have I visited? Oh, God, let me think about this a sec here.
They changed with the times.
I've been to 33 of the states so far, and I'll be to a few more in a couple days.
It's a reason why in the 70s and 80s they went from, the more traditional Godfather style to the selling cocaine and drugs and weapons and stuff.
Well, that and also trying to compete with the Mexican mobsters and gangs. So
they're fucking nuts. It's
Yep.
You don't name those ones on air because they listen for people to say their names.
Yeah.
And they will hunt you down.
Well,
so we will refrain from that.
Yeah. So it's like I don't name certain people because I know better. I'm not stupid. I know there are symbols they put on undercarriages of cars, tiny little symbols that signal to other drivers going by that that's a mobster's vehicle.
Oh God.
And I've seen these symbols, and I've seen when the people with contrary symbols start clashing in traffic. How many states have I lived in? 9. I've lived in 9 states.
I think it's where I lived in, as in going back.
How the hell did he get a Cartoon. I want a cartoon avatar like that. VTuber cartoon avatar. That's pretty cool.
Fatal, talk to him.
Yeah.
Get that VTuber thing going here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now let's see. Born in Texas, then we moved to Kansas when I was a baby.
Damn it.
This is a long.
Then we moved to up here when I was 3. That's when I turned 3.
Andrew Wilson.
This is a long thing. It's complicated, but there's things I agree and disagree with. Obviously, 9. By the way, 9. But yeah, out of the states I've technically actually lived in, the most populous per square mile is Iowa. I'm a rural chick. But I have been through all kinds of states. I've been through most of the major cities. I've dealt with people all over the place. And yeah, I try to interact with people as much as I can for my medical issues. With my medical issues and growing up as fucked broke as I was, it's not always easy, but I do my best too. Because I want to experience more places, go more places, see more culture, see more life, see more nature, do more things that help me understand other people's situations and scenarios. Education's power, and that includes interacting with people. He can't talk right now, Wildman. He's at work and he can't be on mic at that workplace. Hopefully he'll be able to go home soon and actually hang out more.
Agreed indeed.
There's
anime. We've been kind of rambling.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to run a game, it'll be somebody else because I can't get it to work. So.
I've been listening and everything. I just been listening.
We love you, anime.
I brought the giant chibi out for this one, anime.
You know, in chibi form, she still breaks ceilings. That's impressive.
She's a giant chibi. I mean, it's kind of oxymoronic, but that's the joke.
Somewhere I have to actually find it. I actually did draw a chibi version of the Martini Glass pinup girl.
Ooh.
I just don't know where the book I drew it in is.
What is it, chibi or chibi? I call it chibi. Is it chibi?
Whichever. I pronounce it the way that it'll come out of my lips. I mean,
yeah.
I know I try to pronounce things correctly, but I have nerve damage in my lip. I'm doing good to speak right most of the time.
Okay. So Shane can use the VTuber, but he can't wait.
By the way, when I start doing Tourette's story time, this is going to be the first book.
Oh no!
Do you know what this is? This was just written very recently.
Ooh.
This is behind the scenes stuff in a novel written about the 4 college students murdered a few years ago in Idaho.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, that's actually where my husband went to college. We have friends interwoven in that university. So this is personal. I'm going to read this first because the families of the victims gave this a good review. So I'm delving into it as my first one. I've been trying to record Tourette's story time, but I have to record it when I'm not so ticky that I won't get a word out. And I have to do a lot of trying to edit and stuff, and I'm not great with technology, and being sick for weeks, it's just been struggling.
Goes on tight.
Yeah, man.
So this, when I get back from my trip, meeting up with the gnome, I'm going to start recording this for videos. Tourette's story time is just going to do the entire story chapter by chapter in videos. It is small chapters written to compact the information easily. And it is how many here? 60 chapters plus prologue, epilogue, and some extra info. Nice. So that'll be a nice set of videos I can just program to go post themselves every so often, right?
Cool.
And so, yeah, that's going to be starting Tourette's story time.
Yeah, I've had a dry cough for 2 days too.
That's complex, but yeah. I am exhausted. I have been sick for weeks.
I don't know what this stuff is, but man, it hit me 2 or 3 days ago. And
God, I hate that tick. I tick and I slap myself in the lungs and it makes me cough and it hurts me.
oof.
I hate that one so bad.
Trying to slap the shit out of your lungs there.
I'm not contagious. It was a mild flu. I just ended up with an infection in the sinus and lungs, and I've been sick for weeks. I'm not contagious. I've gotten all the tests to make sure I'm not contagious with anything.
No COVID, just
Because
no flu.
I'm not, and the flu's already long past contagion, and I'm just lingering stuff anyways. But I was gonna make sure that was the case before I go meet up with the cancer survivor, you know, because I don't want to give the gnome an infection that could make him sicker.
Yeah. He is the very definition of compromised.
Well, so am I, which makes it fun. I mean, but yeah, I get to meet up with the gnome. I get to meet up with Lydian.
Cool.
And we are picking him up in Ohio to get the hotel and then to go see Drew and stuff together on Friday.
Can actually give him hell in person. You know?
Yes, he's flying down from Canada to meet up with me to go to see Drew Lynch and stuff together.
That sounds like
Lydia, you still there? I still wish you'd wear this hat at the show.
That evil laugh implies some funny
I
things.
bought gnome hats. I bought gnome hats. I'm terrible.
By the way, this Friday's my birthday.
Oh, well, yeah.
I can't believe how that it's this Friday. I'm actually nervous. And yes, it'll be the 33rd birthday, not the 32nd like last year. That was damn, that was the confusion. I'm still not living that down. That confusion. Thankfully the thumbnail will be a bit better and more understanding.
It says something about you that you can't even remember your own fucking age.
I'm getting old. Leave me alone.
No, you're not. You're a leap year baby. You're not even 10 yet.
I can't believe you went there. Now I have no rebuttal against that. Damn it.
Hey. Anime? Is this like mutant skin? Because I don't even hardly have wrinkles when I scrunch up my face.
It's like, don't make me pull rank here. No.
Is this like mutant skin?
No.
Why do I have no wrinkles?
Because you aged
probably a native thing.
You aged more gracefully than another redhead.
Called check with your mother. There's probably a
redhead
somewhere that looks hideous.
Oh,
he's taking a cheap shot at somebody who, let's just call her the random monkey.
Yep. And every time she scrunches, you actually see the wrinkles. Unlike Rosetta, who has the better genetics. That's it.
I have to start doing skin treatments though, because I am albino, and middle age for albino is dangerous for a lot of skin conditions. Wildman, I'm 41. I'm 41.
Oh, Vanessa Kitty has you beat. Vanessa Kitty has you beat.
Yay! Hello there.
Yeah, I'll be 37 later this year.
That's why I dragged Bob into this group, because I wanted somebody in this group to be older than me most of the time. I can't believe I'm 41. Why has 41 been harder for me to accept than 40 was?
The only age I really ever kind of freaked about was 23 for some reason, and I don't understand why.
I have had several freak out dates, but that's because of those timers the doctors keep giving me. Every time I hit one of the years, they say, you're not going to live past this year. My brain freaks out.
Ooh.
And they told me I wasn't going to live past 40 to 41. So.
Ooh.
God, that must be a ball buster.
23 is common twink death. Twink death?
Oh boy.
I'm not familiar with it. What is twink death?
Don't. Let's not.
Stay innocent, huh?
Actually, for me, it was 27 because of the dreaded 27 club. And I'm like, great. So how's my 27th going to go?
That's only if you're a rich rock star with too many drugs and too much money.
Let's put it to you this way. When I was very little, I grew up in abject third world poverty dealing with tribal shit. By the time I was 22, I was married with my husband having the professional avionic career and having our own house. So I crawled my way out. But it was not easy at all to get out of that kind of upbringing. But I'm here, bitch. Fuck you.
He's not entirely wrong because
he's
yeah,
not wrong.
Kinda.
He is not wrong.
Do you know why I do dye this, even though it's clearly the same color as the other stuff? I dye my hair as close to my natural color as I can get, but I do dye it for a couple reasons. One, because albino hair, when the sun hits, it turns into a melted calico of watery and white-looking splotches. Two, because I started going very, very gray at the age of 23. And if this grows out, most of my roots are gray.
Actually, that's a thought. I mean, I think there's this new shampoo where if you keep on using it, it'll make
Fish Chozo.
Go away.
I have very gray hair. And look, I'm nothing against having gray hair, but I am not ready to accept myself as that old yet.
Not that soon, yeah.
Give it a few more years, and they'll reverse the aging process.
I'll let it go at some point, but it has to be completely gray so I don't get those weird calico spots from the sun to being a nature photographer. But it's also because I was literally had more gray hair than my mother when I was 26. So my gray hairs are not white. They are freaking metallic silver. They are bright and they glitter weird in the sun. But yeah, I know that by my 23rd birthday, I was finding quite a few gray hairs. From what I can tell, I was probably going gray by the time I was in college.
Considering your childhood and everything, we can blame a lot of that on post-traumatic stress.
Probably partly. But it's like, I don't want to be gray yet. It's vain, I know, but it is what it is. But this is my natural color, is this dark red.
Just requires a bit of assistance these days.
I'm just preserving my color.
We're maintaining the natural habitat, okay?
I love when they always go, carpets matching drapes. It's like, actually on most redheads, no. Most redheads, our eyebrows, our eyelashes, and the lower hair are all different colors. My husband has very dark brown hair and a fucking orange beard, naturally.
Ginger.
The Celt in him's a little interesting. He's a very weird mix of partially ginger, partly brunette. He's got freckles like all hell, though, and the brightest fucking blue eyes I swear I've ever seen in my life. And I am sorry, there is something about staring into those deep blue eyes while playing Connect the Freckles is so much fun. Look, I have dated a lot of guys, and out of the guys I dated, less than a handful were actually white. I'm not used to blue eyes until my husband, okay? Most of the guys I dated were Native, Black, Hispanic, Asian. I dated the rainbow, mostly the dark side of the rainbow.
So I imagine those Skittles commercials are really kind of, take a different turn on you.
I get that, Vanessa. Like I said, for me, if I don't dye it, it's not just being gray. It's I work as a nature photographer, and when the sun hits albino hair, it splotches, it melts, it turns calico. It is horrible. It is ugly. It looks like my face is melting. And as much as I can try, and as much as I can wear hats and use SPF protectant, it's going to get through. And it's bad. It looks so horrible. So it's like, I'd rather just dye it.
The technology's in place. There's hardly a woman on this planet that has her natural hair color anyway. So
my granny was a different set of things because she was a brunette her whole life. And when she went gray, she started doing henna rinse reds. Oh, they didn't look right on her. I loved her to pieces, but she did not look good as a henna rinse. We were glad when she quit doing it. We were glad. But it's like, we love you, Granny, but stop it. So I got to this point where I just went, well, I'll just dye it my natural color or as close as I can get. And I still look like myself. And I won't look like a calico. You know? Being a nature photographer is very weird for an albino. It's a really, really weird life. But yeah, I found out from the doctors when they started going, no, you've got an albinism. It's like, but I thought I was supposed to have pale hair and eyes. They're like, that's only in some types. Okay, go on. They said, actually, with the milder forms that are common in native culture, most of the people with it have red hair. And I'm saying, oh, okay, let's continue. It's like, go on, because you're starting to make sense here. They said, one of the main signs of this form of albinism, which is like this weird number code albinism case, so blah, 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 blah type. They did not give these things good names. And one of the main signs of this is they say when they test your eyes for your retina color and your retina's reaction to light, you will have dark colored eyes, but they do not go all the way back. It's like your eyeball color is just like this thin layer on top of white, which mine is. It does not recede all the way back like it's supposed to. And behind that, the retina is hyper blonde and white, even though the hair is dark. And your eyes don't absorb light correctly, so everything's super bright to you. I'm like, wait. This is literally the diagnosis I had for my eye sensitivities when they did all the testing on them when I was 15. And they're going, yeah. And they're going, okay, wait. So when did you guys discover this? And okay, the type of albinism, most of the subclassifications of albinism were discovered between 2012 and 2022. So they didn't know that that's what this was when I was diagnosed with it as a kid.
Our genetics fun.
My eyes are very, very weird. Most of the time they look like this cross between yellow and black. Not brown, yellow and black. It's like really, really black pools with bits of yellow specks. But my eyes do something that a very small percentage of the populations do. They change color with my mood like a mood ring. And if I get really, really pissed, they will actually be redder than my fucking hair.
Are mood rings a thing anymore?
Oh yeah, they still exist. Mostly in more like places like Hot Topics and emo shit.
That's from my childhood. God. Yeah.
They've never gone away completely.
Yeah. Oh,
so it's like literally like I have mood ring hair and eyes, but my eyes especially change color. My mom's eyes change color. My mom is the Celtic woman. She has very, very bright blue eyes. Bright, soft blue. So not dark blue, light blue, bright. Until she gets devious. And then they turn into fucking emerald green. And we as kids always knew if mom's eyes are green, run like hell. My dad always changed the saying to when Irish eyes are smiling, they're usually up to something. Oh, I always did that to my dad, Vanessa. My dad, the native guy, brown everywhere, hair, eyes, everything brown. Dad, we all know you're full of shit. Look at you. That's terrible, right? We still did it. We all did it.
Well, yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. He called my mom Casper, my friendly ghost. So it's like, no, my eyes most of the time will look pretty much black. If they get really orange or bright sparkly, that's when I'm feeling playful and devious. And when they get really red and really bright, run like fuck.
Yeah. Don't look back. Lot's wife fared better.
And the thing I've noticed what it is, when they turn red, you can see through them. They actually look like albino eyes. That clear red that you get with the high albinism. That's what my eyes do when I'm pissed.
Little bunny rabbit eyes. Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's odd. So I talked to the doctors and they went, yeah, it's about 1% of the population. Their eyes will change color with their mood. It's like, why is it every weird thing that happens to 1% or less of the population seems to want to happen? Fuck off. It's really crazy, but it's like, okay, so I got that going for me. I mean, it could be worse. I'm allergic to my own fucking tears. That's a lot weirder. I mean, yeah. But it's just one of those weird things that it just cracks me up. But yeah, red eyes, generally, if you see somebody whose eye color is red and it's not contacts, you can see the actual eye around it. That is extreme albinism. That is full cases where everything's gone albino, including the eyes and hair and everything.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting look.
Just ask you to winter. Okay.
Not really, no. Other than you're more sensitive to the sun and stuff like that. The medical side effects are minor, usually. The problem with the albinism issues I had was nobody knew it was albinism when I was growing up. So they all just said, she's too fucking pale. She can't be his kid. Wait a minute. I mean, yeah, my dad was a dark native guy, but I fucking look like him in his side of the family, except for the skin color. And I had really weird, rare medical conditions I inherited from him and the medical stuff from the tribe. So it's like...
And a twisted sense of humor.
Well, that could be my mother too, honestly.
That's true, yeah.
But it's like, so obviously, I'm so his daughter. But no, I remember vividly how many people would whisper and point or say loudly for us to hear, oh, she can't possibly actually be his kid. Come here. Here. But it was, there's things where you get diagnosed and it really doesn't change anything much medically because there's no real treatments other than the stuff you're already doing to keep those parts of your body healthier. That's the albinism. It's not different. I haven't changed because I have it. I still have to be wary of the sun. I still have to be wary of all these conditions that occur at middle age from being light sensitive and pale. It really hasn't changed much. All the things that are medical symptoms like the eyes and stuff, we already knew all this since I was a child. So medically, it changed pretty much nothing for me getting diagnosed. Mentally, it helped me understand myself, so I didn't feel as much of a freak in my family.
Now they relied on other aspects that reinforced that one.
Technically speaking, I have 3 siblings, so yes and no, but that's complicated. But 3 siblings, and then me. Technically speaking, with how sick my dad was, he shouldn't have been having kids. So the fact that mom had me and my sister is really good. But it was her relationship with dad before they figured out all his muscular dystrophy and stuff like that. That's when they had the kids. By the time they started figuring out how sick he really was, they quit. But in that time, those first few years of marriage, they had 2 kids and 2 miscarriages.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So as my parents were active, and I have a feeling they would have had many more kids if his health had been okay with it.
Wait a minute. Oh, you're saying that the doctor says, oh, you shouldn't have kids if you're not well. I mean, who the hell are they to decide like you shouldn't have kids or not?
No, this was my parents stopped because they felt there was a moral issue with continuing to keep having children when the medical issues were really bad, when the physically should not be capable of, and when it was causing a lot of miscarriages because they felt it wasn't fair to the kids that they weren't surviving.
All right. Same thing happened to my grandmother. I mean, I don't think I should be saying this, but it happened, you know.
And it's like, so I understand the argument. Let him try. At the same time, I had one, and that's all I really needed to have to never want to go through that again. And I didn't even know at the time when I had the miscarriage. I didn't know till years later, and they were removing a polyp, and there was pieces of a kid that passed built into the uterus wall from it. So that was enough for me. I didn't want to keep trying, you know? Aw, Fire, I'm sorry. I hope you're doing okay with that. Yeah, we all have decisions and things we have to do in life and ways we have to interact with each other in life. And we just have to do the best we can do. I'm not going to have kids. I don't produce the eggs. I have such horrible health. And honestly, it would be so expensive to even try to help me have kids. It's not worth putting myself and kids through that.
The thing is, I've always wanted to be a dad, but I don't think I'm actually responsible enough to be fair. I mean, it'd be nice to have like a nice little family of my own, but it's one of those things, you know.
Honestly, with how scatterbrained and autistic I am, and all my medical issues, I don't think it'd be fair to a kid to be with me full time, anyways. Plus, with the Tourette's, I don't need to be ticking "fuck you" to a baby. I mean.
Because what's the kid gonna do first day kindergarten?
Walk right up like Robin Williams' son and go, "Fuck you."
Yeah. Yeah, Tommy, come to the work, show your work. Fuck you. What?
So this is what I know what happened with my whole situation. I was having this whole scare where things weren't functioning the way they should have right after we got married. At this time, I was barely 23. And I wasn't having functions correctly. Nothing was happening correctly. And then there was a lot of pain and it was done. All the tests the doctors did, pregnancy and all that came out inconclusive or negative. Nothing was coming out correctly. Nothing was testing well. It was frustrating. It was annoying. And then it was over. And it was over. Fine. I left it alone. And then I hit 30. And my whole body was rejecting things. And I was going through cystic bleed outs, all this and stuff. And what they found out was the polyp, the tumor that had developed from the cystic condition, was literally that the body had just built cysts on top of the fetus miscarriage that had been absorbed. So it created this giant polyp of cysts that was the baby. So.
No, bitch.
That'll make you rethink your choices.
That's a shocking thing to go through. And that one it was medically hell for over a year. It was stressful. There were surgeries, there's treatments, there's hormone therapies, which I still have to do every couple months now. And I don't want to ever go through that again. I don't ever want to feel that feeling again or find out something like that again.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it. And so when these guys on the fake side of the manosphere are constantly cracking jokes about the Wall's undefeated, all women should have kids and stuff, it's like, fuck off.
Yeah.
I understand the sentiment of a lot of women are damaging themselves by avoiding relationships and children, but don't say stupid shit like that to women you don't know. You don't know the situation. I wanted to be a mama. I was told when I was 15 I wasn't going to be able to. I still tried for a while, but it is what it is. I think I would have been a good mother.
Oh, yeah. Been one crazy kid, but yeah. Especially all of us uncles and aunts.
I actually do get that fire. I was always that person. I never cried at funerals. I never went through much mourning or any of that. I was the stoic one everyone thought was almost creepy. Well, I was. I didn't cry. I didn't cry from basically memory existing until I was in my mid-30s. And then it broke. I did not cry through my grandfather's funeral, but it gutted me. And I lost my grandfather and several family members and all this stuff in a very short period of time. And I was going through medical, and mom was going through her therapy, and I was being put timers on my life and being told, you're not going to live long. You're not going to live long. And this was 2019.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I had never cried in my memory. I mean, I scream, react, but no tears, no crying. That never happened in my life until December of 2019, where I'm sitting with a group after we bashed this troll on a stream. I'm sitting with this group talking and streaming, and we're laughing and joking, and all of a sudden I just broke down sobbing and couldn't stop. And they ended the stream, and we went backstage. And it took about 6 hours for them to get me to stop crying. And that's when all these old memories and all these old events in my childhood started coming back out. It was, my brain was tired of repressing. It was done.
Yeah, you can only suppress for so long, it's going to come out.
So now I have a battle with it because I found out because of that I'm allergic to my own tears. I didn't know that before because I never cried. So now if I start crying, I have to sit here and like douse allergy drops into my eyes constantly while I'm crying. So I won't actually have my whole face break out in hives and my eyes turn into huge golf balls. And it broke. And I cry now. I've never been the same stoic girl since. I miss the stoic girl. I liked when I didn't cry or react. I don't like being emotional. Fucking sucks rocks.
Yeah.
I get yelled at by the gnome because I tell him I'd rather repress things again. I know it's not healthy, but I liked it. I mean, is that terrible? Is that terrible, guys? I like repressing shit. What sucks is you've convinced yourself that this was what happened in these events, and the memories come out, and you go, I'm imagining it. I'm making it up in your head. And you start looking at your body, and the things you're remembering in that memory that's surfacing match with all these weird scars you have that you never knew where came from.
Now you know.
Fuck. Right? I had a complete snap. I went to my uncle's funeral. This was just before my dad passed. And that fucking priest. That church, I swear, that Catholic church, I would not shed a tear for if something happened to him. And this priest was sitting there trying to shame us in the back of the funeral for not coming forward and joining the Catholic services part during the fucking funeral. Come here, bitch. Let me teach you something about respect. First of all, I am not there for you to try to force your religion down my fucking throat. I'm there for a family member I love dearly.
Thinking if I was right in the thing, be okay. Stand up. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Fuck you, and walk out.
It's also the reason we were in the back to begin with. Isn't just because we disagree with Catholic rites and services.
Yeah,
it's because we're allergic to the fucking incense and shit they use. And me and my mom were in the back doing breathing treatments when he decided to start shaming us for being behind the room. It's like, and I'm sitting there and I'm starting to, my clicking and I'm getting angry and I can hear my things coming out under my breath. And my brother, who usually is the one to try to rage against religions, was the one sitting there patting me going, it's okay, we'll be gone soon. I was like, now context with this church also. Years ago, I had a cousin who was killed. And I do mean was killed. And they held his ceremony in this church. And I went outside so I could do breathing treatments because me and my mom had a complete mental breakdown during this funeral. I was very close to him. We were all very close to him. This was really painful and stressful for us losing him. We went out and we were sitting in my car doing breathing treatments. When their head nun comes out and gets in their church vehicle to run errands, backs into my car and drives off without saying a word.
Charming.
You know, that's called a hit and run.
Yeah.
That's a crime. And me and my mom are just looking at each other going, did that really just fucking happen?
Perfect end to a perfect day. Yeah.
We checked the car was fine. But we told the family. And we know some shit was said to her about it. And she's never come near us again anytime we've been there for anybody. Every time we show up, she disappears. But I remember vividly just sitting there doing the freaking nebulizer and all of a sudden, bam! And look up and see her pulling out of the car and taking off quickly while looking up and down the street checking for people. As intentional as hell. And yes, that was literally their head nun. Their mother superior. Piece of shit bitch. By the way, if people wonder why I have issues with Catholics, there's a lot of reasons that aren't just the rites and the things I think are anti-Christian.
Okay, there's Catholics. What about Protestants?
I have problems with people from every group, but Protestant, it's dependent on the church because all of the churches have different doctrine.
Oh, yeah.
It's complicated, but a lot of my issue with Catholics before all these other family issues started was the amount of things that they have in their rituals that are actually anti-biblical.
Yeah.
That are things we're told not to do, like praying to the dead, like all this other shit. We're not supposed to do that shit biblically.
And the scandals.
Well, that's complicated because you can't blame an entire religion even for the bad, because there's always going to be bad people and bad examples. And I've been around enough churches to know predators like to embed themselves in churches because it's easy pickings, because these are people expecting somebody nice and kind, not somebody predatory. Predators go where they feel the victims are the most disarmed. And so any group that's appealing to children, religious, disabled, charity, stuff like that is going to have a higher level of predators.
The thing is, you're absolutely right. I mean, the Archbishop in the UK was caught to doing something terrible, and he was kicked out. Bastard.
So I don't automatically hate a group because there's corruption or evil that happens within it. I went through a church where we had one of the people that was working in the church board take off with all the money and a hooker he was supposedly helping.
Hello.
You're a piece of work, aren't you? I mean, I don't think that's how you're supposed to help the prostitutes, but anyway, so it's like, okay.
It's like, yes, Christ hung out with, gamblers and prostitutes, but he didn't actually partake, okay?
Yeah, he didn't partake, and he definitely didn't marry somebody and then run off with a prostitute with a bunch of money stolen from them. So, again, you can't always see through what people are. And we can do our best, but all we can do is our best way to react when the things happen. I am immensely blessed of the fact that my mom's pastor is such a sweetheart, and he is so understanding and so patient with me and my tics and my issues. And when I'm with my mom, and I'll stay home because I'm really ticky that day and I don't want to be swearing in church, and mom will come back with messages from him going, why'd she stay home? We know it's not on purpose. We want her here.
You're absolutely right when it comes to like certain religions. I mean, there's going to be good and bad in all groups. We can all agree on that. I agree.
Mm-hmm. I don't automatically hate anybody. I believe in the MLK philosophy of content of character.
Except for a few groups like the monsters. If you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but those aren't generally actual true groups of society. They are subsects that are trying to infest the true groups.
Yeah, well, there's Nambla, isn't there?
Yeah.
Those guys are monsters.
And that is a predatory group.
Yeah, F those guys.
But they're no other. They are a subsect of society that's joined together as degenerate pieces of shit. They are not a religion, a true political movement. They are not a race. They are not a gender, because even in that, there's female predators in that group too. They are a subsect of monsters that comes from all walks of life.
Mm-hmm, definitely. If this was like the 1920s, I'm pretty sure everybody would go, okay, let's get our guns, let's go and deal with these guys.
You think that's bad, Fizz? You should read the book. Disney sanitized it like hell.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%.
That is a dark book, and it does include the murders. You got to realize the end of the book is the Hunchback and Esmeralda being sealed as murder victims in a wall.
I'll tell you something now. I mean, when it comes to the actual film of the Hunchback of Notre Dame, I mean, it was good, but there's one thing I would change is get rid of those goddamn gargoyles. I would get rid of those.
You realize the whole reason they put that in was so that they could try to capitalize on the fact that Gargoyles was such a popular show at the time.
Yeah, but it didn't work.
It didn't, but that's why they did it. Whereas if you take the gargoyles out, the rest of that movie is well done. Whereas if you take out the talking animals in Pocahontas, it's still a racist piece of shit that misrepresented history. You know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, to be fair, I mean, Pocahontas, you know, like as its good parts, but the majority, I agree. Yeah.
The only good part it had was the song "Savages." Literally everything else was racist propaganda.
I love that song.
And actually, you want to hear a good version of "Savages"? Look up the one that Jonathan Young did.
All right, John Wall.
Jonathan Young is a deep-voiced metal artist on YouTube.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah.
Yeah, his version of that is spine-tingling, but generally, no. That whole movie was a racist piece of dumbass shit that was trying to portray itself as being pro-native while basically promoting almost every lie about natives that has been told for hundreds of years.
Yep.
You know, which is basically almost everything Disney does involving natives. The funny thing with the covers people do of the songs are okay. The songs are good. How they were used in the movie is offensive. If you took them completely away from the movie, it's not. That's the
like
problem it
song.
had with the music. The movie is horrifically bad with the stuff it tells. The music would be fine if you could completely separate it from the movie.
Mhm.
But what I'm trying to get here with this is it's really, if you look at Disney's history with dealing with native stuff, when it comes to natives from the continental US, they are really horrific at telling our stories, and they're really bad racial stereotypes. But if you look at the stories they tell of Asian Pacificers and Hawaiian natives, they actually do really well with them and treat their culture with respect.
To be fair, I mean, I think my favorite versions of Native Americans in Disney, I think it's the one in Peter Pan. I mean, to be fair, I mean they're not really Native Americans if you really think about it. I mean, they're in
they're not, and that is one of the most racially stereotyped ones you'll ever find.
Well, I like them. I mean, I like the way they look. I like their song. I mean,
that said, I get why Tiger Lily from that became such a sexual icon to so many.
She was
she was beautifully done in that. Granted, yes, there's the problematic of how old she actually was supposed to be, but I understand that one. But no, I mean, you look at Disney and how they handled continental U.S. natives. You look at Pocahontas. You look at the references even in Peter Pan. While they were fun, it was still really badly done. You look at the things that they did with fucking Brother Bear and all that shit. They are horrible with how they portray natives in the continental U.S. And even Once Upon a Time did it. It's what killed my love of the show is when they did the Dark Swan series, they suddenly started portraying dream catchers as satanic black magic.
I think one of the best like iterations of like Native Americans in a show, I think is like Peter Pan and the Pirates, the Fox one. I think they've got that one down bad. I think. But
now we scroll over to how they handle Pacific Islanders, and you see things like Lilo and Stitch and Moana and stuff, and they actually really studied the Hawaiian native culture. They actually brought in people who were Hawaiian natives to help tell the story. They did all this stuff, and they did it well. They showed them as everyday normal people. Where the fuck was that love for any continental U.S. tribes? Why does Disney treat all the people in the continental U.S. like we're some tree-hugging caricatures of drunken assholes, and treat all the people from the Hawaiian Islands like they're God's gift to the world?
I think maybe they probably learned the lessons from past mistakes. Maybe.
No, because they're still telling these kinds of stories. Look, when they tried to do the whole Echo shit, they literally hired the biggest sellouts from all these different tribes to work on it, to write a story about a native person who was basically a caricature, a drunken Hispanic in a black inner city. And then they tried to call it native. And in order to get out of trouble for that, listed the people working on the set by what reservation they got them from in the credits. No, Disney hasn't learned shit. Yes, allergic to own tears. That is real. So Disney hasn't learned shit. They absolutely have no respect for actual natives. And it's like, okay, so people have mixed reviews with the whole thing that happened with the Prey movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in some ways you could see some positive of stuff with natives, except for the one thing. And it's supposed to be based on Comanche language, but the culture they portrayed in it is a mix of several southern tribes, not Comanche.
That wasn't a Comanche in there.
That was the Comanche language they used.
I'm just saying what I saw. That didn't look like any Comanche portrayal I ever seen before.
They used the Comanche language for a portrayal of a mix of southern tribes, hired a Lakota woman to play the part, and then had her play a section claiming that there were not female braves, which is absolute bullshit to almost every tribe there was. The fuck? I have a problem with how ridiculous these caricatures they're creating are. Hey, anime. Sorry, I'm rambly today. I haven't been able to talk hardly for 2 weeks.
No, it's good. It's good that we like ramble and everything. It helps us alleviate so much and everything.
Making up the lost time here.
Well,
yes, because it's been 3 fucking weeks since we all been together. With
definitely
with Eagle, and It's just great to just let loose and relax.
And I won't be here next Sunday.
That's okay. Because you're gonna go have fun, and we push for that. We push for people to have fun. Don't we? Don't we, everybody? We push everybody to go have fun, regardless of what goes on.
Mm-hmm. So I will be hopefully coming back with a good attitude and stuff. But yeah, it's like I don't mind. Let's tell the stories fully. Let's show the negative and the positive. Let's not sanitize history. Yes, okay, when you're the ones being invaded, you have it more right to cross lines and push boundaries to protect yourself than people invading. I'm sorry. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that everything that was done on our side was innocent either. And it's okay to acknowledge where we made mistakes. It's okay to acknowledge what we did wrong. It's not okay to spread falsehoods and lies or other shit like that, you know?
True.
And that's where it's like, we can work this out. We can figure each other out. We can do this. At this point, I don't think almost anybody actually understands much of anything. We are in such a fucked up state as a society, and
that's true. I mean, the thing is, I think many people just don't want to be seen as like as the bad guy because they're afraid of of the stigma about it. I mean, just think about this for a second. I mean, white people these days have been been pointed at saying, "Oh, look what your ancestors, look what you did," but. What gets me, and I've said this loads and loads of times, but the thing is, everybody, all of us, every single person on this planet, regardless of your creed or race, whatever, all of us have done evil things in the past, and that is something that really ticks me off. Is when we say, "Oh, we didn't do nothing. We're the victims. They're the bad guys." Blah blah blah. And they do this for a couple of reasons, either for for victimhood, or they're trying to take away blame from themselves and say, "Oh, look, these people are the bad guys." And
there's absolutely places you can point historically and say these people were the victims of these people. That can be true, and the groups can still make mistakes in the past. It's like the people who go out there and defend Manifest Destiny because they were all just R-word each other. They're all just scalping each other. So I was like, first of all, the French fur trappers invented scalping. Fucking get that shit straight. Yeah. We did not invent it. We fucking perfected it. Anyway, pick one. But so no, we weren't. But also, even if you came to a land and everybody there is violent to each other, that does not give you a right to mass wipe out women and children and commit violent sexual acts to them.
That's true.
You can't sit there and go, this is okay because they were violent first. It's like, well, every group's violent first. If somebody in Native American here was to rally the armies of the world around each other and invade England and go, well, look at what they've done to the rest of the world first. That would still be evil.
Yeah, I know that. All I'm saying is, I completely 100% agree with you, Eagle. I 100% do. But my problem is when people get on their high horses, acting like they haven't done anything, or tries to say, "Oh, we didn't do anything. We're the victims," and these people did something that way. Okay, Britain did some terrible things. Okay. I admit that that we weren't the nicest, right? I agree. But my problem is when people just go, "Oh, look what you did! Look what you did! We didn't do anything," and that's it. And that's what gets on my nerves so badly. It's when people just act it.
Well, something I want to, David Lammy. He's going for reparations. Okay, let's break this down here. Britain ended slavery in 1835 and spent a shit ton of pounds buying people out of slavery back then. They just paid that thing off.
Let's look at it this way. There's
reparations have been paid. Go fuck yourself, David Lamb.
There's no way to do a reparation without going after people who also are owed something by somebody else. The only time a reparation is valid is when you're going after the actual person who wronged you or a family that has profited off of the wrong to you that's still causing you harm. That's the only time a reparation is correct. Otherwise, you are literally punishing people for the race they were born as, which is bigoted in nature. Reparations are not right. Now, when people sit there and go, well, blacks need our reparations, natives got them, it's like, no, fucking we didn't. We have treaties that are supposed to be upheld because of where we're stuck, has so little resources, and there's medical damage that was done to us. And they're not upholding those treaties. They're still stealing money and land from us constantly. So we haven't gotten shit.
Now, former internees like George Takei and his family and friends, they got reparations. They earned them.
Doesn't mean he's not a predatory piece.
No, he's still
of
a
shit, but that's
jackass,
separate
but
thing.
that's but he wasn't the
No,
camp.
it's more than jackass when you sit there laughing, saying you drugged the guy and had sex with him.
Oh yeah, he's a predatory asshole. But the fact that he wasn't the camp, therefore he got his 20,000 or whatever it was, because he was directly affected. You know, him and his family directly from him. You know,
my dad fought for a long time. He got screwed over bad by the system. They kept from giving him his disability. They did all this shit to his medical records as a native, all this stuff. Yeah. And he fought for years, and it kept getting, oh, it's just a native guy complaining, thrown out. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. Yeah. He quit checking with the lawyers even. He gave up on it. He's like, nobody's going to pay me back what they did to me. Nobody's going to pay me back the harm they actually did to me. It's not worth my stress fighting it. It's not worth my stress fighting it. And he completely forgot this case was even still open. He just quit caring, quit trying.
Yeah, that aspect is tired of fighting. General.
Yeah. He was tired of fighting. He was tired of trying to get fixed. He was trying to get back what he was owed, because they used him being native to claim that he was doing this to get on the dole. And literally that is what happened.
Yeah.
So he, as far as he knew, he was getting nothing from this. They were never going to pay him back all the money they cost him. All the damage they did to him medically was never going to be paid back. So he's in the city, living in the city. And him and mom are trying to get out of the city. They want out of the city. They're tired of living in the city. They want to get rid of this house. They want to get out of the city. And he goes out and checks the mail. He picks up the mail, starts flipping through it, and he sees a letter that was letterheaded with a certified protection. The mail carrier had to actually photograph and prove it was delivered and notify him in the house to come out and get the mail. This is odd. And it's letterheaded by his lawyer that he didn't even know he still had at this point, because he quit trying and quit caring.
Yeah.
This was over a decade after the last time he was fighting this.
Yeah.
He carries the letter in the house quietly, stands there for a minute, looks at my mom and goes, honey, and opens the letter. And inside it was a check for over $50,000.
Ooh.
That's it. It's the government in general. It's like their whole operation is tied up so damn much you go away.
He got that, and then a follow-up payment for the group lawsuit involved in what happened to him and the tribe for an extra $18,000. The amount of money they cost in his and my medical for the shit they put us through for the IHS and these denials and everything else, probably close to, between the two of us, almost $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
They did not pay him back what they did to us.
No.
But it was enough to get him and mom out of the city and give them a decade together out in the mountains together before he passed.
God rest his soul.
And yeah, that's a valid reparation. He did nothing wrong, and he was screwed over repeatedly.
Someone who was directly affected. Yeah, not their descendants. You know.
I just got back. What are we guys talking about?
Reparations.
Invalid versus invalid. And I was explaining how badly my dad got screwed over by the system and the medical abuse and the stuff that was done to me. And yes, we've calculated, me and my husband, the medical damage IHS did to me and what it's cost us over the decades is probably almost $1 million at this point.
Yeah.
The stuff that they did to my dad cost him probably about $500,000. And yeah, literally it took him almost 17 years of fighting, and what he ended up getting for all of it was about $70,000. He absolutely was fucking owed that.
At least.
And more.
Yeah.
But at least that was enough to get him out of the city and get him and mom a peaceful time together for a decade before he passed.
At least it's better than kicking the head.
You know? At least they got to have some time together, the two of them, away from the crap that was making them sick. But honestly, that's a piss ant compared to what they did to us. And I love the people who go, well, you're talking about being native. You're claiming being native because you're getting so many benefits from it. Between the medical damage IHS did to me, the screwing over, the destroying my medical records, everything else, and dealing with the whole commodity system, food abuses, other stuff, is probably well over $1 million that the being a tribal girl has cost me in my life.
Well, people think I'm rolling in military benefits. I don't get shit.
And they go, well, you get native money. It's like almost nobody gets native money. There's only a couple tribes that actually pay out for being native. And those ones are because of casinos and they're in rich neighborhoods and close to the city. And this is not the normal for 99% of the tribes and reservations. So first of all. Second of all, most of us don't get jacked. Do you know the entire benefit I've gotten my entire life for being Native? How much money I've gotten for it? An extra $2,000 during COVID for an extra stimulus. That's it.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas they've cost me and my husband over $1 million in medical damage they've done to me. So it's like, yeah, really, what am I benefiting by talking about being a Native girl? What am I benefiting? It'd be nice if I got something out of it, but I ain't delusional. That ain't going to happen.
There was so many times. Oh, what's your benefits? What benefits?
If I was...
I don't get any fucking benefits.
And the people going, you joined the tribe so you could get money and benefits. It's like, if I was going to join because I want money and benefits... I could have applied to join the Cherokee tribe that's richer.
Oh, yeah.
Because I can prove connection to that Cherokee tribe that has money. But you can't join multiple tribes, even if you have genetics to multiple tribes. You join one. And the tribe I'm tied to, and the tribe my family is, and the tribe where my family is Pine Ridge, which happens to be the poorest reservation in the entire country.
Besides, Cherokees are assholes. You don't want to be with them.
No, they're not assholes. They're man-hoes. They sleep with everything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're the free love hippies of the tribes. Anyways, and I am significantly Cherokee, so if anybody wants to complain about me saying that, fuck you. Anyway.
Now, I got Uncle and Tahlequah. They deal with the Cherokee.
It's up to you guys if you think we should try to play a little bit of the cards. I can set it up if you really want me to. I'm still very tired, so if we do play, it's going to be very relaxed and very quiet.
Well,
we'll try. Yeah. We'll see how passionate I get.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice to kind of play a little, though, and I don't think I'm up to running the timed games for Jackbox right now.
Someone's going to have to run it because I can't get the game running. I tried.
Well, I don't have all the links for the decks right now.
I can send you the decks.
So that's up to everybody. Everybody tell me, would you like to play?
And the list of decks, I can get you the list of decks. That's not a problem.
Freaky, you down?
Yep. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Anime.
Anything there to worry about?
What are we playing?
I'm here. Don't worry.
Can I get you to play cards with me today?
Yeah, I can play around.
Okay, let me get the links from Bob and I'll set up a game for everybody then.
Okay.
Yeah, if we going back to that, if we were talking about the other reparations argument, I'm not for it because it's a grossly misrepresented argument the way they set it up.
Well, that's what I was getting at is reparations is anything other than paying back people who were directly affected for something that was done to them or has affected their health and their safety. Anything else, if you're paying people for stuff just because you're this race that was run by this race, that's racism. You're taxing people for being born the wrong race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what did it come down to would basically be another government program, which is what you hear a lot of them incentivized for anyway.
The ones who are pushing for it, that's exactly what they're doing. They want a welfare check.
Right. And that means you're ultimately going to make people pay that had nothing to do with it, which is not fair in any way, shape, or form.
When you think about, California pushing this California was never a slave state, and nobody in that state was ever a slave.
Exactly.
Anyway, check your DMs. There's your list.
I'm going offensive with my name for this game.
Okay. As opposed to normal?
Yeah, it's a little different. Give me just a sec here.
Shane, you're not wrong.
I don't hate any of you for your race or ethnicity. I don't believe you should be taxed for your race or ethnicity. The only things you should have to pay back are places where you have directly benefited money off of harming someone else. And even that can be iffy depending on how many generations and how complex it's gotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the record, my family's not been in the slave trade since before England ended it. So,
for the record, my native side of the family, we ran rescues along the Trail of Tears. We helped people in need. We were guardians of, and protectors of the land. We were actually a very noble tribal family. On the other side, on my mom's side, I have ties to Billy the Kid, Benedict Arnold.
Where?
Oh, nice.
I have a lot of very scuzzy people in my lineage on my mom's side of the family.
I'm just a simple man trying to make his way into the universe.
Uh-huh.
You're just a simple man looking for a busty woman to suck your cock.
While you play with Legos.
Hell yeah.
One of my favorite characters, and of course we need
Lando with no hair.
Mace Windu.
Mace Windu. Oh, Mace Windu. That's why he's not here.
Yeah. Samuel L. Jackson.
It's the lightsaber with the words "bad motherfucker" on it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I'm having this conversation with my mom. And we're talking about personal tastes versus fetishization. I told my mother her love of brown boys is basically fetish level, and she went, "Yeah." First of all, my mom is as white as they fucking come, but she loves dark boys. And almost everybody she dated was native or black, okay? And she sits there and she drools after all these dark boys on all this media. And it's like, okay.
You should hear the conversations between my sister and my roommate whenever we're at the hentai booth at the conventions.
Oh, Jesus.
So I told my mom that your love of dark boys is basically fetish level, and she goes, and your dad's love of white girls was what? It's like, the reason I'm here, mother, the reason I'm here.
Oh man.
Okay, we got a game linked yet? Or?
If it wasn't for fetishization of different skin and features, I wouldn't be here. My dad had a massive fetish thing for white chicks, and my mom had a massive fetish thing for native boys. Okay?
Nice.
Two great tastes that taste good together.
Vanilla and chocolate. You can't go wrong.
You got your chocolate and my peanut butter. You got peanut butter chocolate. Hey, this looks really good.
All right. There's the decks.
I've got a question. When does something become more fetishizing than when it comes to people just like the look of people? I mean, where's the line?
In my personal opinion, I think it's when you.
It's the level. I think you
probably when you go far to act upon it and become obsessed with it.
Yeah.
The heck?
When it goes beyond just, oh, that's nice. Oh, I must have that. It starts becoming a bit of a compulsion.
Yeah. Huh. When it becomes a compulsion, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not working there. Or...
I mean,
okay, I'm trying to remember all the.
Every single human being's pretty much genetically a mutt, so it's nothing you can really say or get upset about. I mean, it just is what it is.
I've been saying a long time. We're all made for the same blueprints. We're all one-offs, So I've modified that. Now we're all pretty much one-off prototypes. Maybe the same. Everything's got a little quirk.
In happier news, Miss Joyous Reed is.
Oh yeah, Joy Reid.
I'm so fucking happy.
MSNBC fired her skanky ass.
I'm glad.
He was too racist even for MSNBC.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, they finally canned her ass.
That's beautiful news. In your face, sunflowers.
Rachel Mad Cow, we're coming for you next.
Anyway.
MGTOW, how much you want to bet Phil probably did a backflip hearing that news?
Link in private.
Ah, there you are.
I'll ask him that tonight during his stream. I'll ask him
I'm
that.
gonna move this over here so I keep.
All right, let's set up the screen share. And you guys tell me what I was with my name today.
Oh yeah, that's par for the course, though.
That is very on the nose.
Mm-hmm.
That's very on the nose.
Phoenix juice. Glug glug, you hoe. My husband, I ticked the other night with the penis juice and then ticked spray my face. My husband turns around, smiles, and goes, "Oh, please tick that at the show next week." It's like, shut up.
Well, we'll keep track of that if it happens.
Okay.
There we go.
I don't know if Fatal can play or not. I know he can't read for his if he does play, but
Yeah, so we can swap off for that.
let me know if we're waiting on you. Yeah.
There he is. Okay.
Oh, he wanted to try to beat mine.
Are we having multiple personality time here or what?
Chat, I'm just gonna let you read that on your own accord. We're not gonna repeat here.
Obviously.
So if you really,
you can read, kids.
You,
Okay?
you can read the line here, ladies.
Okay, that's it. Next game, I'm changing mine to Queen Deep Throater. Better than
And I say kids in the sense of you're all infants to me.
He's in the 500 club with us. He's in the club.
Fatal, I'm changing mine to Queen Deep Throater. Better at than Floofy.
If you're underage, you shouldn't be here anyway. So,
why do you think I have the disclaimer going at the bottom?
Oh yeah,
right now?
Yeah.
Freaky, where'd Freaky go?
He's there.
He got offended.
I'm sure
he got offended. He's like, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna do one better.
I'm sure
no, it's Freaky that crashed.
Showing up.
Yay!
You're still in the game.
Yeah, in the game. Ooh, my husband just brought me some lamb roast.
By the way, Captain.
Yes.
Captain Kirk and Data are going to be at Fan Fusion this year.
Okay.
And I'm like, I know a Star Trek fan who might be interested.
Shatner's made a thing of since Generations. He's pretty much said yes to everything as far as appearance goes.
That reminds me. I'm going to send that to my sister.
By killing off Kirk, it's kind of like I've really been, it kind of a really bit of a loss there. But also happened just about the time his dog threw up on his lap. He was sitting in the backyard. And I was like, that's when got a call from his agent. Okay, say yes to everything. You need to reconnect with this stuff.
My husband gave me lamb.
I think he was kind of having a "what my God, what have I done?" as he's looking at this half-digested kibble in his lap. But also, it's like apparently Shatner is in talks with somebody regarding him actually returning as Captain Kirk in some form. He doesn't get any details on it. So I'm not doing it in my own channel because I have nothing to go on. And then it's like he'll talk to him probably
look
tomorrow.
at the screen after I said my husband brought me lamb roast.
Fritz! Jesus Christ, they got Fritz! All right, hold on. Oops. Shit. Back it up. Back that up. There we go. All righty. As Teddy Roosevelt said, the four manly virtues are honor, temperance, industry, and blank. Let's see. Oh, I got a couple of them here. I'll just go with this one. I got
Hey, Joker. Welcome, buddy.
I
Speaking of which, Joker, I just
Oh,
put
damn it, not
together.
again.
I just put together a few figures. So aside from the Jango Fett one, I have him.
Ooh.
Just back up
Yeah.
here.
Hey.
Can I be one of those? I'm gonna fucking
And
hit me
then-
15 times.
And then badass motherfucker himself.
Mm-hmm.
I had to get all three of them just to really
Damn
make
it.
it hilarious. Just
I'm
that would be a
trying to
time
click it.
paradox.
Trying to click a card, but it won't let me.
Sorry.
I need one of those.
Sorry, Captain. Go ahead.
I'm trying. It won't let me pick a card. Come on.
Hey, Fatal, lamb meat is so tasty.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on.
Ugh.
Might have to skip me. Hold on. For Christ's sakes, come on.
Hey, what's up, Dylan? What's up, brother? Hey, hey, Vale.
This is why I'm not hosting the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I got the perfect card here, but you do it.
Oh, dear God, Fatal.
Of course he would make that joke.
Hmm. Here's some money to pick up some ground lamb for some shepherd's pie.
Bearing in mind that they call women like me in the tribe buffalo women, you could do a lot of these same jokes with eating bison meat with me.
Buffalo girls, won't you come out tonight? Come on. Come on, you son of a bitch.
Like a big,
Come
juicy
on.
piece of meat in your mouth.
Just skip me. It's not taking. God damn it.
Not me and Marky was away for a few minutes. While
Yeah.
what's going on?
Yeah, I know what's going on. My fucking connection doesn't want to work.
Yeah, mine's been doing that lately on the game streams and everything.
Yeah.
So
Who's gonna read for Freaky while I chomp on meat?
All right. Well, let's see.
let's see. As Teddy Roosevelt said, the four manly virtues are honor, temperance, industry, and getting fully consumed by a gaping vagina with teeth. As Teddy Roosevelt said, the four manly virtues are honor, temperance, industry, and fisting a giant woman's urethra.
Oh, that's your pee hole.
Ow, ouch, ouch, ouch.
Yeah.
As Teddy Roosevelt said, the four manly virtues
Ouch.
the four manly virtues are honor, temperance, industry, and my worthless son.
Did he ever
For the,
let
for the record, the card I was going to pick was my butthole. So,
Is that the first son or is that the third son that no one cares about?
I think it would have been Kermit Roosevelt. It would have been
don't
Kermit
don't
Roosevelt.
read don't read too much into that. It's a fucking card game. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Oh, I'm czar for this. Oh, you motherfuckers. I
God
have some really good cards for this, too. Fuck. Hey, it's Dash.
Hey, did I miss Fatal? Oh,
I'm God damn it! Come on!
congratulations.
I can't even get back
Yeah,
in the
let
game.
me- Let me put you up on top there, buddy. There you go.
Yeah, congratulations on becoming a VTuber, Fatal.
And he's still muted.
Oh, am I muted?
He's no,
No,
but
there's
he's got
there's a
system issues.
reason. There's a reason why he's muted. There's a reason behind that. But
He's got some system issues.
Yes. Hey,
No,
blast.
work
You
issue.
might say they're even fatal.
How you been?
Anyway, oh, me? Yeah, I've been good. You know, just very busy with my channel and stuff.
Yeah, me too. I've been dealing with like stream issues and everything. You probably saw the mess that I've been going through lately.
Oh, I haven't. What's going on?
I had to delete 3 copies of my stream, which crashed simultaneously. I played Tomb Raider a couple weeks ago, and it crashed 8 times throughout the night.
Ooh, the new one?
No, before the new one released. I was still trying to finish off Tomb Raider 2, but it's been crashing, and also my other 3 have been crashing. I'm just like, great. But hopefully tomorrow things will be better. I'm off tomorrow, so I'm thinking of pushing my gaming stream to earlier in the day and see if that changes.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go on Iron's channel tomorrow, and I'm going to watch, he's been wanting me to watch Gundam, so I'm going to watch Gundam for the first time.
Which one?
The movie.
Yeah, which one? There's
the original movie.
I'm
going
there.
to the movie versions of the original series.
If he's
That's
hosting,
kind of a good way to
I'm
get
there.
caught up, like I've been getting caught up on.
Who are we waiting on?
Who are we waiting on?
Anyway, I'm going to be going on stream for a minute, but I just wanted to congratulate Fatal on his debut. Even if he can't say, but it's probably for the best. I know he'd be just saying inappropriate things.
Well, this Friday is my 33rd birthday, so I'll be launching a stream after I get home that day.
Oh, happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Open invitations.
Unfortunately,
anybody.
I won't be there. I'll be on the road.
I don't know what I'll be doing that day. But
you
have my wishes. You're welcome, Fatal.
Oh, come on.
Hey, anime.
Damn it.
Alrighty. Father, forgive me for I have kidnapped Stuart Little and shipped him to China so they could turn him into rat stir fry. Jesus Christ.
Right in. Okay.
Is that not in China?
Father, forgive me
Someone's copying
for
that down.
existing.
Ooh.
Father, forgive me for fucked Peter Dinklage with a 20-foot-inch bad dragon dildo.
Yes. Oh, that wins. That wins just for the Game of Thrones connection.
Well, we're always up for a Peter Dinklage day.
Yes, we are in this game.
And I hope someone's copying these down because I can't. I can't even get to them to do it because they don't want to let me back in.
Anime, where's that link to the save we're doing?
Yeah, I might as well kick me out of it at this point because I can't even get into it or do anything.
Crap. I don't know where it is. I don't know if I saved it or not. It's somewhere. I'll find it.
The closest I get is you're marked as away, and then mark back. No, I want them to click back in. So.
There you go.
I might still have the link. Give me just a sec.
Here at the Academy for Gifted Children, we allow students to explore blank at their own pace.
Penis juice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, safe bet there's a lot of freaky stuff going up at Xavier's place. They may be mutants, but they're still kids. Okay.
I did find the link, but it's going to be a pain in the ass.
It was good.
Anyways, I've got to go prep for my own stream, but it was good seeing you guys. And
it was good. It was good seeing you too, my dear friend. It was good. hope to see you again soon.
Oh yeah, thanks for the link.
Oh, by the way, Dash, keep an eye on my channel. You'll see what I mean. You'll see.
Okay, yeah, I'll check your X, or you mean your YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's happening. It's been happening on YouTube way more because the weird thing is on Kick and Twitter, it's fine. Like it flows naturally. Like you can still hear me.
Things happen if you're trying to multi-stream. That's probably the problem.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know.
Solve this problem. We will.
I laughed at yours, but I was trying to fix things and save it to our deck, so I'm sorry.
Take care, Dash. We love you, buddy. We love you. Uh-oh. Oh, Fado, I'm ready to read when you are ready. I'll read for you, buddy. I got you.
Oh, I didn't see the one in chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's funny. Now I look backwards because, sorry. Try to do too much at once here. I got a mouthful of mutton.
Oh, that one. Oh, that one. I thought you were talking about. Okay, I see what you're talking about.
Read.
Oh, my bad. Alrighty. Here at the Academy for Gifted Children, we allow students to explore Storm's rectal cavity at their own pace. Okay. Like
Excellent
that.
reference.
To explore my beautiful granddaughter at their own pace. Michelle Obama's
I get the point of the joke, but I like the others because they tied more to the actual plot of the joke. And I would say the beautiful granddaughter even kind of fits with the joke a little more.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that last write-in anime is still funny. What gets better with age? It's just shut up, Tiki. One sec. Yay! This sounds like it'll be fun to read. What gets better with age? Fruit gusher breath? Odd, okay.
Okay, that's
What
weird.
gets better with age?
Excellent.
Only dating Asian women. What gets better with age? The little. Oh,
God.
No. Oh.
FBI.
Oh, good God. Well played, you degenerate asshole floof face.
Oh, God. All right. Now will it let me back in? Of course not. If you can't handle blank, you'd better stay away from blank.
Yes.
It won't even let me leave the game. Okay.
Fuck all of these things.
Yeah, just boot me out at this point because I can't even get a permanent holding pattern there.
Oh, ow. Okay.
What?
I need some help.
All right, well.
That's the best I'm gonna get. These aren't great. Okay, who's gonna read? Anime, can you read, or do I have to try to? I'm still eating.
He's
You're muted.
I'll try. If you can handle holding a lantern and say, "Who goes there?" you'd better stay away from chasing children through McDonald's. Okay, that's funny. Okay, next. If you can't handle a little taste of, you better stay away from Overwatch. I'll guess.
I like the first card. I'm not sure what the second one.
Overwatch is a lot of porn.
If you can't handle balls, you better stay away from Tori the what?
The bull furry.
The first one got me.
I am a fucked up person.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Join our peaceful community. We eat grapes. We live in tents. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Don't hold back. You hold back, I'm gonna be pissed off with you. Joking.
Oh, this is...
Anyway.
Alrighty, join our peaceful community. We eat grapes, we live in tents. We enjoy a vagina as smooth as an egg, but smells like curry and canned halibut together. Okay. We live in tents. We enjoy having an exciting game of narwhal jousting. Oddly enough,
Just remember what words not to read.
Oddly enough, this actually matches. I don't know why, but it does. That's scary. We live in tents. We enjoy pillaging and smashing and eating hitchhikers. Okay. Let's see. 2 and 3 are really tied right now because they make sense, which is scary beyond all reason.
Number 3, do some research on the anthill kids.
Number 2, I love you for the fantasy poll, but here is right there. Still great answer, number 2, and of course, Sheep. I love your answer too. It almost rhymed. It actually nearly rhymed. It nearly rhymed. Oh no. Well, may as well make it match. Make it match. Make it match.
Ornery says, "Notice me."
Ornery, there's the little baby girl. There's the little baby girl. Oh, her eyes are closed. Precious, precious, precious baby girl. Precious baby girl.
She's like, I have to be the center of the universe.
Uh-oh.
Yes, you hear movement in the hall that doesn't involve you.
Oh.
She tried to jump down and then went, never mind. Wait a second.
Wait. Get away from there. What are you doing? What are you plotting?
Oh, good girl. Good girl.
Happy girl right there.
Yeah. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Okay.
What's new, pussycat?
You know, you can change one part of one word and turn a song into a completely different meaning. You want to know how? Pussy, pussy, I love you.
Okay.
Go ahead, take me off camera now.
Fatal, I'm ready to read. Okay, let's see. A is for apple, B is for bear, C is for cunnilingus. Good. The C is for Carl, the office slut. A is for apple, B is for bear, C is for colluding with Russia. Oh my Lord, baby Jesus. What the hell?
They all work. They all have C's.
Yes, that's what's so scary. We kept with the theme. That's actually scary.
That's hard to do usually.
That are good answers too. That's even scarier.
Oh, I love all three of these.
I bet you don't.
This is one of the rare times where we scare people.
Ah.
Okay.
Damn it, I liked my answer.
Well, now I cannot be blamed for anything.
Yes, you can. It's just not accurate.
Blank is a pathway to many abilities that some consider to be unnatural.
You know.
Yes, that is an exit.
This
port.
is my card, by the way. You didn't have to steal it while I was ticking and dealing with my drink.
Yes, that's an exit port, not an entry, people. Oh, did you know they got quoted by Bill Shatner a few days ago?
Okay.
Well, I just, I think it was a scream something like you're having too much fun or something, or you're enjoying it. And you came back, yeah, people are idiots. Pretty sure I posted a link there. Pardon me while I fangirl for a minute, but okay, so, you know.
The blank is a pathway to many abilities that some consider to be unnatural. Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
Starting off with an interesting take.
Okay.
Sticking a wet noodle up a cat's ass is a pathway to many abilities that some consider to be unnatural.
Certainly a few paths would be very, very painful. With retaliation, yeah.
Oh. Licking penis. No, that's not unnatural. Fuck that. That's natural. A for the effort. It is funny, but I consider that very natural. Thank you. Also, I was sure that was you, Fatal. I'm sorry, that one was just so fucked up. Y'all did well. They're good answers. Wow!
Oh.
I hate these cards. I'm not keeping many points this game because I'm getting crappy cards.
Oh God, this one I got to pass on.
Read anime. I'll be reading soon to help out.
Oh, let's see.
Alrighty.
This-
This card.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Captain.
Well, I can lean in here. This card made me question my question. Made me question reality. Sucking some bomb ass dick.
Nah, that is my reality. Anyway,
Question reality. Man in yoga pants with a ponytail and leather earrings.
feather.
Feather earring. You know. Either way. Trying so hard to blow out a candle to like keel over in exhaustion and end up falling face first into the cake, causing me to catch fire and die.
I do love that whole narrative.
Yeah.
Yay. Although I think the last card was better, but I'm going to hell for this.
Oh boy. Wes Anderson's new film tells the story of a precocious child coming to terms with blank.
I blame the deck for having this be the last card I drew before this question. Just literally, I did not have this card last round. Anime read. It's yours. Is that?
Alrighty. Wes Anderson's new film tells the story of a precocious child coming to terms with selling vagina candles to perverts who want to burn and off women.
Hey, I wrote that card.
Oh dear. Coming to
And by the way, it's
terms with
precocious.
necrophilia. Wow. Okay. And coming to terms with getting banged by 12 huge sumo wrestlers. I said banged.
I was about to
I know.
mention.
I was like, whoa.
Anybody familiar with the Warren Zevon song?
And I
The
made
title
it worse.
Yeah.
And I made it worse, didn't I? I made it a million times worse.
Okay, so none of us went mild with this set of answers, did we?
No. So one in the holy crap.
Well, we know his opinion.
It is just an
I don't
excitable
know what's
boy.
worse. I don't know what's worse. I mean,
They're horrible. They're all horrible. I know which one I played, so. I drew the card and went, oh God, I have to use that card.
Can I get a confirmation that you guys got your likes in, all of you?
Yes, I have.
Fatal, can you type if you did or not? I just need confirmation before I continue.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And Freaky, did you? I will take your silence as a yes. So here we go.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yay!
Fatal, I loved yours. I loved it.
Them all.
But damn, number 3 had to go really out there. But very, very great effort. Love it.
Okay. Ow. Needed to print out my reports, but insisted on printing out. But instead it printed out.
Yeah, Fatal, but to be fair, the last one I won, I thought you deserved better than me anyways, so I think it evens out.
Let's see. Can I go full
You
screen?
definitely have had some great answers this game.
Let's go full screen on this.
You think you're gonna ever get yours to work today, Bob?
Doubt it. It's been persnickety. Can we? Because I've been running Fortnite, running 5 for the most part. You know, manage to stream a little bit, but.
All right, so
All
needed
right.
to print out.
I'll read this one actually.
All right.
I needed to print out my reports, but instead it printed out a harem of drooling otaku man children. I needed to print out my reports, but instead it printed out resting the balls on her forehead. I needed to print out my reports, but instead it printed out Taylor Swift and her man at the Super Bowl. No, God, no.
No. The man who lost Super Bowl?
Someone put, apparently, I'm guessing it was a AI component of her breaking up with a
Here's the church, here's the steeple, open the doors, and there is blank.
All right, I typed
Penis juice.
J. Trump.
Anal shot.
That's a new one.
I swear that card was perfect.
It's okay. I'm really not that concerned with getting likes. I'm trying to make sure I give you guys likes, but I'm trying to be a little more zen and a little less OCD controlling competitive bitch. I'm trying. Here's the church. Here's the steeple. Open the doors, and there is Tommy Lee Jones in thigh highs and garters.
All right, then.
Here's the church. Here's the steeple. Open the doors, and there is Grandpa's ashes.
Oh,
terrible.
That's savage. Here's the church. Here's the steeple. Open the doors, and there is preteen pregnancy. Holy shit!
Oh, number 3 again.
Right.
Holy crap.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, 3 has it.
Oh.
Well played. Wow.
Well played, Fatal. Wow, that was a comeback right there. Well played.
Yeah.
Well played.
Silent, are you going to join the game? Did you need the link?
Yes, I need the link. I'm just chilling for a bit.
Okay.
I thought I asked everybody to put it in the private chat for you while I was eating. I'm sorry. I
don't need some
it.
big ass.
It was fun to chill for a bit. There we go.
I was like, I don't need some big ass house or designer wardrobe. All I need is a man who can give me blank.
Yes, I have that same reaction sometimes. Hi. Why did I even think of this? Oh my God, I'm going to hell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I need some big ass house or designer wardrobe. All I need is a man who can give me all these boys yard
All the
asking
boys in my yard asking for my Mexican milkshakes.
milkshakes.
Milkshakes being on the boat to the yard.
I don't need some big ass house or designer wardrobe. All I need is a man who can give me a leather belt.
Oh, damn. There's going to be a
Little
lot.
safe for me, but okay. I don't need some big ass house or designer wardrobe. All I need is a man who can give me a wasabi and
A wasabi animus.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Always can
Ow!
Good. Not gonna lie.
Ow, ow, ow.
Ouch.
I think I'm going to hell for my answer.
Oh shit, dummy.
Oh my god, Fatal!
That's yeah. That's the spicy meat about whore.
Okay, Freaky needs to pick a winner.
I think he's laughing too hard.
Mm-hmm. I need therapy for the answers I give in this game. The fact that my brain comes up with half the shit I say makes me concerned for my sanity. Freaky!
Still there, Freaky?
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but you're our lovely floofy fucker. So we're happy that you need therapy with us. Aw, come on.
Yes, welcome to our group therapy session, people. Yeah.
See, it
What?
evens out.
Okay, what would make the DMV a bit more interesting?
Penis juice. God glug, you slut.
Pole dancers would be fun. Got a couple names.
There you go. It is essentially a garden.
Now, why have I suddenly got my not going to my head?
Sorry. Aw, thank you, Fee.
Alrighty, let's see. What would make the DMV a bit more interesting? Panic and confusion.
That's kind of already there.
Getting rid of elderly drivers soiling green style.
Ooh.
Oh no. Coming on the Grinch's musty cum stained pelt. Interesting. Making love with parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Oh my god.
No.
I love that card, but it doesn't quite work with this one.
That show was torture. Like
Yeah, those are all the four of the Christmas specials. You know, down at the bump and grind.
There are some beautiful metal versions of the whole Scarborough Fair. But anyway.
I was thinking, yeah, get your head together for a party stage. Rosemary in time. Come on, get those dollars ready, Rich. Come on.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah,
Fear,
yeah,
panic, fear, panic.
After months of practice with blank, I think I'm ready for blank. Okay. All right. After months of practice with eating some creamy slices of real California avocado, I think I'm ready for a magical mustache ride from Freddie Mercury.
Not bad. Tame but cute.
I want to break free.
Anyway.
Break free. After months of practice robbing banks, I think I'm finally ready for getting caught by the police and coming to jail. Okay.
Makes sense, but
after months of practice with Papa Dickhole at the Apple Genius Bar, I think I'm finally ready for eating it all through the butt with a butthole through the vagina.
with a bullet through the vagina.
And it all with a. All right. After months of practice with time-delayed ejaculation, I think I'm finally ready for trying to figure out which big black cock belongs to who while facing a wall of glory holes.
Fatal, that's you, isn't it? I mean, you know, number 3 is actually really dark. It's like I would rather shoot myself through the privates than be with a hipster. I'm genuinely saying 3 and 4 are the best ones in my opinion. 1 and 2 aren't bad, but they're a little tame. By the way, do you see Fatal's comment to the trying to figure out which big black cock is which? But bum.
Oh boy.
Welcome back, Fizz. So pick a winner, Fatal.
He's thinking.
Damn it, I loved my answer.
Oh, that was a
Bad
really
though,
good
Silent.
one too. I'm like, oh damn.
I think because of how tongue-tied Bob got, it did escape people a little how dank that really was.
Yeah.
I mean, I was laughing at it. I was like, oh damn, that'd be good one.
But you had a great answer too, Silent. And I totally.
I was like, oh god, this is the perfect combination. I'm like, I gotta go for it.
Absolutely fine, Fatal. I absolutely liked his answer.
Despite making a small percentage of the small sample size,
I don't get that.
Percent of damn.
It's like the certain group is only like 10% of them, but they make it for 50% of them.
I miss Lydian. He was supposed to join the stream today.
No.
Wasn't he in briefing?
No.
Lydian, the longer you put this off, the more you're going to get tortured when you finally do meet.
No.
Retribution must be exacted for this affront.
I'm going to hell for this anyways.
Oh, there you are.
Who are we waiting on? Do-do.
Shit. Faye.
It's just needing them.
All right, then. Despite making up a small percentage of the sample size, 17 million dead minks accounts for 50% of the bunk mates.
Don't read the rest of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Moving on.
Holy crap.
Moving on, then. Despite making up a small percentage of the small sample size, Moroccan sweatshop children account for 50% of the R. Kelly and Diddy's.
Oh, dear God.
Good thing I stopped right then and there, because
holy fuck.
We're going brutal this round. Jesus Christ.
I love you all.
Oh, somebody just killed me.
What's even scarier is that
despite making a small percentage of the sample size, gnomes who pine cones account for 50% of Asian residing in Canada.
You can say fuck.
Yes. Fuck.
No, fuck pine cones.
Fuck pine cones. Fuck pine cones. Okay.
That doesn't bring him straight up. Without what?
I think we might summon him after this. Despite making up a small percentage of the sample size, not recuperating
reciprocating.
Recuperating oral sex accounts for 50% of an abortion omelet. Yikes.
Ooh.
Everything went dank or personal and racist. Everything. I love our group so much. You know what? The one that isn't dank is still taking cheap shots at our friends, so it's still great.
Okay, where the white women at? Okay, yeah.
Wow.
Well, I love them all. I love them all.
Hopefully everybody got their likes in, because congratulations, someone killed me with this one right here. Thank you.
Damn it! I thought I had a great one going after the gnome.
I think the third one was the closest one.
Well played.
That was
Fatal.
so fucking dank.
That was a great one. I think it was a tie between these two right here. So very close.
My partner hasn't talked to me since they found out that Blank was my #1 artist on Spotify this year. P. Diddy. See, even Tiki likes to go dank. What the hell is that?
Tiki's bread and butter. Come on. Damn it.
My partner hasn't talked to me since they found out that the Reverend Luther King Jr. Tame.
Boring. Yeah.
My partner hasn't talked to me since they found out that German Chancellor Angela Merkel was my #1. That's better.
Oh.
My partner hasn't talked to me since they found out that a PowerPoint presentation was. That's just irreverent as shit. Makes no sense, but that's funny. My partner hasn't talked to me since they found out that Hannah Montana. Fuck you. Can I opt for a dental drill to the ears instead? It'd definitely be less painful. But that is actually really dank because I would rather get the dental drill, so I'll give you that.
Damn, freaky. Damn.
I have a feeling Fatal played the only thing he really had that fit. It's okay. We all have answers that don't hit. Oh dear God. I am so going to hell. I'm just trying to figure out if I like that phrasing the best way.
Actually, that's a thought. I mean, if there's like a great spirit, right, in Indian culture, I mean, is there like a devil in Indian culture?
Well, bear in mind that Indian culture, as you say it, is like saying that all of the cultures in Europe are the same religion.
Okay, my bad.
But yes, we do have demonic creatures in ours. In fact, ours was represented through a ginormous bear whose main servant was supposed to be a tall, lanky, demonic, basically version of Sasquatch. Who would tempt kids to commit homicides or off themselves.
Ouch.
Who we waiting on here? Who's reading?
All right. Today my wife was rifling through my closet and found my collection of vaginas in pickle jars.
Ew. Why do they get vaginas in pickle jars? Jesus Christ!
Don't think about it too hard.
Don't think about it too hard.
Don't think about it hard, and don't watch too much true crime if that bothers you. Anyway, moving on.
And found through my closet and found my full-size Jeffrey Dahmer fuckable plushie.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised after the show.
There is, by the way, there is to all the guys who say that's a female thing to idolize serial killers or killers. There is a girl who stalked a guy from one of the bars in Japan and in different countries, and when she decided he was going to be her boyfriend and he didn't want to, she literally got caught after she stabbed him through the stomach and then was sitting there on her phone watching him bleed out.
Oh yes, that was all the news.
And there are thousands and thousands of men simping for her, going, "I'd like her to kill me. She's a cute anime chick."
Oh God.
It's out there. It's out there. It's not just the females fantasizing the male. It's guys. They're out there. They're out there for sure.
It's like, oh dear God.
Today, my wife was rifling through my closet and found drag queens. Fuck my life.
How did you find them in the closet unless they were like gutted and hanging there or something? I mean,
oh Lord,
that doesn't quite work.
Found rifled through my closet and found it being too late to stop having sex with a horse.
Doesn't really work in this instance, but give you the point for the effort.
Hmm.
Damn
Thank
it!
you.
I loved mine.
That was a good one. The first one I was like, God damn.
Okay, what is it? During his midlife crisis, my dad got really into blank. I don't think my dad could really afford a midlife crisis.
The anime. Ready to read? You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. During his midlife crisis, my dad got really into a petting zoo that doubles as a brothel. During his midlife crisis, my dad got really into Paul Walker's Flame Bistro.
Oh. Oh.
Damn.
Damn.
During his midlife crisis, my dad got really into touching yourself to ISIS propaganda videos.
Oh God.
Dad got touching herself.
Wow.
This is yourself, not her. Yourself.
Oh no. During his midlife crisis, my dad got really into using worn out motor oil as lube and calling it recycling.
I think I wrote that one.
We wrote it together, actually. I
Oh
remember
my
that.
God. Jesus Christ.
One sec.
F.A., what the fuck, man? Let me know when you guys are. Let me know when you guys are done with the likes and everything. All right.
Okay.
I think this one.
Yay!
Damn, I knew that was gonna win.
Now that he's retired, Pope Benedict the 16th can finally devote time to his true passion, blank.
Fuck all these answers.
Wow.
And if the current Pope kicks off, we can do some jokes about him.
I'm going to hell.
Just remind. Just go for it. Just go for it.
Somebody read.
All right. Now that he is retired, Pope Benedict XVI can finally devote time to his true passion, trudging through a waist-deep bog of curdled dick cheese. German thing. Now, his true passion, photoportophilia, the love of putting one's penis into a light socket.
Ouch.
Can you do that with some of the people I've dated?
His true passion, using small children as a substitute for lambskin condoms.
Oh my lord.
Right in. Another right in here. True passion, bird watching that so happens to be right next to a school for young boys.
Oh, we were wondering when these were going to come up. We were wondering. It's just.
So which write-in is fatal and which one is me? Because let's be honest, that's what
Which one is which? They're both too good.
No, fatal's the czar. So okay, one of them must
So
be
you're
anime
admitting
night.
that one of them is one of the writers here.
Let's just say we're fucked up people. Anyways, let's move on and finish the game out. Look at Fatal going 3 and 4. Like, oh.
On the phone. Ding, 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 ding.
What's the question? Why isn't Fatal talking anyway? Is he okay?
He can't right now.
He's got a system issue.
At work at the new. No, he's at work at the new job, and he can't.
And they kind of frown on this sort of thing. Blank, the pride of the Seventh Fleet.
Wow, that was freaky. Freaky, much better, much less typos.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I didn't think of you for that one. You've improved.
The pride of the Seventh Fleet.
I'm going to hell for this answer. Actually, I'm just being a bitch for this answer, but either way. You know what's sad as well as writing that substitute for lambskin joke? All I was thinking of, hey, according to vegans, it's human, so it's vegan friendly.
Oh, here we go. Sorry for that. The Jolly Rogers bitch ass wife. The pride of the Seventh Fleet. Another gay fox. The pride of the Seventh Fleet. The powerful electron microscope that can actually see your dick. The pride of the Seventh Fleet. And finally, a porn game that will make you come instantly. The pride of the Seventh Fleet.
A lot of frustrated sailors, especially in the submarines. Okay.
It's gonna be a little tricky.
I'll have to fix that first card in editing because part of it's not capitalized. It should be, and it needs a. Fuck off! I can't speak right now. Apparently. Oh well.
Yes, now I got it. I'll go. Stop highlighting everything. There we go. There we go.
Yay! I went for the rude card. I like to be a rude bitch.
Okay, the AI is getting a little nuts here. Meet the heroes who are saving polar bears from enormous radioactive pill bugs in Alaska. And so he's got this gigantic pill bug off the back of a polar bear.
Mr. Zhao is a pretty crafty guy. His model train set has blank in the scenery, and it's really unique. Isn't this the card where I wrote the thing about the scenery having the image of Fatal and Anime pegging each other?
Could be. I don't know.
Yeah, that was. It was this card.
Mhm.
Anime shaking his head like, yeah, that was Rude Dead too.
Mhm.
You're muted again, goofball. Oh, gotta get a drink? Okay. I just needed to put something white and creamy in my mouth.
Ooh.
I'll be back. I already picked my card though, so go ahead.
King on SJ.
God.
Mr. Zhao. I mean, sorry. Oh, Mr. Zhao. I mean, okay, be serious, girl. Mr. Zhao is a pretty crafty guy. His model train set has the Ethiopian space program in the background, and it's really unique. Mr. Zhao is a pretty crafty guy. His model train set has shooting military grade fireworks up the rectum in the background, and it's really unique. Mr. Zhao is a really crafty guy. His model train set has Winnie the Pooh using a honeypot to asphyxiate himself in the background, and it's really unique. Okay.
Oh, Bob.
I like that one. Mr. Zhao. Oh, Mr. Zhao. He can't say L's right. Rah, 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 rah. Anyway, Mr. Zhao is a pretty crafty guy. His model train set has invading another planet in the scenery, and it's really unique. No. 3 has to win.
Yeah.
Get your likes in.
Christopher Robin, I don't want to live anymore.
Thanks for noticing me.
That's Eeyore, right?
That's it.
Yes, but Eeyore is supposed to be the one that's depressed
He's
and
the one
more
from Manic
self-harming.
Depressive, yeah.
That was what the joke was.
Hello, boys. Want to see more? Subscribe to my OnlyFans where my members get to see blank.
Like seriously, what is it with OnlyFans? I mean, there's like lots of porn on the internet, and they're like spending like thousands upon thousands on e-girls. What the frig?
It's the interaction with the models. Yeah.
Simping is a disease. Anyways.
Yes. Also,
And that goes for both genders. When you start chasing after people and trying to win their affection, you're an idiot.
Ostensibly, OnlyFans is not necessarily a porn site. There's stuff on there.
And it's also kind
of a very tiny minority of it, but
yeah, I've intentionally avoided the sexual one for this one because yeesh.
It's it's because OnlyFans has no restrictions really. Very few restrictions. That's why it tended towards porn.
I know some of the people that stabbed me in the back before who were so supposedly classy and anti-flesh peddlers and stuff are now on OnlyFans. And they are absolutely flesh peddlers.
Yeah.
It's like, you girls sold out easy. How does it feel to be a cheap hoe? I mean, it's like, I know my worth. According to your OnlyFans, it's $5.99 a month. We're gonna wait for anime to return. And whenever you need to go, Fatal, either we'll take a break or we'll have you just marked away, whichever. If you're in a running for the win and we're all close to each other, I'll break because I don't want to beat you that way. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to win fair and square or be beaten fair and square. I don't want to win because, he had to take a break for work and I won while he was away. No. I do not have a pretty sneeze. Oh boy. Thank you. Ay. I'm still very sick. At least I have a voice again. I can talk. To anybody who thinks that their life is so difficult, please remember that we have somebody who lives not far from here who drives around in a metallic pink car with a vanity plate that says Karen. And she lives up to it.
Oh, okay then.
She's a Karen and she's proud of it.
Yeah, she's proud to be the Karen.
I'm Karen and I'm proud to be. Is that what he thinks?
Yeah.
I can't quote the SpongeBob.
Well, I'm just an average Joe.
The other night, she was trying to run over several people so she could speed down the highway to get down to the reservation casino.
Oh.
It's like they really don't need a white blonde bitch in there bitching at them. There's enough problems on the res without that shit. She tries to go around the neighborhood reporting everybody for everything and micromanaging everybody else's life. Meanwhile, she drives around tailgating everybody by inches, weaving through traffic and trying to cause accidents and being completely illegal herself. Because Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody read for Freaky.
All right. Hello, boys. Want to see more? Subscribe to my OnlyFans. My members get to see me finding a nice elevator to poop in. Look around. There's probably a channel. Some down dropping a pound.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, next.
All right, next. My members get to see
cookies
using
and wait on them.
Using cum as cake frosting.
So sticky. All right, next.
All right. My members get to see feeding small children to a tank of piranhas. Hours of good, clean fun. Let's see, who wrote that one?
That would be me.
Get to see me as a living to scale Tinkerbell as a pocket pussy.
Okay, I like that one.
Man, Eagle Rider and Fatal are in a dead heat right now. This is getting interesting.
Oftentimes, that is what's going on, is me and him competing to win it. We're competitive with each other, aren't we, Fatal?
Because I'm not in the game.
Well, honestly, we win more often than you anyways.
I know, but there's times.
But there are times, on occasion.
Son, take it from someone who's been around the block a few times. Nothing puts her in a mood like Blake. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Penis juice.
It's what's for dinner.
Facial it. I'm a good girl.
Mm. Mae Westline, when I'm good, I'm very good. When I'm bad, I'm better.
Yuck.
All right. They're doing the email thing.
By the way, guys, Fatal did offer to eat the cum cake.
Yeah.
No surprise there. Okay.
See, I never liked the taste of it. That's why I learned to deep throat. I mean, there's a couple benefits to that. A, if he is all the way down your throat when he shoots, you won't taste it. B, it makes it an extra special orgasm for him.
Oh, yeah.
Because then he's got that throat tightening around it while he's doing it. Yes, I am a horrible, degenerate woman.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what happens. Oh, shit. There.
There it is. Alrighty. Son, take it from me. Take it from someone who's been around the block a few times. Nothing puts her in the mood like nail bombing an Ariana Grande concert.
Ooh.
Oh, dear God.
Ooh.
That actually happened in Manchester, England. Of the area.
Ooh. Nothing puts her in the mood like clamping jumper cables to her nips in a car battery using her clit as a telegraph keyed machine. What the fuck?
Oh!
Ow. Ow.
Somebody really wants to beat me, don't you, Fatal?
Good evening, Mr. Miss America. Let's see go to press.
Nothing puts her in the mood like 3 hours of nonstop penetration.
That's iffy, depends on the guy, because it doesn't matter how long you're going if it sucks and it's not good sex.
That's true.
Oh, I'm reminded of my visual novel right now.
Nothing puts her in the mood like digging owl pellets out of her snatch. What the fuck? I don't know. Two really went to town that would make Thomas Edison and Tesla blush.
Honestly, 1, 2, and 4 are all really fucked up in their own ways. 3 is kind of tame. And I think you're fair if you give any of those 3 the win, honestly. I know which one I'm rooting for purely because it was my card and I didn't have a write-in to help me, but...
One, 2, and 4. Holy crap.
Like I said, I think you're fair if you give any of those 3 the win.
An Islamic televangelist has recently declared that blanket is no longer a sinful practice.
I'm wondering how many people will know this reference. TJ! That
All right.
TJ, that's a horrible comment you said just to irritate us. And I'm going to hurt you for it later. TJ's full of shit. Don't listen too much.
Dynamic TJ. Dynamic TJ. How dare you? You offended me so badly. How you doing, buddy?
Holy shit.
Oh my lord, Fatal.
Okay, that's gonna go in our deck for later though.
No. Fatal.
Okay.
Fatal. Do I need to get that internet history from you? Do I need to come over there?
I'm ready when you are, Fatal. I'm ready. An Islamic televangelist has declared that blank is no longer a sinful practice.
Okay.
Uh-oh. That's declared that being gay is no longer a sinful practice.
I think that's very close to the answer I put in. Except for mine's a little more well, you'll see.
Has recently declared that dining on a peacock as a male is no longer a simple practice.
Dining on peacock is a euphemism used for sucking cock.
Has recently declared that sucking on a urinal puck is no longer a simple practice.
And finally,
has recently declared that having a big bust in the bathtub is no longer
boring.
Oh.
Sorry. I's a good girl. I liked mine. It was creative and taught you something about an old euphemism used for sucking cock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear God, TJ.
Please say what? Look on your own cancer. Oh.
Oh my God.
By the way, my friends are fucked up people.
Yeah.
Also, just to see if he'll join, I'm going to send him the StreamYard. Because I like playing cards with him. TJ!
Yeah. Get down.
God, these cards suck. I don't care if I... I'm so going to hell if I do this. Give me just a sec to do it. Hey, freak!
Okay. I do anything for a chance at a basement full of Down syndrome sex dolls. Okay.
Wow. Oh my god.
I do anything for a chance at actually eating a dick. Is that Mr. Fetal? Is that Mr. Fetal? Probably.
Now, Fatal's going more dank this game. I can tell you that from his comment in chat.
I do anything for a chance at fucking the bullet hole in the head.
I've used that card before. I've used that card before.
I'll never do that.
Oh,
I'm not finishing that sentence, but wow.
Game links in the private, by the way, TJ.
I do anything for a chance at surprise sex.
Rain.
Obviously, 1 and 3 are the fucked up answers.
Oh, which one?
And they're both really fucked up for really different reasons.
Yep.
All right, let me get my other device up for running the card game.
And I know which one's Fatal's just from his comment in chat. Nice answer, Fatal. I think we both definitely earned a point for this one. I wrote my own version of that card too. That's number 3, but mine was a little more fucked up even.
Hey guys, it's getting late here, so I'm gonna hit the A.
That's fine if you need to go.
Just a question. What's the score?
Right now, Fatal's winning.
Okay. All right. And good night, everybody.
Good night. All right. The road to success is paved with peanuts juice, dead hookers. Never mind. Dead hookers covered in penis juice. You do realize I just put dead hookers covered in penis juice in the deck, right?
We would expect nothing less.
Die, slap.
Oh god. Oh god. I guess.
I've been very sick the last few weeks, if you can't tell.
Hopefully you're starting to feel better.
Yeah, which is a good thing because I have to meet up with the gnome on Friday. The road to success is paved with how many hours spent on casting couch?
That's
It's a good card. I don't know, but than this one, but no.
A little on the nose.
Yeah.
Not quite the most creative, but good. Definitely real.
Yeah, it's a usable card.
The road to success is paved with fucking a beatboxer from the acapella group. The road to success is paved with
Damn!
I can't quite get that to roll off my tongue here.
Broken females and dead children and no morals.
It needs a little rephrasing, but
with
and maybe,
normal,
maybe
with
maybe
no
a comma in there instead of a You can fix it in
how
post.
about broken females tap dancing on their aborted children as they celebrate their lack of morals?
Yeah,
I mean,
okay. The fuck? Get out.
Anyway, I really am a fucked up person, aren't I, TJ?
Well, yeah.
It's still the best card out of them. It just needs a little grammatical help. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds and thick cheese. Never mind.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds and blowing up buildings.
Say what? Say what? Stick a penis in your butt. God, my ticks are weird. Read anime, you crazed fucker. I mean,
Certainly. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds, and the long fingernail guy from the Guinness Book of World Records. Yeah,
odd.
Sat on a tuffet, eating her curds, and the 10 largest men from my village.
Oh.
Sat on a tuffet, eating her curds, and slowly easing down onto a cucumber.
I know, Van. I know. I hate being sick.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds, and busting a nut. God damn it.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating the curds and whey. Along came a spider, sat down beside her and said, "Yo, what's in the bowl, bitch?"
No. That last one just makes me think this is not Ms. Muffet. This is Mr. Muffet. Post. Anyway, pre-op, but anyway.
I say 3 and 4 actually got me laughing.
1 and 2 can still work as a joke, but they're very awkward.
Well, here we go. Hopefully everybody got their likes in.
Giggity.
Damn it. Fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Fuck a dick. Fuck a fuck. Fuck you, fuck. Why is it half the time when I have singing tics, it's just repeating swear words over and over in sing-song ways? Whip them fuckers. I mean, a fat elephant wearing spandex and sucking a dick is now the new king of the Republican Party. I mean,
I'm actually impressed you made that work. Good one, Rosa. That's a good one.
Love you guys. A fat elephant wearing spandex and sucking a dick was the life of the party. The quiet kid with a knife was the life of the party. No, he just took all the other life out of the party. I mean, Down syndrome Danny was the life of the party. The shambled, reanimated corpse of Amy Winehouse was the life of the party.
Oh, damn, the good one. Damn.
Trying to make me go to rehab, and I said no.
God, my friends are all fucked up assholes.
They tried to make me go to rehab, and I croaked.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear God.
What do you say, man?
Fatal, what is wrong with you?
This calls for.
I like my answer too, damn it. Great, now I've got Weird Al music running through my head.
Which one?
If I tell you which one, you'll understand instantly the answer that's mine.
We'll see if I can guess based on your answer.
Anyways, you probably still will anyways. It's from, yeah, it is actually a direct quote from one of his songs. Somebody read SJ.
Okay. The asteroid can't be stopped. This calls for getting orgasmic pleasure from scaring people. Oh.
Been there, done that. I mean,
the asteroid can't be stopped. This calls for Ashley getting shot. For real. The chances. Oh, okay. The asteroid can't be stopped. A big, bad hermaphrodite with a flock of seagulls. With a flock of seagulls, haircut, and only one nostril.
It's a big fat hermaphrodite.
Oh, I hate it when I'm right.
One nostril.
I hate it when I'm right.
This can't be. The asteroid can't be stopped. This calls for smashing tits and George Foreman grill.
Whoever answered that one, fuck you, seriously. And also, there ain't no way this would fit the George Foreman grill. Sorry, just
I sing that song literally every time I have to drive through Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. Sorry. I had to use that answer. I had to it. I love that whole section of that song so damn much.
Children don't go to school anymore since they learn everything they need to know from blank.
Oh God, this is not a good answer. Oh dear God, this is a bad thing to say.
We don't all know.
Great, now it's stuck in my head. Fuck.
I got nothing.
It's going to be stuck in my head for
days.
It probably weeks. When that gets stuck in my head, it's hard to get rid of it.
I did this game with my husband where he was trying to find a Weird Al song he could play that I could not sing along to in perfect harmony.
I didn't know until real recently that is actually a parody of a specific song.
It's really weird because about half of his songs are parodies, but not all of the ones people think are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Albuquerque is one. It's the song called Dick's Automotive.
Mm-hmm. I would love to actually see him take some of the comedy songs from the old Dr. Demento early days and redo them in more dark, fucked up ways. So
yeah, that would be pretty sick.
A comedy would be amazing to me.
Yeah.
I still have to find the lyrics I wrote for something that would so get me canceled. You know the song "What Have I Done Now" from Within Temptation?
No.
The guy she duets with in that song is no longer a guy legally, we'll say.
Mhm.
He had the sex change a few years after the song. I was feeling very saucy when he did this, and I rewrote the entire song as "Why Am I a Woman Now?" with some of the most dank trans jokes you'll ever hear. And then I went, I probably will get in trouble if I ever actually sing this to anybody. It's bad, and I don't know where I put it, unfortunately. It's like, I want to so bad just for the fun, right?
Children don't go to school anymore since they learn everything they need to know from locking them in a room and not letting them out until they finally fuck.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Children don't go to school anymore since they learn everything they need to know from suspicious white powder. Children don't go to school anymore since they learn everything they need to know from Warren Jeffs. Jesus!
Oh.
Damn!
Damn. That is so fucked up.
Children don't go to school anymore since they learned everything they need to know from trees with human skin. Oh God, it's a toss up between 1 and 3. I'm gonna have to give it to 3.
Oh.
Thank you. I am very fucked up.
That was a good one.
Well done.
I think
Well
he's
done.
not coming too, because look what he said after you read number 3. Me and Fatal get very competitive with trying to beat each other in this game, and right now we're tied.
In Rome, there was the debate.
Mine to read. In Rome, there are whisperings that the Vatican has a secret room devoted to penis juice, rectal sex. Fuck off.
I'm going to hell.
As am I.
Hey, earlier I said that gnomes that fuck pine cones make up half of the Asians in Canada. So I don't think I'm much better. Who am I waiting on? Oh, I'm waiting on the floofy boy.
Yeah.
I ate your brother today, and he tasted good. In Rome, there are whisperings that the Vatican has a secret room devoted to enormous Scandinavian women. In Rome, there are whisperings that the Vatican has a secret room devoted to filming choir boys gone wild. I don't know why I got tongue-tied on that, but oh God, you guys are fucked up. I love you guys. Anyway, in Rome, there are whisperings that the Vatican has a secret room devoted to killing Granny and using her skin as wrapping paper for special occasions. In Rome, there are whisperings that the Vatican has a secret room devoted to using IHS to experiment on native children. I wrote that card.
Figured you had to. It was your sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Who's gonna break the lead between? Oh, and we have our answer. We can begin this evening's auction with entry number 1. Bids begin at $25,000.
If this custom card isn't good enough to go in your deck, I don't know what is.
Uh-oh.
They all go in.
It's gonna be good then.
They might need tweaking, but they'll go in. You know.
Hey, Bob. Lucy says you're supposed to read this one.
All right, hold on. All right, let me pause that. Okay. We begin this evening's auction with entry number 1. Flip it.
Anime.
Gotta flip it. Can't read if it's not flipped.
Let's do this. We begin this evening's auction.
No. Anime. Lucy requested that Bob reads this.
I've been requested to read this one. Yes.
Okay.
Go flip it. This entry with entry number 1. The sliced up human remains inside Jeffrey Dahmer's fridge. Beginning begins at whatever. Next. We begin this evening's auction with entry number 1, a big fucking snake. $25,000.
How are you guys laughing at that more than the slice up remains?
It's just funny.
The remains
All
are
right.
still
Begin this entry number 1. Bob being ordered by courts to wear pants, but after being caught on stream with his dick out. $25,000.
Card.
Oh no.
Next one. Okay. Entry number 1. The original gold ring run by Goatee Man himself, Kirk Johnson.
Goatsy Man himself, Kirk Johnson.
Whoever the fuck that is. I don't give a shit.
Ye old gaping anus. Am I the only person here who knows Goatsy?
Probably.
Okay.
Oh my god. I'm the most corrupt person among all of you. What the hell?
No.
How did this happen?
Just differently corrupted.
I don't.
Okay, wow. I'm amazed that nobody else here knows Goatsy.
I have. It's probably something I would never even go near. Yeah.
One of the original early internet shock sites.
I didn't have much access to any of those.
It took a while before I had any decent access to the internet.
I grew up gutter ass poor and then went to Job Corps.
Yeah.
It was 2 Girls 1 Cup before 2 Girls 1 Cup was 2 Girls 1 Cup.
I don't know most of that stuff.
On the grand scheme of things, my taste is still pretty bad.
Number 3 got me busting out laughing because I could just imagine that. I could just imagine that happening.
Okay, fortune cookie say expect blank. Should I be worried? Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Let me get back to this here. All right.
Fatal is determinedly trying to beat me. Probably will this game because I don't know. I'm very shocked at some of the reactions from the last few questions, so I'm kind of confused where everyone's at right now. Who wants to read for Floofy?
Okay, my fortune cookie says expect a toothy blowjob from a lamprey eel. Should I be worried?
Yes.
Fortune cookie says expect savage anal fucking by Harvey Weinstein. Should I misspelled Weinstein?
I will Harvey's not spelled right either. I will fix it later. Yeah. I'm just putting it on the list for now.
All right.
Yeah.
Fortune cookie says collecting pussy in your freezer. So and no, not the animal kind. Should I be worried? What you expect snorting the ashes of unclaimed bodies from the crematorium. Should I be worried?
Oh, wow.
So we're just in agreement that everybody went fucked up as hell.
As
Yeah, we
fucked up as they could. But somebody actually wrote something down.
What?
Uh-oh.
What? It's just two.
All right.
Oh, this is gonna be funny.
I don't have any good cards, anyways. At this point, my cards suck.
Dearest cards are, you better pick my fucking card or I will be one.
Oh, Joker's having a heart attack. Joker's having a heart attack. He's having a mental breakdown on this
We'll
one.
see. People save their write-ins for this one.
And one of my cards was just appropriate, so
This is not going to end well, is it?
this didn't need a write-in. I just had a perfect fill in the blank.
I'm just crabby right now because I'm still sick. So expect what you get. S.J. Reed,
folks. Hold on. All right, here we go. Dearest card czar, you better pick my fucking card, or I will be scalping all you fuckers and you and your fat fucking heads as my new winter blanket. Excellent start. Dearest card czar, you better pick my fucking card, or I will be too many dicks, not enough holes. I think I know who this one is.
That doesn't quite work, but okay.
I'm gonna
Doesn't
say
quite
I
work.
think I would think you guys would know who both of those were.
Yeah.
Dearest card czar, you better pick my fucking card, or I'll be slapping that pussy.
Nah, little
But
tame.
good try though. Dearest card czar, you better pick my fucking card, or I will be executing a hostage every hour. Go ahead.
What do you think's being done with the scalping? Come on. I mean,
Go ahead. I don't care about them. I don't know them. Go ahead. Good.
Go ahead. Make my day.
You said every
Go
hour.
ahead.
Go right ahead. I'll just
no,
be here
what
playing.
you should be saying as a guy is go ahead, suck my cock. I mean,
Go ahead.
that'll really make your day. I mean,
I don't know. What do you think? Okay, perfect.
I think we all knew that was me instantly.
Yep.
Oh, we already had this one somehow, but
Here's the church, here is the steeple. Open the doors, and there is blank. Once I was playing with the rando Cardrician card option, and the winning hand was the random draw, and it was just the folly of man. I always thought that was a really good answer for this one.
All right. If anything else. That again. Go for that.
Here is the church, here is the steeple. Open the doors, and there is Brits who are incapable of reading the language they invented. Here is the church, here is the steeple. Open the doors, and there is cute boys. Here is the church, here is the steeple. Open the doors, and there is little Debbie and her mom, full-size Deborah.
Jeez.
Here is the church, here is the steeple. Open the doors, and there is Peter Dinklage wielding a weapon twice his size, a Swiss Army knife.
Oh Lord.
I'm going to go with Peter Dinklage wielding a weapon twice his size, a Swiss Army knife.
Thank you. I had an alternate one I wanted to do also. I'm going to drop in the private chat here. Check the private chat in the stream.
Oh boy. I gotta go on a full screen. Oh.
What?
Oh wow! I can see that. I can see that happening. Holy crap! I could see that.
Oh Lord.
Sorry, Lord, I
Oh.
apologize for this.
The thing is, Brad Williams can probably see that happening too, because he could
Williams-
probably make a joke about it.
Oh, he'd be
Brad
promoting the
Williams
hell
could
out of it.
kick Dinklage's ass. I'm sorry.
He'd be doing shoots in the back. Come on, Dinklage. Bring
There are
it,
two
bitch.
types of people in the world, blank and blank. Fatal, can you answer this one? You did. Okay. Wait. Do we need to wait at the end of this one for you to do your round? Waiting on SJ on this one. I do. I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought of that, but I did. I thought of both, and I went for it. They're both so fucked up. I'm so horrible, aren't I? There are two types of people in the world: that bitch Carol Baskin and pissing off a redheaded albino. Okay, there are two types of people in the world. Jose, so on the tuba, I can't speak. Somebody,
Jose Feliciano on the tuba.
I think I probably wrote that. Okay.
And a whole lot of woman.
I'm having issues breathing for some reason. This is not fun reading these at this
I
moment.
think I'm the only one who remembers Jose Feliciano.
There are two types of people in the world. Explaining the Omegaverse to your conservative grandparents and elderly men who come puffs of dust.
Ooh.
There are two types of people in this world: getting abducted by Peter Pan and 3-inch anal beads in a virgin butthole. Unfortunately, the one I like, I have a feeling is going to end up giving the win to Fatal. No, that was Anime Night. Yay! I mean,
Okay.
I am a strange, fucked up person. I like the idea of Peter Dinklage and Brad Williams in the smallest cage death match ever. I think it's hilarious. Also, I absolutely believe Brad Williams would win.
Oh, he would go for it. He'd be, like I said, he'd be doing shooter interviews. I'll tell you what, Mean Gene, I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna fuck his little ass up.
Because see, I have seen so much footage of him bitching about Dinklage and his fat mouth and taking work away from people like him that I could just see it going sideways fast.
Just a question.
Now we are waiting. We are waiting on Fatal right now.
Just there's things that enough of a sense of humor.
Fatal is technically at work and he has to do patrol, so he'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
And because he's 1 point from win, I don't want to just mark him away and basically take advantage of this to beat him.
No.
Songs.
Let's give him a few minutes because I try to be a good girl. Bullshit. Fuck off. Thank you, Tiki. I have to pack the next couple of days.
Oh.
I have to go torture a gnome. I mean, see my friend. TJ, you remember me talking about my gnome?
Yep.
Fridays when we meet up in person.
Nice.
And Saturdays when he, my husband, and my handler and his wife from the first video all go together to see another Drew show.
Nice.
And I'm just sitting there thinking if I start ticking in the audience, and Drew's gonna be sitting there going, fuck, I hear it again. Oh,
That voice.
fuck.
I thought I'd never hear it ever again. The legend continues.
Fuck. Right? Oh god.
Dun dun dun.
Actually, you know what's sad is his video with me is one of his more watched videos in the last year.
Oh man.
I looked through his videos and he's only got a handful of videos that have more views. Those are the ones that went really viral because they're either him sharing a full show or they hit those viral phrases really well in the titles. Almost every other video is less. It's like, oh dear God. You're really getting your views off of me ticking like a dumb bitch. I mean, okay. I guess I'm happy. It's okay, Fatal. We understand. We can put the screen share down and wait for you. Can't we?
Yes.
We can all talk and bullshit for a few while we wait, right?
All right.
Presumably.
Ooh, look, it's a crazy bitch. I mean, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
That's all right.
I'm going to be going to my mother's place in a few weeks. It's become much easier for me to actually breathe through spring if I'm not in Iowa. Okay. It's coming down. Do, 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 do. Da da. Da 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 da. Penis juice. Glug glug, you slut. I think eat a dick. I think I'm still a bit ticky today.
Yerp.
But you all still love me anyway. What's fucking wrong with you? Ah, come on. You all love me.
I plead the fifth.
You can't. I'm sure we know people who already drank it.
But I'm bummed.
Okay. I am exhausted. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think once we're done with Cards Humanity, we could slowly wrap up.
Yeah, because by the time he gets back and we finish, it's going to be going on almost 6 hours anyways.
Yeah.
But he is off this Friday, so he will be here for the
But I won't be. We have to pick up the dweeb and his wife at 6:30 in the morning so we can get over there in time to get the gnome when his plane lands.
Damn, he picked that early of a flight?
No, it's that long of a drive.
Oh.
His flight's landing in the evening. So yeah, it's gonna be a long day Friday.
Oh, I believe it.
We've already decided that my husband's going to go in and get the gnome at the airport because we don't think I should be walking around ticking things like Dodge Towers and Bang Bang at the TSA.
Probably not. No.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
We don't think that would go over well.
Best for you to wait in the car. Yeah.
Well, plus if I wait in the car, I can actually wait in the loading zone and then they don't have to pay for parking.
That's true.
The loading zone is for unloading and loading passengers only.
The weirdest part of that movie, I swear, was that whole abortion conversation on the mic.
What movie was this?
Airplane.
Oh yeah, that's it. Fuck, I haven't seen that in so long.
I have both Airplane movies.
It's not my favorite of the Zaz Productions films, though. That would be Top Secret. I love Top Secret.
I already said, track down the old movie 0 Hour, which is where they lifted the whole structure of Airplane from.
Yep.
Because then you go, oh yeah, this is where they do that joke. But so much of the dialogue is straight from that movie, you know. Yeah.
And the second Airplane movie just went full 80s with just randomly showing tits and nudity for no reason. So, of course, that had to be the one that Shatner was in. I mean,
yeah. Of course, back then, remember with Shatner, they're looking through the periscope and the Enterprise flies by. It's, you know,
I am a very
that's
odd
a case of, yes, the original Enterprise was on the big screen once. Yeah. And it looked fine. All right, let's get to the tower. We don't have a tower. No tower? No, sir. Just a bridge. Why are I notified of these things?
I have to admit, I am conflicted on the whole changing the Enterprise because I get why we wanted the original, but they did do a good job of explaining that it was being updated and doing the whole ship porn intro and all that shit. So they did a good job with it.
Yeah.
But the original Enterprise is still so iconic.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, I think they really built on that with the last episode of Star Trek Continues, where it's like, yeah, the technology got to a point, but also the Enterprise came back. She was beat to hell. Bites taken out of the hull. It's like, so yeah, we're gonna do more than just repair her. We're gonna really upgrade her, okay? Because it's gonna be pretty much a heels up rebuild anyways. But part of the mission statement of that show was to finish the 5-year mission and get everyone where they were at the time of the motion picture. Why was Kirk suddenly at Fleet Haven? Why had McCoy left? Why was Spock back on Vulcan? Yada yada yada. You know, and I think they nailed it.
I am so tired at times. You know, this is actually a pretty long stream for how sick I've been, isn't it, Anime?
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
Getting back in the swing of things.
Suddenly I'm thinking of Star Trek 12.
Well, why is it when you said getting back into the swing of things, all I could picture was a sex swing?
That swing, yeah.
Well, that's the rope bunny in you.
Just make sure you got it anchored to the right spot in the ceiling. It's actually load carrying being. So,
And don't use the bungee based ones. Those things are so easy to injure yourself on.
yeah, you don't
And
want to
break.
You don't want to bounce off the floor.
Oh no, the bungee based ones have a great ability to hold a lot of weight and bounce. The problem is they really bounce if you do certain maneuvers, and I kind of broke my knee in one. Anyway,
not as bad. Not as bad
on
as
the
my-
ceiling, mind you, on the ceiling.
Oh wow!
Not as bad as my friend when she broke her neck 3 times.
We'll leave the rest to your imagination, gentle viewer. Okay, you know.
I mean, I also injured my wrist doing a headstand blowjob up the stairs rail once, but that was a different story. I might be a bit of a degenerate. Okay, anyway.
Also, younger, more limber years. So, you know.
You know, it's so funny. My sister.
What do you mean, more limber years? I can still put both of my feet behind my head.
I'm just thinking about, you know, the.
I can pretzel, thank you.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm still thinking back, you know, the line from Roddenberry when he's and during his lectures, you're talking about, you know, that sexual equality is as basic as any other kind of equality. You can't be, you know, a science fiction writer or viewer, reader without knowing that. That being said, though, we have always used and continue to use women as sex objects. You know? However, to be fair, we've also continued to use male as sex objects too. In fact, and this is Roddenberry's exact word. In fact, when I was younger and more agile, I was used as a sex object myself. I think it's great fun.
oh, it is absolutely wonderful fun to be used as a sex object. I'm speaking completely as a woman here.
Yeah.
You just have to make sure you have the right person who is not going to take advantage of you being in that position.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I said, back when I first heard that when I was 12, I was like, yeah, that sounds a good line. Yeah. I can see that perspective. And then years later, yes, I can definitely identify.
Let's be fair.
I can
Gene
confirm.
was a fucking man-ho.
Yeah.
Of course, he would say being used as a sex object was great fun. That was literally his mode operandus.
He was banging Susan Sackett at the time. Okay, come on.
Come on, let's be honest. This is the man who was married, dating like 6 different women on set and in the production crew.
Yeah.
Tries to go over to Michelle and takes Michelle with him to try to convince them to have a 3-way with him. Well, he's still married to another woman.
Nichelle wasn't having it.
Neither of them were.
Yeah.
And that's what led to them fighting so much on set for a long time. He was a man-ho. Again, I love his work. He was still a hoe.
Yeah, I don't think Major didn't pick up at first. She wondered where they knew each other. Because Gene shows up with Nichelle and says, "Oh, Nichelle, I didn't know you knew." And they didn't stick around long. But Nichelle kind of rid him the riot act. Don't you ever do that to me again. Like,
neither
not
of them
doing that.
wanted to be there. He did not get their permission for this idea.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem. Personally, everyone knew he was a man-ho. They all knew they were having affairs with him. I think the self-righteous indignation is a little much.
Yeah.
But
well, yeah, considering Gene Coon's interview to become the line producer for Star Trek consisted of him sitting there talking with Gene Roddenberry in his office and Nichelle Nichols coming in from the executive washroom type thing, wearing nothing but one of Gene's sweater vests. And just casually walking up and kind of behind his chair. The fact that Gene Coon did not flinch, that's what got him the job. Wasn't the impressive resume that his writing career went back beyond Roddenberry. So you didn't flinch when the show came in half naked. Okay, you got the job.
I will always
you can handle this crazy crew.
I will always refer to what Rod said about his father. That I loved my father so much. I adored him. I idolized him. But let's be honest. The first time my dad cheated on my mom was on their honeymoon.
It was Japan. He hadn't been in the Pacific since the war.
So he was looking for some new war brides? I mean...
Pretty much, yeah. I think, hey,
Gene was a man-ho.
Maybe find the daughter of, one he had back during the war.
Oh, dear God.
That would be a little creaky, but not out of character.
That'd be really creepy because it could possibly be your own child.
Yeah, that's another issue, but probably not thinking that far. Okay.
Look, with all due respect to every man here,
yeah,
men as it's been said repeatedly, can only work one head at the same time.
Yeah, we don't know.
When you're horny as hell, you're not thinking things through up here going, this isn't a good idea. You're thinking, hole, I want in the hole.
Yeah, it's your home. Don't you want to go home? Okay. We do not have the blood supply to operate two at the same time, okay?
Any comment, TJ?
No comment whatsoever.
Or have I pretty much covered the bases on bashing men and women here?
Well, I mean, it's also accurate. So,
and to Rod's credit, it's like, people bring it makes him more human. He's not this, writing demigod, Gene Roddenberry, great part of the galaxy. It's Dad.
Do they remember that
he's a human guy? He did
they all said that when they did First Contact, they wrote the lecherous and drunken and greedy parts of Zephyr Cochrane to emblematic of the bad side of Roddenberry.
Yeah. Well, and I also think that little dissertation when Dax is transferring various old personalities into other people to interact with them separately, and Curzon goes into Odo.
Oh, there was definitely a lot of Roddenberry.
Oh, there was a lot of that. Well, especially when Jadzia goes to Cisco and starts saying, "What's going on?" I was like, "Let me tell you about Curzon." And read those things that I know when he would do things. I'd call him on it. Sometimes he'd laugh, sometimes he'd get furious, but he always backed down when he knew I had him and I was right.
Here's the thing that really is interesting to me about Star Trek First Contact is that that's a movie that Tom Hanks wasn't in, that he still managed to pee all over. Because this weird thing about Tom Hanks is always peeing in his movies. It must be part of his contracts.
Yeah.
And originally,
because I don't like 90% of his movies because I think he's boring as fuck.
But that peeing winds up being a subplot in a shocking number of Tom Hanks movies. Like, it's like he has in his contracts or something that he has to talk about peeing or be shown on screen peeing, because at this point it can't be anything other than a fetish. So anyway, originally Zephyr Cochrane, they were going to try and get Tom Hanks to play.
Yeah.
Originally going to get Tom Hanks to play Zephyr Cochrane.
Thanks to big target.
Also to echo Apollo 13, because there were a few
I am glad
things in that.
They didn't, because he would not have been anywhere near as good as the other guy.
No, but what's funny is that one moment of I'm going to go take a leak. Have you people in the 21st century ever pee? Knowing that was originally supposed to be Tom Hanks, recontextualizes that entirely and makes it part of Tom Hanks's piss fetish in a movie that he's not even in.
Yeah.
Can I ask why it is that Tom Hanks is so popular? Because literally he is one of the most dry, boring actors I've ever fucking seen.
It was sold as kind of modern day Jimmy Stewart everyman type of thing.
He's boring in every fucking role. The only reason that Forrest Gump was any good is because he was playing himself, a boring ass idiot.
I still think Jamie Cromwell was not the right person for that role. It's like they got him because they know they could get him easily. They should have gotten again. For some reason, they didn't want to bother trying to match with the Glenn Corbett and Metamorphosis. Like, nobody's gonna care. Then why are you calling like the character? Nobody cares, Rick. Come on. Put an effort in. They should have gotten George Clooney, because it was before he was George Clooney. He would still have been affordable then, and he looked, enough like Corbett. It's like, yeah, you can buy that. He's kind of
still another by the way overrated sack of asshole.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
George better for the part, I think.
George Clooney is good when he's completely making fun of himself in a role, like in Burn After Reading or Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? When he's working with the Coen brothers.
Yeah, he can be very self-deprecating.
Cruelty is a good
I love when he's working with the Coen brothers.
Yeah.
Okay, there are two movies that I like of his because I get to see him suffer greatly throughout them. One Fine Day and Intolerable Cruelty.
Have you seen Burn After Reading?
He gets a lot of this, brother.
But the issues I have with him, it's not just that he's dry and boring, not just that it's the ego behind it. It's the constantly lying about what he is. No. Of course I did the dramas, but I never fucking did sitcoms. You were fucking Roseanne's boss in the early seasons, you asshole.
He was a guest star on, I think it was Facts of Life or a Different World, one of those two.
Yeah, but he tried to say, okay, I did a couple guest stars, but I never was actually an actor in any of these. It's like, yes, you were. And also, by the way, he was a guest star on Golden Girls, too.
Yeah. He was in the sitcoms. He didn't get a regular spot on it. That's his defense thing.
The thing I love about Intolerable Cruelty is they really play up on his ego. They make it part of the character. He's playing a sleazy divorce lawyer anyways. And he runs into one of the most psychotic, man-eating bitch women who, when he screws her over in a divorce, sets her sights on him. It is great. It's also the fact that the psycho is played by Catherine Zeta-Jones is also good. She's really good at those roles.
Yeah.
I mean, again, one of my favorite roles of hers is Splitting Heirs. So
never piss off a Welsh woman. Okay.
My favorite performance George Clooney ever gave is probably "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou." That's one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time.
He gets lots of abuse in that one.
That movie. He gets magnificently abused in that one.
Yeah.
My hair.
It's like I have sat here and I've gone over to people why I think certain versions that are really popular of Batman are highly overrated, why some versions that aren't popular have been screwed over by history tellers. They blame Batman Forever for a lot of the shit that Clooney and them did in Batman and Robin. And they bash on it with a lot of the stuff that's actually from Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not being completely fair on this. And Kilmer, the big issue with Kilmer playing that part in that movie is he has such a quiet emotion in the way he acts and portrays himself. He hit the emotion of Bruce and Batman really well.
Oh, yeah. He was great.
But
in that,
a lot of it got drowned out by the 90 neon metal crap in it. And I'm not saying I don't like 90s neon and metal because I'm a headbanger girl, you know?
But
they put so much of it in that it subdued and muted the acting in it. Everything else seemed so much quieter. And honestly, Jim Carrey's costume sucked, but Jim Carrey was great in the part.
Yeah. Well,
Tommy Lee
he
Jones
knew what kind of movie he was in, yeah.
Was overwritten. The part had a lot of issues, but his acting was not one of them. And some of his speeches in that were insane.
Tommy Lee Jones was not playing Two-Face. And frankly, and Jim Carrey wasn't playing the Riddler. They were both playing the Joker.
Well, yes and no, actually. I have information on this.
Yeah.
Because the problem was they tried to blend too much of the different heroes. The same reason this part of why I didn't like the 80s ones and I think they were overrated is because, yes, they leaned a lot on trying to use the gothic lighting and stuff. Well, first of all, my rants about Burton are a long and sordid thing as a gothic girl. I have so many issues with a lot of the shit he's done. And again, I can't tell I'm a gothic girl from sitting here in black and black stripes, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I have a lot of issues with Burton. And I think he leans so much on trying to just use cheap titillization and shock value to disguise the fact that he really doesn't get most of the culture. And it works. A lot of people fall for it, but I don't. Anyway, different
breakthrough and a breakdown, maybe.
So, yes, I sit there and I go, okay, Batman Forever. No, it's not perfect, but it's not the train wreck people portray it as. And I've sat here and gone over detailed lists of every actor who's played Batman, voice acting and physical, and were they better at Bruce? Were they better at Batman? Did they actually manage to make both believable? Because nailing both is incredibly difficult because they are a dual personality in one body. They are completely contrary characters to each other. It is a split personality condition with him. And so nailing both is incredibly difficult and you have to be great.
My internet's really going bad right now.
Yeah. Okay.
The best one to nail both was Conroy, but he was voice acting. He didn't have to do all the physical stuff. So there's also, he had a bias there to him that's not fair to the other actors. The only person that I truly believe absolutely sucked as both characters was Clooney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only person who put zero effort in and did not care.
I think Clooney's because he knew he was in a turkey. So yeah, but he also he'd
no
been taking
flow at all, like no flow. You watch his scenes as Bruce Wayne, there is no flow. He had
There's no flow in any of it. The other thing that drives me crazy about that one is Silverstone had the ability to act in a way where she could have played her part really well. But the way they wrote it was so cringy, it did not work with her. Her acting style and the way she portrays herself in a lot of these roles when she's the daughters of these powerful men, You look at things like excess baggage. She absolutely could have fucking done it if they'd given her a good writing for it.
Well, they also Schumacher thinking, oh, they just the Commissioner Gordon's daughter. That was for the TV show. No, I think the character.
Yeah, I think that's when not just Schumacher, but also
I think that did predate the character Batgirl as Commissioner Gordon's daughter. I think that was before the series. Yeah.
Well, it's also again Harley Quinn came out of the series. She was a good character until they got the recent shit on her.
Yeah.
They've absolutely butchered the character, and they basically turned her into a lesbian punchline.
Mm-hmm.
And literally portraying the very thing they've been complaining about for years. Oh, women just switch their sexuality after they get out of abuse. Well, yes, actually some do, but again, you're supposed to be promoting that some people are born this way and stuff like that. And the way that they wrote her character is so disrespectful to that. It is literally just, oh, she hates men now because of that. It is so disrespectful to the actual lesbian women, the way that they've written the character in the modern stuff. And that's where it's like, you're not respecting these women. You're not respecting their stories and how they become what they are, or if they're born that way. You're making it a cliche. It was the same thing with Once Upon a Time when they suddenly made Red lesbian so she could be with Dorothy. It's like the entire show, she was absolutely boy crazy, completely straight. Suddenly she's in a coma, and a woman she barely knows and barely talked to, who's had no sexual interaction with her, whatever, can be her kiss of love to wake her up. This is so disrespectful to what actually lesbian women are. It was literally just like, okay, well, we want you gay so we can tokenize you.
But they want to
And they
do
had
the
no story that
message.
actually fit the characters.
Yeah.
And I actually sat there going, this is disrespectful to lesbian women and to bisexual women. Because you're just turning it on for an episode so you can go, look at what we did. And they didn't care. They didn't put effort into, okay, let's have a different character that fell in love with her, all this stuff so that it made sense. No, let's just turn the most boy crazy straight woman in the show suddenly gay because another woman likes her.
She finally found the right pussy. Yeah.
And it's so insulting. It is so insulting. And that's the thing is, I don't mind all these characters, different cultures, different communities, different sexualities, different all this, but write them in a way that's respectful to both the people where that you base the character on and to the character you're creating.
That's the thing. Usually these characters, they're better treated in the like with Harley, the better in the anime show, because there's one where Harley had finally served her sentence in Arkham. She's certified as okay, you're ready to rejoin society.
Are you having fun, anime?
I'm sorry. I'm just like waiting for.
But anyway, they find she's released to the thing, and just trying to go about and just going to the mall and just all these badgering the perfume goes, oh yeah, and just get away from me, and just not handling well, and finally retreat into a dressing room. And still, they'll chase, and then just boom, and she's back in her full Harley Quinn gear and just trembling, just ready to explode. And just,
Rosetta, what were you trying to? What were you trying to say? What were you trying to say? Go ahead.
I've seen this so many times. It's also the reason why I hate sex swapping. I hate gender swapping. I hate race swapping characters, sexuality swapping characters, because it's not just that you're taking from somebody else, which is an inherent issue anyways, especially when there are people based on actual historical figures and stuff like that. There's a whole other level. But it's also, you're taking these people who are gay, who are women, who are minorities and stuff. You're going, we know you have thousands and hundreds of thousands of stories and history to your lifestyle, your culture, your mythology. But
they're saying that
nobody's going to want that. One sec.
But
nobody's going to want that. Nobody's going to want to hear your stories. Nobody's going to want to try anything new. So we're just going to give you these badly written, sloppy seconds of somebody else and tell you to sit down, swallow it, and like it.
Yeah.
It's like we said for the upcoming How to Train Your Dragon. Why are we putting a Latina woman as a Viking?
Yeah.
And it goes right back to what they've done for so long with the stuff with native things, is they find these sellouts in native culture, the urban Indians, the Indian in name only, the people who do not understand our culture, do not care, and just want a paycheck. And they go, we'll give you this money. We'll give you this money. write it this way, play it this way, so we can do things the way we want and say that it was endorsed by a native. And they do it all the time. Look at what they did with the supposed native Captain America. They found a guy who had nothing to do with the culture, who was technically native. They had him write a character that was supposedly Kickapoo, but nothing in his cultural emblems and in his character was actually Kickapoo symbolism or culture. It was a badly controlled mix of about 30 different tribes, none of them who were portrayed well, and then given a Hispanic name and, oh, well, you're good. No, this is actually really fucking racist to us.
Yeah.
This is really fucking racist to us.
Yeah.
It doesn't
What was
represent
that
us. It
other
insults
character,
us.
the Native American from Marvel that you and I both raged about? It was like another Hawkeye that was like Native Americans. Like, come on, dude, do a little better.
Yeah, we're trying, all different. It's some scrawny little
Or how,
gay kid
again,
in New Orleans. I think it's
Iron
gonna be
Fist
Captain
is a
America.
really cool character, but the fact that the recent what if it's like, oh, we gotta make him Asian. I'm like, no one cares if he's Asian. Like so many different people were Iron Fist way before we had an Asian guy, and I think that's the whole point is that they learn from the past. This is something that they're given.
Iron
that they're
Fist. The whole
trained and
point of Iron
respected.
Fist. He was a white guy learning
All
the
right.
culture.
Anyway, Fatal, get yourself reconnected to the game and we'll finish it up because we're waiting on you.
Okay, here we go.
I didn't want to win by having you gone for a half hour. I'd rather lose than win a cheap way.
And it gave us all a chance to rant for a while.
And I just got in my internet just got back up. But you see what I mean, though, Rosa? That's what I put up with.
Yeah.
So now that I rambled and ranted a bit, I'm really good at that.
Okay. That's what YouTube's for. You're not going to believe this, but I'm Mew from the future. You've got to stop blank. Yeah.
Dick Muncher. Fatal Saho.
You've got to stop beating off in church. Yeah. No.
Fatal Saho.
Write that down. Okay.
You write it down and message it to me because I'm tired. I've been copying all this shit all night while trying to run everything.
I got the thing up. I'll do it within.
I'm exhausted. I wasn't even planning to run everything myself. Do. Eat a dick, eat a dick, eat a dick, dick.
Yeah, beating off in church during the invitation.
Dick.
And let's get these down to regular size now.
And yes, I did see your comment, Fatal. I just didn't get a chance to respond to it because we were all rambling. Tom Hanks sucks. He's boring and he sucks. Although I'd still rather deal with him any day over fucking Costner. Fuck that asshole up the ass with a red hot rusty poker sideways.
Kevin Costner is one of the most boring, irritating people who has ever
He's also
existed.
a piece of fucking racist shit who was abusive to the tribe the entire time they did Dances with Wolves and helped them screw them over and not pay them for their work.
He's a bastard.
No natives who worked on Dances with Wolves ever got paid for it, and they changed the plot on
Jesus.
several scenes after that was filmed with us to add in stuff that's known fake history about our culture. So bear in mind that I really, really fucking hate him. That's why one of my favorite lines in a Mel Brooks movie is because, unlike some other Robin Hoods, I can speak with an English accent.
While looking right at the camera.
Considering that Men in Tights was done as a response to
Oh,
Prince
yeah.
of Thieves,
Yeah.
literally was just straight at him telling Costner to fuck off.
Yeah.
It's like,
God, Prince of Thieves was
No,
such a
no,
pile
no,
of
no.
shit.
That ain't no.
the thing is, the
we're
movie
straight.
had great potential because it actually went into a lot of the darker history of Robin Hood that's not well
Oh,
known.
it did. It
They
had
just-
some
they executed
real
it
promise.
so badly. They executed it so fucking badly. It's okay. It's okay, Fatal. We're talking.
I mean,
You're
how
okay.
often are you going to see a subdued Brian Blessed performance? Okay.
I I love Men in Tights. It is one of my favorite movies, I swear.
Yeah, Brian Blessed hadn't been that subdued since Zed Cars, for God's sakes. Okay.
Although the fact that she's in there singing in the tub and all of a sudden somebody breaks the window trying to spy cam off. Like, hot chick. Never mind, we're not there. See, Mel Brooks didn't break the fourth wall. He tap danced on the fucker.
Yeah.
Piss on you. I work for Mel Brooks.
Not in the face. Thank you.
Boy, I'm really revealing.
Get him, girl.
Damn. There's a line there that I would say to Fatal in a heartbeat if we weren't on air. Fatal in the private chat. That line.
Oh, that one bit from the scheme where they did the Mel Brooks montage and a certain song.
I was talking about the song at the end of Blazing Saddle, actually.
A friend of mine just sent me a text with a link and a caption that says McGlory Hole, and I'm scared to click on one. Oh, Lord.
I'm the one who made a card that literally says, try to figure out which big black cock belongs to who at a wall of glory holes.
Yeah, that card got played.
So I'm there. I've got it.
Yeah. No, but that little Mel Brooks montage I played in a certain song.
Yeah, one sec.
They got the thing blocked, so I had to snip it out.
And then when that card was played tonight, Fatal sitting there going, what a hard decision.
Ooh, yeah.
Little degenerate. We love you, you little degenerate. Fatal is our token gay furry, by the way, TJ.
Oh, dear.
We love him, but he's really fucked up.
Yeah.
You're our bestest little fur ball. My husband brought me lamb roast in tonight, and he started typing in chat going, no, she's my little brother.
Turns out the picture captioned McGlory Hole was just an antiseptic wipe dispenser in a McDonald's that had run out of wipes.
God.
Poor Fatal.
Get where we go here.
I'm trying to give him time to get his system to work again.
Whoop.
I was trying to think of what to me would be the perfect comedy show, and I think I came up with it earlier, TJ.
What would that be?
A comedy event with multiple people, and you bring Drew Lynch in with Luke Kidgel and Jimmy Carr.
That'd be pretty funny.
And for good measure, throw Brad Williams in making dwarf jokes while Carr's up there. Right?
Well.
Just for good measure, right? Fatal, are you still having trouble getting it to work?
Hang on. He's there. It's just
I've got to share some of the native videos with you guys, though, because they are fun.
Doom.
Hmm.
Playing my game on phone.
Is it terrible if I'm sitting here watching a video of tourists get chased by bison?
That's just good entertainment right there. I used to work in a gourmet butcher shop that specialized in bison, and it was called Black Forest Bison. And one time we got a call from a customer asking if she brought her kids, would they be able to feed and pet the bison? And I had to explain we were a butcher shop, not a petting zoo. And besides, you don't want to pet bison anyway. It's a bad idea.
No.
Yeah.
You know what's great is that you just said that while I'm watching the part of the video about the people that are that sure you can pet the bison kids, folks. And it literally shows these kids trying to pet it out the window and then it ramming their hands into the door.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Do not pet the fluffy cows. Yes.
It's like, oh God. I have actually watched a lot of this stuff happen in real time in real life. So it's like, I grew up in the Black Hills. I grew up around the bison, and I am so used to dumb tourists trying to get them their dumb asses killed. And it's like, seriously, you're gonna do that?
Although the petting zoo question wasn't as dumb as the bison turkey question.
Yeah, well, that's just painful.
That was the dumbest thing anybody has ever asked me in my entire life. And that's saying something.
No, the sad thing is, it's not the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, and Carrie Elway is just wishing Gary Lockwood a happy 88th birthday.
It's like, unfortunately, I have heard some really, really dumb shit. But the woman who decided she was going to go up and try to pet the velvet on the antlers of the bull elk in rut.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
And the only reason she lived through it is because she tripped over a log and ended up falling into a ravine, and he basically sat above her, spitting at her, and then stormed off.
Not worth the effort.
And I witnessed this in real time out my car window when I was about 7 years old.
Marvelous.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Fatal. I don't know what to do. We waited for you, but I don't want to. It sucks.
We could always call it a draw.
Or just declare him the winner since he was ahead of me.
Oh, wait.
Maybe. How how's the cock smoker? I mean, hi, Fatal. Glug glug, you hoe. Oh. Okay. So as soon as you can put an answer in, you'll probably win and we can end this shit. I mean, eat a dick, you slut. Glug glug. Anime read. Get back on camera.
All right. You're not going to believe this, but I'm you from the future. You've got to stop Hershey squirting all over the toilet.
Ooh.
Ew.
Ooh.
I don't even remember what I put in anymore. This is bad.
You've got to stop ritually sacrificing a neighborhood pet Schnauzer.
The neighbor's pet Schnauzer. No, actually, I would love to sacrifice the neighbor's dog to something. Anything.
I think I wrote that one.
The peaceful and non-threatening rise of China.
No such thing. Anyway, sorry.
You got to stop pitting dwarves against each other. Pitting dwarves against each other, then selling the cage match footage on OnlyFans. Wow.
Actually, you already copied that onto the list. I remember seeing that.
Holy crap. 2 and 4 are literally up there. Though, as much as I love to see a pet sacrifice, this is a low blow.
Literally, I mean,
that's literally a low blow.
Oh boy,
seriously, you know how much money you can make just by not making it OnlyFans?
Somehow pay-per-view. Sell it to HBO. Okay, what do we got for the next one here? On that day, mankind received a grim reminder. We lived in fear of Blake.
keep reading because it's
All right.
Fatal's turn. We don't know that yet, Fatal. All right, Fatal, can you switch
Okay.
the cards now?
On that day, mankind received a grim reminder. We lived in fear of castrating your exes like bulls as a public service.
No. That's a good thing. I mean,
That's a public service. We lived in fear of the great radio, the new Radiohead album.
agreed. Anyway,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They've only had one good song.
yeah, don't say that out loud.
Yeah, and of that. Yeah. We lived in fear of next one. Seeing Rosie O'Donnell naked, oiled up, and wrestling with Joy Behar.
Oh God.
Oh, good Lord. Oh God, that was a big. Oh, there it is.
No.
Did somebody get that card saved before that?
And here's something I put for just this occasion for Eagle Rider. Enjoy.
All right. Well, I have to go do laundry. Thanks for having me. Bye, everybody.
Have a good night. Oh well, it was a fun game, Fatal.
Yes.
You did really well too, and mea culpa for the image that gave you guys at the end. Mea culpa. That was a disturbing
We actually
one
had
to throw at
fun.
you guys.
We actually had fun. We actually had fun tonight.
Yeah, we did. None of us were stressing that.
But the fact that everybody got along, that we all got along, had fun and everything, that's how cards should be. Just having fun. But I'm looking forward to the coming episodes that we do and everything for Knights of the Anime Table. I am
I'm going
still
to put something in private chat, and you guys tell me if I'll be crossing it a bit by making that the new name.
Jesus Christ, Eagle. I don't think it's gonna fit. It won't.
It'll fit. I just tested.
Fatal's fit.
Oh my lord.
I'm terrible, right?
Fatal, who's that little character I keep seeing at the bottom of your screen? That is adorable. That if that is the mascot of the person who made that for you,
The thing is, it's hiding behind the label, though, so we can't really get a good look at it.
I saw it from time to time, but I like it because my channel artist puts some of her stuff, like some of her logos, in my thing, just as a reminder of who made it, even though it is mine. Even though it is me in the cosplays and everything, there's some subtle hint of it.
Let's wrap this up so I can play a little native humor for you guys before I have to go.
Yeah, I can. Alrighty. Thank you
Remember,
for everybody.
Always look both ways before you cross an auntie.
Thank you to everybody for coming on. Thank you to TJ Zamboni. Thank you to everybody coming tonight. Check out everybody's channels. We need to grow. We need to grow. Also, stay tuned. This Friday night is the 33rd birthday celebration of me.
Boom, boom, boom.
So please come on by. Bring yourself. Bring your family. Bring your friends. We'll fuck them. That's right. We'll fuck your friends.
I'll make your eyes bleed by bouncing around in this thing. This thing goes optical illusion when I jiggle.
Eagle
Wow.
Rider. But Eagle Rider, good luck. Good luck this Friday with your thing.
Travels.
Yes. If you could stop by and say hello, I would greatly appreciate that.
I can try, but I literally
if you can,
will be
if
on
not,
the road. I will be
not,
on the road
I
from
fully
like.
understand. I
What I was
fully
saying is I'll be on the road from
understand.
like 5:45 until like we get done picking him up and getting to the hotel at like 7 p.m. So it's gonna be a rough day.
Alrighty, I understand, but
Wrap it, but I'll try, and I can't promise you nothing.
Anyway, we're out of here. Stay tuned tomorrow. I'm gonna try and go live with Jack and Dexter and hope to God that things hold. I'm getting very pissed off for that. Anyway, bye guys.